on what that means. So I think there could be potentially a lot of volatility within the markets due to the debt ceiling, but the Trump indictment just adds to the fuel of the partisanship associated with that, when I was actually hoping we might get some cooler heads prevail and come to an agreement. Doesn't look like we're going to get that.
And this really speaks to something that Mark McCormick over at TD Securities has been talking about, how much of the decline in the dollar, the weakness that we've seen so far this year, and certainly even over the past turmoil, is due to a lack of U.S. exceptionalism. David, do you believe in that story that some people are putting out there?
Well, I don't think it really has anything to do with a lack of U.S. exceptionalism, as it does to the fact that this is the third, largest rally in the dollar that we've seen over the last 50 years. And that rally is coming to an end for structural reasons and other reasons. And I'll give you two. One is right now, when we saw the banking crisis, we did not see the typical rise in the dollar, which we would normally see, because of the fact that the dollar was already so expensive. And then secondly, when we take a look at what's happened overseas, the European banks themselves are far healthier, have a better deposit ratio than we see in the United States. And all of this suggests that the U.S., is at peak interest rates and the peak interest rate differential to the rest of the world, and that we're actually now going to see, a reversion to the mean for the U.S. dollar, none of which I think is really related to the political events that are taking place right now or the end of U.S. exceptionalism in any way.
David Bailyn, Victoria Fernandez, to both of you, thank you so much and have a wonderful weekend. Just want to give you a sense of where we have been in this quarter as we get prepared for the opening bell. The tech stocks are poised for their best March since 2010. Tech stocks are the best quarter since 2020. Yet bank stocks, the biggest laggard, are wrapping up their worst quarter since 2020. Coming up, the morning calls, and later the case.
안녕하세요, 여러분. 금요일이 됐습니다. 그리고 마지막 3월의 마지막 날. 오늘 키 데이터 나오는 거는 예상했던 것보다 조금 작게 나오긴 했는데 시장에 큰 환호를 줄 만한 그런 약재로 사용된 것 같지는 않아요. 여기 보시다시피 발표하고 스파이크 했다가 다 빠졌다가 지금 다시 회복하려고 하는데 힘 자체가 그렇게 스트롱해 보이지는 않은 그런 모습이 지금 보이고 있고, 그냥 관망해야 될 것 같아요. 장 초반의 움직임은 반도체 쪽이 쭉 빠지죠. MU 때문에. MU가 무슨 또 규제 뭐가 걸렸죠? 뉴스에 정확하게 디테일은 안 읽어봤는데 그냥 뉴스만 들었어요. MU에 뭐 무슨 규제가 있어요. 하여튼. 그러면서 쭉 빼버렸죠. 그러면서 반도체들이 같이 내려가지고 있고. 무슨 뉴스였더라? 차이나에서 중국에서 뭐라 그런 것 같아요. 중국에서 반도체 칩 세일하는 거를 리뷰를 하겠다. 뭐 그런 뉴스가 나오면서 쑥 빠진 것 같아요. MU가. 그러면서 전반적으로 반도체 섹터라 그래야 될지 그룹이라 그래야 될지 그쪽이 좀 빠지고 있죠. 이쪽까지 포함해서 반도체가 아주 그냥 일거리가 많아요. 항상 이제 주가가 많이 올라갔을 때 이제 주가 조정이 될 때는 항상 뭔가 트리거가 있어야 되거든요. 그래서 엔비디아 같은 것도 그냥 진짜로 이유 없이 계속 GPT 때문에 계속 올라가고 있었잖아요. 그런데 이제 이런 것 때문에 모멘텀이 꺾일 수도 있다. 이렇게 대비하셔야 될 것 같고요. 주인님 들어오면 되는데 왜 안 들어온다? 그냥 들어오라 그러세요. 열어보라 그러세요. 안 열리면 조금 있다가 다시 한번 열리면 다 열리게 되는데.
higher yield curve below 3% in the next 6 months. This is Bloomberg.
오늘 시장이 오늘 아침부터 좀 약간 고전할 것 같네요. 아침부터 변동성이 심할 것 같아요. 오늘 만기일이거든요. 오늘 옵션 만기일이니까 옵션 만기일의 방향이 어디로 가냐에 따라 가지고 아침에 매수세가 앞으로 가느냐 뒤로 가느냐 할 거예요. 오늘 만기 흐름으로 보면은 표 쪽에 볼륨이 훨씬 더 많아요. 그러니까 이 사람들 커버를 한다 그러면은 상승장으로 끌어올라갈 수도 있겠죠. 아니면은 이쪽으로 맞추기 위해 가지고 시장이 눌러버릴 수도 있고.
Most of the large Chinese technology companies, let's say Alibaba, Baidu, Tencent, they have gigantic market values and they're very prominent in China, not as prominent outside of China as obviously in China, and certainly not that prominent in the United States. TikTok,
오늘 양싸대기 맞겠는데 잘못하면
it's gigantic outside of China, of the United States and everywhere. What did
시장이 아슬아슬해. 시장은 지금
company, parent company at least, to do so well?
위쪽에서 시작을 하고 있는데 평균선도 위로 있고 피벗도 위로 있는데 아주 난해한 위치로 와서 시작하는 분위기네요.
Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about
그렇구나.
planning for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Good morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, China Open.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
And welcome to Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg.
빅텍이 못 간다. 자동 매매 나오는데 이것도 하여튼 풋 쪽으로 많이 치우쳐 있네요. 장 시작했습니다.
ECB's valorous high interest rates are beneficial for the vast majority of European banks. And if actions were needed on financial stability, this would be done mainly through temporary liquidity instruments. Monetary and financial stability goals are not necessarily incompatible and rely on different tools. Just repeat that monetary and financial stability goals are not necessarily incompatible and rely on different tools. Time lag after rate hikes means fairly powerful impact is yet to come. We will only win the battle against inflation once we have
아침 변동성이 상당히 클 것 같아요. 아침 변동성이 지금 나스닥 선물만 해도 0.4% 정도가 지금 아침에 마켓 메이커 프라이스 무브니까 오늘 옵션 만기이기 때문에 아침에 변동성이 상당히 클 것 같다. 그렇게 보이네요.
Particularly in the back end of the quarter, are trading at multiples and forward 12-month earnings above the Nasdaq 100. In fact, it's only Alphabet, parent of Google, that's trading at a discount to the main index right now.
테슬라도
You referenced the Goldman Sachs note.
테슬라도 괜찮아요. 아침 시작은.
We're still asking ourselves what happens if we go into a recession. And if we go into a
옵션을 좀 정리할 거를
happens to growth names in
빨리
particular
옵션을
that are low
정리하고
margin or profitless, and how we might value value those because then growth expectations going forwards will come down.
오늘
Around the Fed also seems to have changed when we talk about
PC 나오고 10년물은 좀 빠지는 걸로 시작을 하네요. 하지만 달러 인덱스는 오르고 내추럴 게스가 많이 올랐네요. 오늘은 내추럴 게스는 내게 아니야. 골치 아파. 골치 아프고 싶지 않아. 편하게 트레이드 하면 되니까.
Insiders. If you look at the data tracking insider share sales, you have to go a pretty long way back, the end of 2021, since the flight in executive share sales within the sector are that high. Final chart there on your screen shows the lingering.
오늘도 아침 일찍 콜린이 나와가지고 뭘 얘기했나봐요. 어제랑 똑같은 얘기 반복하더라고요. 다른 의원들이 얘기했던.
What did you call it? Constructive quarter.
Ed Ludlow, thank you so much for that. Banks, as you mentioned, Ed, going in the opposite direction with the KBW Bank Index set for its worst quarter since 2020 after snapping a 4-day winning streak. Katie Greifeld joining us with more. Katie?
Yeah, not quite a constructive quarter if you look at the banks. If you look at the S&P 500 overall for the past quarter, the four of the 5 biggest losers in the S&P 500 were banks. As you can probably guess, right down at the bottom is First Republic, down a whopping 89% this quarter. Still a lot of questions over this bank despite that $30 billion rescue package that came from some of the bigger banks. But what's interesting is that it's not just this quarter that regional banks have really come under pressure. If you look at the relative performance of KRE, that's the regional banks ETF versus XLF, which tracks the sector overall, you can see that for 2 straight quarters, regional banks have been underperforming to the tune of double digits, and this quarter down about 19% relative to those bigger banks. That is the worst relative quarter of performance since 2009. Not a size and scope that you love to hear. So even though the worst case scenario right now seems to be avoided, or at least fears about it have gone away, Barclays was warning.
엔비디아는 어떻게 될 것 같아요? 다시 오늘 회복할 것 같죠? 플러스로. 엔비디아와 MU는 다르게 갈 것 같아요.
From the Fed this evening at around 4:15 p.m.
Katie Greifeld, thank you so much. That is the kind of data points that people are looking for at this moment. Joining us now is someone who has been spot on for a while with being
그리고 블랙베리 10불 벌었다. 어제 100주 산 거. 어제.
On set. I want to start there. We talked just a couple weeks ago. It feels like a lifetime ago.
블랙베리 10불 올라가면 몇 퍼센트야? 퍼센트가 꽤 되는데 2%. 블랙베리는 딱 20불만 벌어야지. 안돼. 오, 큰일 날 뻔했다.
To our portfolios. We're looking at the front end of the curve, 2- and 5-year treasuries. We're expecting a 50%.
너무 기대하나? 20불 버는 거.
It puts the 2-year somewhere around 430, the 5-year somewhere around 380. We'd be a buyer there. We think recession is inevitable by the end of the year.
What's the nature of that recession? And I ask this because it seems like, if not a soft landing, that it's not that deep of a recession that we can get through, at least by virtue of where risk assets are priced.
Well, it's the central banks and the aggressive amount of tightening they've done. It's not just the rate hikes, it's also quantitative tightening. There is a reverse multiplier for that, and that's sucking credit out of the system. I think actually we're transitioning central bank speak from long and variable to cumulative and lag. The long and variable.
오케이, 블랙베리는 나에게 점심값. 오늘 점심값 블랙베리.
We'll see the cumulative and lag pound away at the economy.
You talk about how you expect really an opportunity within the 2 years.
나는 주식 샀잖아. 100주.
We're not going to cut rates. We're going to pause.
재미로.
Now, the Fed officials are saying what they have.
이런 걸 팔지 말고 가지고 있어 볼까?
They have to be. They were a little
진짜로?
slow off the mark, and for the last
2배는 될 것 같은데.
to catch up to inflation. Everyone's talked about Arthur Burns.
오케이, 원타임 첫 번째 익절.
They've won. They've already broken the back of inflation. I think they probably know it. They're the pretty obvious things. You look at oil's come down 40%. You've had a banking crisis. Banking crises aren't usually accelerated or aren't usually associated with an acceleration in inflation. They're disinflationary, if not deflationary. You look at personal consumption expenditures core today, you've had a 0.3. My guess is next month it's not a 0.4, it's a 0.2 or a 0.3. Then there are other things to look at. We look at the National Federation of Independent Businesses that survey small businesses. Their price plans for the next 3 months are the lowest they've been since the first quarter of 2021. And even Fed
오늘의 고점에 또 온 것 같아요.
out of 19 that the December meeting thought the risks were to higher inflation. In March, that dropped to 11 out of 19.
So if that's the case, when do you start to think, okay, we may be getting past this, we may start to see the pain come in, and then we could start moving toward the other side where perhaps we end up with risk assets rallying once again and leaning into perhaps riskier credit?
Well, I actually think the next quarter we could see
전 100주밖에 없어요.
having been an investor through the financial crisis and looked at that seminal
지금 뭐 점심값은 나왔네.
and JP Morgan combined under regulatory supervision, I might add, the next quarter was great for markets. Equities went up 15 to 20%. High yield credit spreads retraced a quarter, and then the bottom fell out. I think the ECB also raised rates in July 2008. You could have a feel-good period, and then the reality of the cumulative and lag catch up and slow the economy down. I actually think the data we're looking at is irrelevant. It's not important. The data that's relevant is the data we're going to see in September.
So the saying, you can remain right, or you can't remain solvent as long as perhaps you may be right, that there is some sense that even if you have the correct idea later on, you have to get the now right. So do you lean into a risk rally that you know will be fleeting?
우리 진짜 쇼트 퀴즈 나는 거 아니야?
If we've been taught anything this past month, you may see it coming, you may not, you don't know exactly where it's going to hit, but once it hits, whatever you own, you own. And you have to hope that you own the stuff that recovers. All the regional banks that their bond prices went down.
지금 그냥 걸어놨어요. 트레일링 스탑.
The others are headed to restructuring 60, 40, maybe 30 cents on the dollar or lower.
이런 건 부담이 없죠. 뭐 100주밖에 안 샀는데 뭐 부담돼.
By this summer, where will it end up by next year? What's sort of the normal yield curve going to look like?
Well, we do think the Fed will start cutting rates in September. And I know some of the markets pricing for that, but it doesn't look like the coupon curve is actually pricing for that yet. I think the Fed will get down to, I don't know, 2.5% to 3%. Maybe the 2-year gets down to about those levels. And the 10-year, depending how long the Fed stays at those low levels, could start going.
아, 나스닥이나 쇼트 퀴즈가 나지.
I think for now, I just want to
나스닥은 안 움직이네 생각보다.
comb through our portfolios and try to make sure that the known knowns that we have them in our portfolios, that we have the best quality borrowers, that where we know there are problems in commercial real estate, we comb through our commercial mortgage-backed securitizations, that where we know there's a problem with middle market corporate loans, where they're rolling them over 2 to 3 times the rate they were putting them on a year and a half ago, that we have the survivors there. And let the others, I don't want to own those.
Spring cleaning with Bob Michael. That's sort of what I call it. This feels like a spring cleaning exercise. Bob Michael, you are staying with us. Coming up, a historic day for America.
We haven't unsealed the documents, so we don't know for sure what the allegations are. If they're what we think they are, my take would be this is a fairly weak case. This is just the appetizer, the hors d'oeuvre. Bigger stuff is yet to come.
That conversation still ahead with Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy.
At Standard Chartered Bank, you can achieve infrastructure results that bridge what is with what can be. We help you see the world differently, because opening doors is what we do.
아, 위에서 자꾸 눌리네.
We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
Lisa, you've got to explain this one to me. What does it mean when the White House says we're watching markets carefully?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've been in and seen it.
Lots of Bloombergs. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
I'm going to name a couple of your babies. I don't know if I'm asking you to choose amongst your children, but you know, some of the most recognizable buildings by you, of course, the Millennium Bridge, London City Hall, the Reichstag, and the Great Court British Museum. What was your favorite?
이제 7시에 그 컨슈머 컨피던스 나오잖아요. 그거에 맞춰가지고 시장에 한번 또 기회가 올 수도 있을 것 같죠.
Something that was dependent on fossil fuels. It uses all the technology to produce something which is essentially carbon neutral. And as a public building, that's a statement. It's a symbol of a city. It's a symbol of a nation. It incorporates works of art. It's recycling an existing building, which, as I mentioned earlier, is the ultimate in sustainability. If you can give a new life to a building, it also creates public space at the roof level. It's the most visited parliament in the world, so it puts the public above the politicians who are answerable to them. And that, of course, was made possible by the politicians. So it's a demonstration of democracy in action.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
아, 선장님 어서 오세요. 어제는 안 오셨네. 어제는 뭐 무슨 일 있으셨나요?
Unsealed the documents, so we don't know for sure what the allegations are. If they're what we think they are, my take would be this is a fairly weak case. A novel legal theory relying on a convicted felon. The next three are huge. The Georgia vote, the taking of documents, and of course January 6th. This is just the appetizer, the hors d'oeuvre. Bigger stuff is yet to come.
A Manhattan grand jury indicting Donald Trump, the former president, expected to be arraigned as early as Tuesday as he continues to deny any wrongdoing. Bloomberg's Simone Foxman joining us now from outside the Manhattan District Attorney's office. Simone.
Yeah, that arraignment would take place here.
이제 뭐가 나오는데?
A potential mugshot, fingerprints of Donald Trump. That is what we know.
시카고 PMI. 시카고 PMI는 좋게 나왔네요. 좋은 것 같은데.
Actually takes place. We believe they have to do with hush money payments made to Stormy Daniels back before Trump was elected in 2016 by Michael Cohen. But the falsification of business records, which is the theory behind this, is not a felony in and of itself. It's just a misdemeanor. So this would have to be perhaps tied into other potential crimes, and we'll see how that plays out potentially as soon as Tuesday, Lisa.
Simone, thank you so much. Pangaea's Policies, Terry Haynes joining us now. Terry, I'd love to get your thoughts on what just has transpired and what the implications are for Washington.
엔비디아 조금만 더 가자.
Good morning, Lisa.
엔비디아 조금만 더 가자.
Sad for the country because the country deserves better than the kind of endless bread and circuses that we've had with the Trump show and people trying to take him down.
트럼프 뉴스는 신경 쓰지 마세요. 그거는 정치야, 정치. 지금 대선 못 나오게 하려고.
By the country at large. are just politicized justice with a weak case. I mean, you've got polls showing that 60% see this as politically motivated, and 67% think Trump's payment was a personal expense. You know, and I'd add to that, you know, the idea of a
이게 무서우니까 그렇게 난리를 치지. 정치 다시 대선 못 나오게 하려고.
clutching time. I'm shocked to find out that happens. And you know, finally, I'm going to be a little non-consensus on the politics. You know, you've heard the consensus, but I think what ends up happening here is first, this causes more Trump.
엔비디아 드디어 플러스로 돌아왔지요. 이제 가속도가 붙을 거예요.
DeSantis's pitch is that you know, we need to move on.
블랙베리 10% 올랐네. 진짜로 블랙베리는 딱 점심값 만들어주네요. 지금 이거 한 1000주 샀으면 얼마나 좋았을까. 근데 이런 거는 1000주 살 만큼 가치가 없어서 안 샀지.
I think this is not quite what the consensus has it to be.
Terry, do you think that this increase
오케이, 이제 피벗 맞고 차구나. 피벗에 걸어놨어야 되는데.
And you know, I've thought, as you know, I've been very non-consensus since right after the elections last year that
피벗에 팔았어야 되는데.
possibility of default. I think
딴 거보다 못 봤네.
from it, but you know, some of your other guests said this morning, and I've been, as I say, I've been talking about this for months. You know, there is going to be a lot of brinksmanship, and there's going to be a lot of volatility in the market as a result of it. I think what it ends up doing, frankly.
저는요, 그냥 10센트 트레일링 스탑 해놔가지고 알아서 올라가다가 팔릴 거고. 지금 위 고점은 전 고점을 보니까 장중 전 고점이 4.78이에요. 그래서 거기서 위에는 걸어놨고.
Sorts of accomplishments. You know, just this week, for example, they've been doing this energy bill that some people characterize as a slap in the face to the administration.
이제 팔리겠다. 지금 밀려 내려오는 거 보니까 지금 풀백 되는 분위기인데. 5.2는 위쪽 타겟, 아래는 10센트.
Thank you so much for being with us. Still with us is Bob Michael. And Bob, I want to move forward on the idea of not just debt ceiling debate, but also we're still dealing with questions around what actually transpired with respect to banking stresses and how much deeper it goes. What would you hope?
원래 IWM은 트레이드 하기가 그래요. 아침에는 먼저 가는 것 같이 하다가 결국은 큰 형들한테 다 뺏겨요. 그 속도가. 지금은 딱 퍼센티지를 보면은 다우, 나스닥, S&P 똑같이 움직여요. 이거는 지금 딱 마켓 메이커들이 지금 옵션 정리하는 그런 분위기네요. 이렇게 익절. 익절이 again. 이제는 시카고, 이제는 뭐야, 미시간 나올 때까지 좀 기다려봐야겠네요. 여러 가지로 봤을 때, 또 움직이네. 아주 유혹이 커요, 유혹이.
Going to need something similar to that now. I think we've got to go through a period where we reorganize the regional and community banks, put them on their own stable footing, and restore confidence again.
As an investor, as part of the shadow banking system that everybody talks about, you know, as we don't understand it, but it's there. You're there, you're going to represent it. How do you play at a time when perhaps some of these banks are pulling back? Do you step in? Do you say, you know what, some of these banks are beaten up? Do you play which ones you see as an advantage, an opportunity?
어제는 밤 야간 선물 시장에서는 돈을 못 벌었어요. 어제는 딱 3번만 트레이드 한다 그랬는데 3번 다 물렸어. 그래가지고 그냥 끝내버렸어. 왜 물린 이유가 어제 스크린 만들면서 집중을 딴 쪽에 하다 보면 또 멀티태스킹이 안 되잖아요. 이게 트레이드가 계속 떨어지더라고요. 그래서 어제는 아니다 싶었죠.
as banks pull back.
그리고 여기 지금 화살표들이 보이는 게 어제 제가 만들어 놓은 스크립이에요. 그래서 여기가 들어가는 타이밍, 뭐 이게 100% 맞는다는 건 아니지만 그래도 흐름상으로 봤을 때 이게 시그널이 왜 여기서 뜨지? 이거 다른 거다 이거. 시퀀스 카운터구나.
Specific line items and wanting to know if they're doing it with us, they must be
근데
doing it with
스크립
everyone, and that's going to cause private and public investors to pull back too.
So where do you have to see, because you said that you think that there could be a rally in risk assets, so you're talking in particular about credit but also equities in the next quarter before the declines come into place. What kind of yields make sense to you on average for, say, high yield, given the default risks that must be implied by a lack of credit?
Well, I think if I can get a running start into this, we had years of excess free liquidity in the system, and it bubbled up in a lot of places. It didn't belong, and that's what's being sucked out.
또 이런 거 신경 쓰다 보면은 트레이드 못하는데.
And we're naive to assume there's not going to be pain. When the pain hits, when we get into recession, we're expecting high yield credit spreads to go to a minimum of 800 over. I know they're about 500, but I actually can't find a recession where they didn't go to a minimum of 500 over. Where they're priced now was the one soft landing, and that was 1995.
What kind of default cycle are you looking for with respect to that type of yield scenario?
Well, defaults could get up to around 6%. I don't know that the public high yield market will go much above that. 94% of it will be money good. Even the worst of high yield cycles, when defaults got up to 10%, 90% of it was money good. It didn't stop the rest of the market for repricing. There will be risk aversion, there will be flight to quality, there will be risking, there will be holders of lots of other problems, whether it's in private capital.
스크립을 만들어서 테스트를 하고 있어요. 여기 롱 들어가가지고 아직도 여기도 롱 들어가는 거. 오케이. 네, 이제 여기서 시그널이 보조 지표로 뜰 거예요. 그러면 뜨면은 그걸로 도움을 좀 받으면 되죠. 야, 이게 차트가 좋은데 지금 시카고가 아니라 미시간 대학 지표가 나와야지 여기 넘어갈 것 같은데. 테리님 한국말 발음하다가 영어 발음하면서 우리 테리님 감사합니다.
Learn more about Bloomberg Media's Megatrends study, sponsored by Mubadala at bloomberg.com/megatrends.
테슬라가 드디어 또 200불에 왔네요. 이게 200불 넘어가면은 대박인데.
Replicate Tesla. Tesla is a unique because when they founded,
저는 어제 스파이 스트레더 사놓은 거 이제 수익권으로 들어왔어요. 403불 컬이랑 풋을 같이 샀죠. 동시에 어제. 엔비디아 플러스로 들어왔고 그러니까 또 올라가고. 비트코인도 좀 올라가 주는 분위기고.
I think that it's hard to put your head around any narrative. Let's just be honest. We've had sort of a shift in, are we in some sort of stagflation fears moment? People were talking about that all day yesterday.
This is Bloomberg Market Markets, the open here with a look at markets closing out a quarter of gains, of pretty substantial gains in certain sectors. You can see up about 0.5% as the S&P and the NASDAQ up about the same. The Russell outperforming yet again with a 1% gain. If you take a look at bonds, not really doing much. Yields slightly lower as people calibrate after a pretty whipsawed couple of months. But I want to take a look at quarterly results. We have seen the NASDAQ deliver the best quarterly return going back to 2020 with almost 20% gain. The S&P up by 6%, and you can see the KBW Bank Index down almost 20% for the worst quarter.
테슬라가 오르는 이유가 무엇일까요?
For the trading diary, what you need to be watching this week. The UBISH sentiment survey coming at the top of
글쎄요.
the hour.
지금 그걸 찾아보는 것보다 스탠바이하고 잠깐 있겠습니다. 7시.
Looking ahead to next week, ISM
아우, 엔비디아 대단하다.
Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester speaking on Tuesday, Jim Bullard on Thursday. Finally, the main event, the U.S. payrolls report falling on Good Friday. We will be here to break it all down. This was Countdown to the Open. This is Bloomberg.
블랙베리 재밌네. 쉬지 않고 올라가네. 오늘 짜장면 값은 나왔네. 짜장면에 요리 하나 시켜 먹을 수 있겠네. 블랙베리 덕분에.
In conservation and art history and liberal arts, I think differently than a lot of people that have just.
저는 지금 포지션이 없어요. 트레이딩 포지션은 없습니다.
To do conservation, you have to really do a lot of work, pre-work, before you actually do a treatment. And so a lot of that pre-work is very similar to what I do in due diligence.
얘가 중요하니까 얘를 좀 까놓고.
What could go wrong? Lots of research. When I was an art historian, that was
이 차트는 진짜 예술이다.
But you'd sit in the stacks and you'd pull one thing in a bibliography on this and you'd.
지금 23.6% 여기서 딱 대기하고 있네요. 이거보다 깨지면 헤드앤숄더로 빠질 거고 여기서 반등하면 다시 치고 올라갈 가능성이 높죠. 이제 50초 남았습니다.
A lot of these areas still have very, very good valuations.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
It's knocking it out of the ballpark.
흘러 흘러.
We're talking about a significant hit to our standard of living.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week live tonight with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television.
콜드는 내추럴게스 반대 아니에요? 내추럴게스는 이제 빠지는구나. 올라갔다 빠지나 보네. 내추럴게스는 안 해. 못해. 그런데 미시건 대학에서 나오는 센티먼트는 시장에 좋게 나올 가능성이 상당히 높다고 보는데 미리 들어가느냐 나온 다음에 들어가면요. 지금 나왔습니다. 52 인플레이션이 중요한데 인플레이션이 안 나오네. 인플레이션 적게 나왔고 그러면은 시장에는 좋을 것 같아요. 5년은 좀 높은데?
That's what Bank of America calls a U.S. recession, as money market flows soared to $508 billion in the first quarter. So, buy U.S. stocks. You got Citi upgrading U.S. equity
Equity is downgrading European, saying a recession will push investors to quality and growth stocks. From New York, I'm Alex Steele with my co-host in London, Guy Johnson. Welcome to Bloomberg.
모르겠다.
I feel like we made it. We made it through the first quarter. Oh my gosh, did we make it? And now I feel like we need a little bit of time.
시장 반응은 모르겠다. 데이터는 그냥 오케이 데이터인데 어떻게 해석해 받아들이는지는 모르겠네요. 일단은 피봇이 넘어가야 되는데
volatility we've seen, particularly in front-end yields on both sides of the Atlantic, Alex, has been absolutely unbelievable. And what that tells you is this is a market that is confused, which has generated quite a lot of volatility, which has generated in many ways quite a lot of
좀 애매하다 움직임이.
What worked last quarter didn't work this quarter. What didn't work last quarter worked this quarter. So tech got battered last quarter, but wow, has it had a good time this quarter. So I'm trying to figure out what the narrative is coming out of this quarter and whether the next quarter looks more like this one or we're going to get a different narrative developing completely.
And we were talking about this yesterday too, that it's still
이거 해석이 애매한데.
part of FOMO trade, right? Fear of missing
해석이
out.
애매한데.
You get some kind of rally underway, we really push higher here. I mean, we're above the 50-day moving average. Is this going to be an actual breakout? And on what? That's what I really don't get.
Yeah, I think it's on what? I think we still don't know. We still don't know what the Fed's going to do. We still don't know what the data are going to deliver. We don't know what impact this banking crisis is going to have. We don't know so much at this stage. It's really difficult, I think, to have conviction for the medium term. But short term, what is interesting, Alex, is that buying the dip has delivered. It really has this quarter, and it's been absolutely sensational. It's been one of the best quarters, I think the second best quarter we've ever seen in terms of dip buying.
호재. 아니야 몰라요. 지금 시장 반응이 애매해. 떨어지지도 않고 올라가지도 않고. 호재 호. 아니야. 나 지금 들어가 있는데 이거 몰리는 것 같은데. 여기서 몰리면 안 되는데. 읽기 싫은데 오늘은. 우리가 나쁘지 않은 거랑 이 시장에서 나쁘지 않은 거랑 다르잖아요. 힘이 없어.
All of this. So will dip buying deliver in Q2 is our question of the day. Jess Menton, Eddie van der Volt joining us to try and answer this question. Eddie, I'm going to start with you because you're standing right next to me. Do you keep buying the dip at this point? And which dip do you buy? Because this market's really nuanced at the moment. You can look at banks, you can look at technology. You've got to figure out where you want to play the game.
Yeah, look, I think markets are still very skittish, right?
기분 나쁘다.
After the reductions that we had in banks, but I think markets still, for me, are positioned shoe to drop. So I think there is an opportunity to get in here.
So there's a bigger dip coming, is your point?
No. I think as long as we don't get that complete
손절 라인 쳐야 되나? 아닌데 이거. 이건 아닌데 싶은데. 나 손절 진짜 싫어하는데. 손절 안 치면 또 미련해져. 미련해서 길게 들고 가면은 스텝 고요. 아침에 뭔가 다 빠지네.
And the one other theme that's really emerged here is a softer dollar. So I think you look for, and Alex is not going to be surprised that I say this, but softer dollar, commodity producers, commodity producing nations. So I think you go to EM and I think you go to your commodities and I think you go to your miners.
Which is kind of in some ways what we were talking about at the end of last year. Okay, Jess, dip buying, talk about it. March 13th was the low for March, right? For the S&P, and then we had
Biden say we are making progress. We are making progress in the fight against inflation. 그렇게 냈어요.
Obviously the cash flows, but if you look at VandaTrack and look at the flows into single stocks, if you look at what's happening with retail investors specifically, they started giving up, especially with what happened in the middle of the month with the bank stress as far as these big tech stocks. So looking at Tesla, Microsoft, even Alphabet, as well as Apple. But then the contrarian side of that is you saw big institutions as well as hedge funds going in and buying the dip on that. So typically that would be more of the contrarian.
눌리네. 좀 올라가지. 기분 나쁘네. 오늘 성적이 안 좋네. 보통 지금쯤이면은 목표 달성 거의 다 했어야 되는데 목표 달성이 뭐야 이게 또이.
we've seen such a big
또이또이 하려고 트레이드했냐?
from that to come down a bit, but potentially a lot of these big funds could still be going back into some of these big tech names in the next few weeks.
Yeah, it's interesting that we're actually seeing insiders just selling at a very aggressive rate in the tech space right now.
아이 내려간다. 너무 많이 내렸어. 여기서 쳐줘야 되는데. 이때 이제 갈등이 이거야. 지금 노란 선에 손절 라인이 쳐 있는데 갈 것 같아. 그래서 손절 라인을 조금 내리잖아. 그러면 내린 손절 라인에 손절이 돼버려. 그럼 손해를 더 보는 거 아니에요? 그래서 손절 라인은 건들면 안 돼. 건들면 안 돼.
And so the other big thing is looking not just at the 2-year, because that's obviously going to direct where things go, but also looking at the VIX and then the VVIX as well. If you're looking 30 days out, those have come down so
오늘 블랙베리만 아름다워 보이네.
because we obviously have bank earnings coming up in the middle of next month. But when I've been speaking with volatility traders, they're talking about how this is really shifting more away from the macro to the micro. So as in, what are we going to hear from chief executive moving forward? Some of the sources I have been talking about potentially some of those bank earnings. Obviously, they might be able to push some of those concerns out further out since this did happen toward the
솟아라
first quarter.
커져라 세져라
As well as that Fed speak going ahead of that meeting in early May. So that's going to be really a
커져라 세져라.
and maybe not so much of the macro data when we go into next month.
Eddie, what I also find interesting is the flows into money markets, right? You had Bank of America having a nice roundup, $508 billion into U.S. money market funds, etc. And I'm wondering, like, does that money come out and go into stuff? Like, if you have an S&P that holds up, even if it's just a few stocks holding up, for example, does it go into that? Does it go into something else? Or is it
아 여기서 일단 끊어야 될 것 같아.
I think it does.
이 정도면 만족하고 끊어야 될 것
I
같아.
think the Fed has shown just how reactive it is, right? And I think therefore the volatility that we've seen in the bond market, is not something that you would expect to see.
아이고.
So if you're going to take on that level of volatility that we've seen in the bond
지금
market,
손절 라인을
you
올렸어.
might as well be in the stock market unless you really believe
피보나치로.
that, rates are going to go significantly lower, and you're going to, we're headed for that big
세져라 커져라 세져라.
that worst case. Then
우액.
I think there's a lot of upside to be had from stocks because I think that money comes back.
Okay, so which market does it belong to, though? Who owns that money? Is it going into the bond markets? Is it going into
보조지표들도 그림이 괜찮아지고 있는데.
You're asking me where it's gonna go.
커져라 세져라.
No, I won't say gold and I won't say miners again because
you've got all this money sitting on the sidelines. That's dry powder. In theory, that money is waiting. It's hiding at the moment from volatility, but it's waiting in theory to get reinvested. So is it going to get reinvested on a big dip? How does that money? Does it dribble back into the market? Does it come in?
No, I think it dribbles back. I think, like I said, I think the skittish horse.
테슬라는 일단 200 넘어가면은 그 트렌드 저항선이 깨집니다. 그럼 약간 뚜껑이 열릴 수가 있어요. 그런 얘기만 내가 하는 게 아니라 나도 뭐 세워놔야지 그러면. 말만 해주지 말고.
Selling their own shares, and at the same time we're saying, well, this is just going to continue doing well. I don't think that the gains that we're going to get from things like ChatGPT
150일 평균선을 터치를 했어.
I think that's far much further down the road. But I still like the China reopening story. We had in the West, and in other markets, we saw several quarters of very significant gains on the back of people spending money. So I do like the themes that we had prior to the banking crisis, with the exception of European banks and so on, because I think European banks
작은 익절, 아니 작은 손절.
hoard cash. So I think that's
못 견디겠어.
I take out of my
느낌이 안 좋아.
crisis equation.
Okay, Jess, what do you
작은
think?
익절.
If we see the money come out of money market funds, where does it go?
아 손절, 작은 손절.
Question, and obviously it probably will still go into some corners of the market, especially equities, but something in addition to what's happened in recent weeks. Obviously we talk so much about technology and growth, but look what's happening with REITs and then also utilities in the last few weeks. You have, like yesterday,
And
for
regionals,
instance,
they keep getting better.
Yes, they keep getting better, right? Obviously if you're looking at a quarter basis, not so much, but that tells you that the search for income is definitely on. So not even just technology, but if you're seeing that money go into REITs, also there's a bit of some short covering as well happening there, but we also are seeing that in that dynamic as far as what's happening in the bond market. And then you're seeing people chasing that in REITs as well as utilities. So that's going to be another interesting dynamic to see how long does that continue as well going into next quarter.
All right, guys, really good conversation. A fun way to set us up. We're going to talk about this throughout the next couple hours. Jess Menton, Eddie Vandervalt, thank you both very much. Well, coming up more on the Insight, the question of the day, will dip buying deliver for you in the second quarter? Liz Young, SoFi Head of Investment Strategy, will be joining us next. This is Bloomberg.
Early in March that I might think we would need to do more work, and the banking stresses and what I think is at least a possible response of banks in terms of their own liquidity needs has influenced that. And so it's certainly one of the important things to factor. I continue to see, given the resilience in our economy, that there's a pathway that we can bring inflation down without a significant downturn.
이거는 플랫 그리는 것 같아요. 이렇게 괜히 손절을 했네. B만 날라갔네. 테슬라는 분기 딜리버리가 나왔나? 아니, 나오려고 놀래서 지금 이렇게 올라가나? 그런 걸 수도 있겠다. 그런 것 때문에 사람들이 지금 설레발치는 걸 수도 있겠다. 이게 플렉이라면은 상당히 좋은 그림으로 갈 가능성이 높은데.
Some scientists are going further to find out how sleep and what happens there can be harnessed to further expand our understanding.
It's easy to memorize things. That makes you smart if you can.
모든 게 뜻하는 대로 되진 않겠지만.
Be wise. If you really want wisdom, you gotta know when and how and why.
그래도 지금 계속 이 피보나치 이 부분을 지켜주는 거 보면은 그런 희망을 한번 볼 수도 있는데 여기 깨지네 바로. 난을 치면 바로 깨져버려.
First available on the Bloomberg Terminal, then on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg.com. Front row, the best seats in the house for business's greatest minds. The Fed coverage you're looking for. Today, an exclusive interview with Boston Fed President Susan Collins.
Restoring price stability does remain our imperative.
For all your Fed coverage, keep it tuned to Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Now we're entering a recession and financial instability, having to raise interest rates because the inflation is too high. So we get inconsistency and a trilemma. We cannot achieve price stability, maintain economic growth, have financial stability at the same time. So eventually we'll have an economic and financial crash.
That is a beautiful shot. Nouriel Roubini, chair of Roubini Macro Associates, earlier today on Bloomberg Television. So let's get to the question of the day. Will dip buying deliver in the second quarter? Joining us now, Liz Young, SoFi Head of Investment Strategy. Liz, it definitely paid off in the first quarter. What do you think for the second?
Yeah, it paid off in the first quarter, particularly in NASDAQ stocks and those top 100 NASDAQ stocks, so the QQQ. We had a 15% quarter in those indices, and I don't expect that we're going to continue to have 15% quarters as the year drags on. So I think what happened a lot of in the first quarter was that we saw yields come down with the expectation that some of the fear that got baked in March was going to be very disinflationary and that it would sort of take care of some of this for the Fed. As yields came down, investors piled back into the stuff that they wanted before yields went up. So here we are again with this sort of big rally in the growth names. I don't know if and when it ends. I don't think anybody really knows that, but I will say that I think that this is a bit extended given the fact that we still just had our last rate hike only about a week ago.
So, Liz, is it fair to say that you buy the dip but don't chase the rally?
I wouldn't even buy the dip here. First of all, there hasn't really been much of a dip since maybe early March, but I don't know that I would buy a dip here. I think that this is something where if you ended up now overexposed or overweight some of those growthy names, again, this is an opportunity to fade some of it, bring it back to what you would consider your strategic target, and make sure that the portfolio is exposed to things that can do well in a downturn as well.
So it feels like tech is trading though in part.
뭔가 주식시장이 막 올라야지 우리가 재미있는데, 그렇죠?
Is that true?
I think that's
재미가 있는데
So this is a really nuanced.
오늘 같은 날 좀 거품 물고 올라가 주면 얼마나 좋을까?
The fact that I am cautious for 2023 or at least for the next 3 to 6 months because I
너무 젠틀하게 가는 것 같아.
and the earnings data is going to get worse before it gets better. However, this will now be if we have fear come into the market. This will now be because of recession.
여성 회원이 많이 들어오기는 글렀고요.
So what we saw in 2022
남성 회원은 계속 늘어나고 있어요.
monetary tightening fears which obviously brought down growth stocks. If we have a pullback,
연령대는 공개 안 하겠어요.
it's very possible that things like cyclical sectors, financials, industrials, even parts of energy.
조미님이 해야 된다니까. 그러니까 내가 방송을 하는 게 아니라 조미님이 방송을 해야 된다니까. 노래만 하지 말고 뭔가 이렇게 다이나믹한, 버라이어티한 뭔가가 있어야 돼. 우리 쭈니님이 말이야, 왜 아침부터 한경 거기에 들어가서 보겠습니까? 그 내용 뭐 별것도 없는데 그냥 뉴스 읽어주는 건데. 솔직히 얘기해보세요. 이것 때문 아니야 이거. 이런 게 있어야 된단 말이야.
About the ingredients that occur around the margin. So things like confirming an earnings recession. You want to be able to feel like earnings have actually been revised down enough and that expectations are low enough to reflect the stress that corporations are going through. We just had our first quarter of negative earnings growth. I would expect another quarter of negative earnings growth when we start getting Q1 results. That confirms an earnings recession. So once those estimates come down and you see a year-over-year contraction in the expectations, that's something that would actually make me a little bit more bullish. I also think that some of the economic data needs to start softening. Yes, inflation is coming down, but it's not down far enough. Even PCE today still twice the target.
제가 김혜수를 개인적으로 알진 않는데 개인적으로 어렸을 때 본 적이 있어요. 제 친구의 사촌 누나야. 아니, 사촌 누나가 아니라 어떻게 족보가 이상해가지고 이모야. 친구의 이모야. 국민학교가 아니구나. 아니야, 중학교가 아니었어. 내가 연희를 언제 알았지? 기억이 나. 국민학교 때구나. 국민학교 5학년 때인가 4학년 때인가 봤어. 어렸을 때. 깜짝짝 할 때. 많아요. 저보다 한 살 많아요. 그때는 이제 연예인 데뷔할 때가 아니기 때문에 나중에 보니까 그분이시더라고요.
Assuming that maybe it would be contagious across the whole system. It turned out not to be yet. And then we had a big bounce off of that drawdown. Because earnings are going to come out and we're going to hear from all of these banks within the same 5 days or so, I think it's really important for investors to listen to the narrative, listen to what CEOs are saying. It's less about the actual results than it is about what they're going to say about the future. So all of this has been about tightening lending standards. I think we're going to hear a lot of messages about tightening lending standards and making sure that they're doing good risk management for the rest of the year. If you want to trade banks, wait for the volatility of earnings season to pass.
Liz, what about the Fed? When are we going to get clarity from the Fed on what happens next? Because at the moment, the Fed seems reasonably indecisive, and I can understand why. There's lots going on. The bank's certainly one factor in the mix.
네, 저 친구 저 71년생이에요.
It's been all over the shop. Do we need to see that calming down, that volatility in the bond market calming down, before we can make kind of big calls on?
야, 테슬라 너무 잘 간다.
Yes, and I don't mean to be so black and white about that, but yes. So the volatility that we saw, particularly in the 2-year Treasury in the first quarter.
내가 어제 얘기했잖아요. 어제 아침에 빅테크 컬옵션으로 쫙 한 30일 만기, 30일 만기, 그러니까 30일 후에 만기되는 걸로 쫙 도배를 한번 해놔야 되겠다 생각했는데 어제도 주식 시장이 올라가는 바람에 높아진 것 같아가지고 안 했고. 오늘도 또 이렇게 되니까 좀 더 아쉽네.
The market indecisive about what's going to happen. As we know, the Fed has signaled that they don't expect to cut rates before the end of the year. The market still expects.
블랙베리는 아직도 올라가고 있어? 안 팔렸어. 트레이딩 스탑이 안 팔렸어.
Come down or come up in order to meet what's actually happening. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to have an answer to that until probably May or June when we hear from them again and know what they're going to do with the next few announcements.
Away from equities for a second, Liz.
발창력 그때 TV가 없어서 못 본 것 같은데.
What is that right now?
So what's interesting about what's happened even during the fear of March, yes, we saw
내가 볼 수 있는 시대인가요? 기억도 나지 않는데. 아폴로 13이 언제였어요? 나는 발창력을 봤다는 얘기를 한 적이 없는데.
Some of those defensive sectors, classic defensive sectors like utilities in particular. Although the dividend yield is below short-term treasuries, I'm fully aware of that, but you're not necessarily owning this for the dividend at this moment. I think you would own utilities for the downside.
오늘 이거 많이 먹기가 어렵네.
Careful with things like consumer staples, because if we do go into an economic contraction, the consumer is a big part of that, and consumer spending hasn't been hit as hard as you would expect it to be in a recession yet. Also, consumer staples are pretty expensive. I think gold is a good place to be. I still think the short-term treasury curve is a good place to be, even with the contraction in yields that we've seen, still above where they've been for the better part of the last 10 years.
Liz, fantastic as ever. We always appreciate your insight. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Liz Young, SoFi Head of Investment Strategy. This is Bloomberg.
I took a stab at writing the album liner notes.
Nationwide makes it easier for financial professionals to help clients create income that lasts a lifetime. Peyton.
No. Keep reading.
Rock on.
There it is.
테슬라는 아이언 컨더보다 스프레들이 낫지 않을까 싶은데. 아, 여기 위 맞고 처지네. 아이언큐 시장이 미쳤구나. 아이언큐 같은 거 올라오는 거구나. 그런 거 날라가도 들어가지 마세요. 들어가면 빨리 치고 나와야 돼요. 그거야말로 거품 물고 가는 거면은 거품 금방 빠지면 금방 또 떨어져요.
We think it's challenging to build a global company in general, but the best ones we have seen so far are ones that take very consistent global.
아이언큐 26% 오르면 뭐예요? 아이언큐 같은 거에다가 1000불, 10,000불 넣을 수 있어요. 못 하잖아요. 아까워서. 그런 거는 패스. 어떻게 되면은 그거는 뭐 좀 약간 마케팅성인 것 같아. 그 뭐 그거 개발 그거 연구하는 사람이 한국 사람이라며요. 그러니까 한국 사람이니까 그 국뽕 들어간 거, 약간 국뽕 들어간 것도 있는 것 같아. 아이언큐 같은 거.
Shaw Communications has cleared all other legal battles. Rogers had to promise to create 3,000 new jobs in Western Canada and invest more than $4 billion to expand 5G coverage and services. Bloomberg's learned that Tesla is looking to build a battery plant in the U.S., and it would likely be a controversial arrangement with China's dominant electric vehicle battery maker. In recent days, Tesla discussed plans involving the company CATL with White House officials.
매출 없어요.
And satellite launch company Virgin Orbit is ending operations indefinitely. It's succumbing to growing cash crunch pressures that have paralyzed startups. Virgin Orbit is cutting 675 jobs. That's about 85% of its workforce. The company is tied to British billionaire Richard Branson. It had a high-profile launch failure in January. And that's the latest Business Flash. Guy.
Thank you very much indeed, Lisa. Alex, this is going to get really interesting. This cash crunch that we know is going to probably come from the banking sector fallout, how it affects companies. Now, I think Virgin Orbit probably is a slightly kind of idiosyncratic case, but nevertheless, I suspect we're going to see more and more of this coming through. There was an interesting chart, I think it was from Nomura earlier on, also showing what's happening with M2 money supply and how that's falling rapidly. That said, still a lot of money sloshing around the system.
Yeah, but you know, with the Virgin Orbit, obviously you can look at that as idiosyncratic.
제 생각에는 아이언큐가 뜨기 전에 마이크로소프트나 구글에서 만들어요. 챗 GPT처럼. 왜냐면 그거는 돈이 없으면은 할 수가 없거든. 제 생각은 그래요.
Get this low mileage lease on this 2023 Cadillac XT5 for around $469 per month.
Oh yes. Yes.
What about cryptocurrencies? Are you a believer in cryptocurrencies?
No, I'm not a believer in cryptocurrencies, and I would say that cryptocurrencies are a bubble. And I would describe cryptocurrencies as a limited supply of nothing. So to the extent there's more demand than the limited supply, the price would go up. But to the extent the demand falls, then the price would go down. There's no intrinsic value to any of the cryptocurrencies except that there's a limited amount.
Well, based on what you've just said, why would you not put a big short of some type on cryptocurrency?
좀 세게 가자, 세게. 찌글찌글 조금밖에 안 가냐. 애들 학교 가야 되는데.
For the subprime, the reason why we shorted the subprime in size because it was asymmetrical. You're shorting a bond at par that has a limited duration that trades at a 1% spread of treasury, so you can't lose more than the spread in the duration.
블랙베리는 이제 다 올라왔나 봐요. 안 올라가네 이제 더 이상.
There's unlimited downside. So even though I could be right over the long term, in the short term is the case of Bitcoin, you know, went from 5.
오늘 DWAC도 올라간다는 소문이 있습니다. 이거 익절을 했어야 되는 상황이었나? 이렇게 올라가다가 내려가다. 지금 횡보구간인데 이 손절치기도 손절 라인이 또 애매해지네. 횡보구간에서는 손절치기가 애매한데 너무 타이트해. 8%. 돌아버리겠네 진짜. 돌아버리겠네. 0.6%, 0.06%, ATR로 2배를 해놨는데도 변동성이 엄청 크네 오늘. 12%, 24%, 0.24%를 잡아놔야 되나? 그러기는 비표 손절 잡히면 너무 데미지가 큰데. 업스타트도 올라갈 정도면은 오늘 장은 지금 날라야 하는 장이에요. 거기야 뭐 나의 블랙베리가 지금 수익률로만 따지면은 15%니까.
Is that they're ceasing operations, which bleeds nicely into this next board. Is that we know that it's been a good quarter for tech, but something that's opened up, this gap that has opened up, is really what the broad tech industry is doing. It's rallying profitless tech.
조금밖에 안 올라가지.
You can see that it's struggled relative to its big tech peers. So
참 아쉽네 오늘 움직임이. 분명히 이게 옵션 만기 때문에 좀 갈 것 같긴 한데.
Let's end on commodities. You can see that we're down really across the board. If you look at agriculture, industrial metals, what is getting a bid though is the precious metals, up about 7% or so. Really speaks to this sort of look for safety right now.
뚫자. 오케이 간다. 흘렸어. 터져라 세져라 뿜어라. 위로 뿜어보자.
To the bond markets. Let's stick with commodities though for now. Despite this week's gains, oil still deep in the red in the first quarter. I give you some numbers. TI is down by 6.5. Brent is down by 7.5. Goldman Sachs has slashed its year-end Brent forecast.
여기서 익절하고 가면은 또 차에서 계속 볼 거고. 여기서 아무것도 안 하고 가면은 트레일링 스탑으로 흘릴 것 같고. 8등이네요.
Do I buy a dip in Brent at this point, or is there further to go on the downside?
We would argue you're buying this dip at this point. By the way, our downgrade was
이렇게 새우즘처럼 벌어가지고 얹어보나.
scarring impact of recent events on capital flows. When we look at the long to short ratio, the market was as short, at least at the end of last week, as it was during COVID. Does anybody listening to this think fundamentals are as weak today as they were in March of 2020? Absolutely not. That's part of the reason why we rallied literally like $10 over the last week or so, because of some of those.
근데 지수가
I'm not going to say that the turmoil around.
아니 지금 트레일링 스탑이랑 위에 프로핏이랑 라인랑 다 잡았는데 트레일링 스탑을 0.15%에 걸어놨거든요. 근데 얘가 아슬아슬해. 0.15%면은 지금 ATR이 5분봉으로 봤을 때 0.25%고 1분봉으로 봤을 때 0.85%예요. 0.68%예요. 근데 이게 내가 걸어놓은 위 고점은 0.3%에 걸어놨는데 거기까지 안 가면은 분명히 밑으로 가면서 그냥 손절이 돼버릴 거기 때문에 돌아버리겠네.
I think you need to see solid draws on a global basis. We don't begin to think.
야 이건 오늘은 짜장면에 탕수육 2개 도어대시까지 해도 되겠다. 블랙베리 떴구나.
But I think you need to have no more buying this market on faith of the draws in June. They actually want to see the physical draws. We are seeing the physical draws in metals, and look at copper. Copper is over $9,000 a ton right now.
So, and to that point, it feels like to get the physical draws, we need two things to happen. You need Russia to come out of the market and China to come back into the market. / refiners globally have to come back to work. How do you see those two factors then playing out, Jeff?
이제 수익존이네 오늘.
When we look at
이제 수익전이야. 아침에 털려가지고.
rolled off. We're down 300 to 400,000 barrels a day. When we look at the Chinese nowcast for oil demand in China, it's over 16 million barrels.
오늘은 일을 열심히 해야겠다.
Late November, early December of 14.75. The macro data in China reconfirm and reinforce
좀 밤에 좀 해놓으면은 편한데.
in China. So all the moving parts are
밤에
going
어제
in the
너무
right
못했어.
direction. It just takes time. Now the bigger issue goes back to the financial one. This was a real scarring event for investors. The question is who's going to come back and when are they going to come back? And ultimately the physical market through backwardation is likely going to have to drag this market higher before they become convinced to come back in.
Jeff, Alex is the commodity person. I'm the airline
오케이, 드디어 간다.
bunch of airline upgrades today out of Barclays.
Yes, 간다.
We're going to see really solid demand. China's coming back. You've got a reasonably solid story.
여기선 익절돼도 울지 않겠어.
What does product demand look like? Where are you looking in the product market in terms of where demand is strong right now? Where are you?
Actually, it
있죠.
would be the other direction. Let's remember that China is the largest commodity consumer in the world, the largest importer in the world, and the second largest economy in the world, shut down at the end of last year. That put a lot of pressure on markets. By the way, when we sold off in December of last year, remember that big sell-off? Front of the curve went down. That was physically driven.
너무 적어.
The physical side is improving. Demand is
오늘 왜 이렇게 수익이 적지?
improving. And I think the key point here is during that
조금씩 올라가나? 숫자상으로?
when we look at refining margins and the in-use product margin, it hung in there, and that the refining margins show you this is not damage to in-use demand.
Jeff, let's go to the supply issue when it comes to, say, the Western producers for a second, because the cost of capital is going up straight up from the Fed. Then we also have some banks.
잘하셨어요, 해피라이프님. 축하해요.
There's going to be some regional banks with heavy exposure to energy companies here in the U.S. And I'm wondering how
혹시 이 뭐야 블랙베리는 뭐야?
put on some of these guys and
카우트 됐나? 안 움직여
that we
지금.
may see because of it.
Well, when we look at consumer behavior,
이제는
banks
결정을 내려야 되는데
specialized knowledge to underwrite
오로 트레이드를 걸어놔야 될 것 같다.
go to the big banks. They can go
스크립으로.
somewhere else. The local
내가 만든 스크립이지만
into like the shale patch requires
먹힐지 안 먹힐지는 모르겠어요.
only the local banks have. And so when we think about
지금 장에서
right now, we're developing our thought process there, but we took down production by about 100,000 barrels per day. But we still don't understand the full impact. Why didn't we take it down more? Is because when we look at the cash flow of these companies, they don't need that credit right now. But the longer we stay at these levels, the bigger the demand for the credit becomes and the bigger the issue becomes. But I think your bigger issue here, cost of capital is going up. Prices are below that cost of capital. Why? Because rig counts continue to erode in the oil patch on a regular week-by-week basis, which is telling you we're not at price levels that's incentivizing more drilling. So your point, cost of capital has definitely gone up substantially.
Jeff, we're seeing some fundamental changes in the dated Brent contracts. We're seeing US products being rolled into that contract, and I'm wondering long term whether that ultimately means a lower Brent price and presumably, therefore, by extension, a closer correlation between Brent and TI. How does this, what impact is this going to have?
Well, when we think about a consumer price, then this is more broad. Show me a contract anywhere in the world of any commodity that's driven by a producer area. That's why WTI failed as being a benchmark once the U.S. became net long. Commodity contracts are driven by consumers, not by producers. And you need to have a consuming area that has substantial amounts of storage. Another point about this, about will this drag anything down, is that when we look at markets that are more highly liquid, they always trade at a premium versus markets that are
모르겠다.
take,
주사위는 던지셨다.
versus co-ops. co-ops in New York. Which one trades higher? The condos trade higher than the co-ops because there's more liquidity for them. And I think you can apply that to anything. And so when we think about a benchmark, it needs to be consumer oriented.
You're definitely speaking Alex's language
totally.
now. Jeff, final
그런 지점까지 왔나요? 테슬라가 지금?
precious metals. Gold this quarter up by 8.5%. Silver though is actually outperforming a little bit, certainly over the last few weeks.
200이 슉 넘어가면은 그럴 것 같아요. 200이 슉 넘어가면.
And which one do I want to look at?
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen a big rally in gold. We just took our forecast up to 2050 or 2050 per troy ounce. But I think the key point here is unless we see outright cuts from the
오케이, 이제 저는 지수 지금 들어가고 트레일링 스탑 걸어놓고 익절이를 피벗 위에 보면은 피벗이 있는데 여기 조금 밑에까지 해놨어요. 13,200 정도 되나? 13,200 얼마? 218 정도 되나? 그 정도 되게 해놓고 떠나봅니다. 오늘 기준으로 지금부터 0.3%. 잠깐 갔다 올게요.
The play on the IRA. You simply cannot electrify the world without copper.
Jeff, really good to catch up. We'll catch up sooner. It's been way too long. Jeff Currie, Goldman Sachs Global Head of Commodities Research. Thank you very much. All right, coming up, former President Trump is now expected to be arraigned next week in a case that could reshape the U.S. political landscape. We're going to talk to Matt Bennett, co-founder of Third Way. That's what's next. This is Bloomberg.
We can replicate Tesla. Tesla is a unique because when they found it and then the personality behind it, the product is beautiful, technologically very, very strong. So in many areas, Tesla is Tesla, but XPeng is XPeng. We want to focus on what we think is important for our customers. Our customer like beautifully designed vehicles, either it's large SUV or sports sedan. We believe we have a very, very appealing family look that our customers is really attracted to. They like to have user-friendly features inside the cabin that has a technology feel. It's very smart. It enables them to really utilize the vehicle that's different.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question. Great question. Best question I get all night.
Bloomberg. Top experts. Great questions.
DOJ or other authorities.
Could face bigger challenges. Listens next.
Fed was going to keep rate World Cup. This is a three.
As the economic picture does. The OK is getting ready to make.
News breaks. No one covers the world like Bloomberg.
We've never seen anything like it. This was a decision that maybe was the best out of three very bad decisions, but it could prove to be a mistake. She opposed Powell's
renomination. She called him a dangerous man in 2021, and now she is really pointing the blame at the Fed.
We're expecting that she'd be here in Brussels today. This is a meeting that happens regularly, but obviously today it will be all about the banks.
Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Keeping you up to date with news from around the world, here's the first word. I'm Lisa Mateo. The Justice Department has sued Norfolk Southern over the train crash and chemical spill that forced the evacuation of a small town in Ohio. And the suit seeks to ensure that the railroad pays the full cost of the environmental cleanup. It says chemicals polluted local waterways and then flowed downstream after the crash in February. No response yet from Norfolk Southern. Bitcoin has made a surprisingly fast exit from its crypto winter. With a roughly 70% gain, the notoriously volatile digital currency is closing out its best quarter in 2 years. And it's the best performing asset class by a wide margin. Market watchers are at odds for the reasons behind the big rally. And history has been made as Donald Trump becomes the first former U.S. president to face criminal charges. The Manhattan grand jury has decided there was enough evidence to move ahead with the case against him for his role in paying hush money to a porn star during the 2016 election. Trump's lawyer said he could be arraigned as early as Tuesday. Trump describes the case as the latest effort by Democrats to destroy the Make America Great Again movement. Global news powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg. Alex.
All right, Lisa, thanks very much. All right, for more on President Trump's legal issues, want to get to Bloomberg's Simone Foxman, who is outside the Manhattan DA's office with the latest. You're on the ground. You're getting the color, Simone. First of all, welcome to New York. You moved from Dubai, so welcome to the New York Bureau. What are you noticing on the ground?
Much colder here, I'll say, than the Gulf. But what we're seeing here is a horde of journalists. We're not seeing a ton else going on. There's not been many protesters that I have seen, at least. There is a bit more of a police presence, especially after the police department told all uniformed officers to be prepared to be on duty today, just trying to be ready to deal with whatever they may face. But we do expect this location in Lower Manhattan to really become a potential media circus over the coming days. Trump's lawyers saying that the former president does intend to turn himself in, and that he's likely to do so here as soon as Tuesday. We don't know whether he will actually move forward with a perp walk. We do understand he will go inside the building, get his mugshot taken, get his fingerprints taken, and then ultimately be arraigned in front of a judge. Again, that could happen as soon as Tuesday.
Simone, I will add my welcome as well. Thank you very much indeed. Bloomberg's Simone Foxman outside the DA's office. Let's get more insight into the impact that this is going to have, particularly on former President Trump's 2024 presidential bid. Joining us now, Matt Bennett, a former deputy assistant to Bill Clinton and co-founder of the political think tank Third Way. Matt, from a purely political perspective, is this a positive or a negative for Donald Trump?
The answer is yes to both questions. It is probably a positive, believe it or not, in Republican politics because this plays perfectly into Trump's core claim about who he is, which is that he is a victim. For the last year and a half, Trump has said nothing, the last 2 years, other than I am the victim of the deep state, I'm the victim of Democrats, I'm the victim of a system that is trying to keep me out of power. And, you know, there's nothing that says I'm a victim like being indicted. However, what we found in 2022 in the midterm elections is that Americans are done with all that voters in the general election picked mainstream over extreme, and they picked normalcy over chaos, and nothing says chaos like being indicted for paying hush money to a porn star.
Matt, I also wonder how this affects the Republican field as we head to the nomination fight. It feels like Republican candidates are going to have a really thin line on their hands, right? It's how do they appeal to Trump's base by supporting Trump while also not supporting Trump? How does this complicate it?
It's extremely complicated, and what you're seeing from people like Ron DeSantis and Mike Pence and Nikki Haley is a lot of confusion about what to do here because they have to make the obligatory statements about how know the DA here is overplaying his hand and how this is, some sort of unjust prosecution of Trump, while at the same time prosecuting their own case against Trump. So it's pretty complicated. I will say, though, that Republicans seem very united behind this fundamentally un-American idea that Trump is above the law somehow. And it's very disturbing to hear people like the Speaker of the House saying things that really undermine faith in the justice system.
Absolutely. And obviously, we've seen the impact of that in the past. Matt, money matters. Money matters in a really big way. How does this affect Donald Trump's ability to raise money?
I would guess that he will get a bump in his fundraising, especially his online fundraising, because, again, this plays into the victim card that he plays from the bottom of every deck. And I think his supporters, his core supporters, the ones who are likely to give him money, are going to respond to that. It is going to make it even more difficult for him to raise money from big dollar donors, many of whom were very strong supporters of his during his presidency, but have started to abandon him in the years since. So I think what you'll see in his donations is that the average amount of his donations goes down, but perhaps the overall amount that he raises goes up as more small dollar donors give and fewer big dollar donors give.
Matt, we do markets here, we do economics, we do all of that. And politics affects all of those regions. How does this affect how to invest money? How does this affect looking at policy going forward? Does it?
I mean, I was amused to hear earlier in your broadcast that Trump-aligned companies are going up. Their stock prices are going up today. Look, I don't think this is going to have a huge impact on markets. The markets have certainly priced in that Trump is a chaos agent. If he wins the nomination, which seems likely at this point, he's leading by enormous margins that are going up, not down, then I think the markets are going to have to contend with the fact that this guy could become president again.
Yep.
And that would be very bad for business and for the markets.
Matt, do you think this case is going to be resolved before the general election? What is the risk that he wins? And if he does win, doesn't that undermine his victim narrative and the whole kind of beating on the rule of law thing?
Sure, it would undermine it for logical people who think in linear ways, but of course he is neither of those things. I think the likelihood is that his lawyers will try to delay. That is what Trump lawyers always do. So he probably won't spend a lot of time in court over the course of the next year. He might, however, be at trial during the general election. And to your point, he might either have been convicted or still be at trial upon being elected president, as god-awful as that sounds to someone like me. So we are in completely uncharted territory already. And if that happens, then we're facing a truly extraordinary and potentially very dangerous situation. And keep in mind, this is only one of 4 potential criminal actions that could be brought against him in various jurisdictions. So he could be at trial in many places during the general election.
Yeah, and we haven't even talked about the Hunter Biden risk, too. Hey, Matt, there's a lot to unpack here. We appreciate you jumping on with us. Matt Bennett, co-founder of Third Way. We appreciate it. This is Bloomberg.
At Standard Chartered Bank, you can achieve infrastructure results that bridge what is with what can be. We help you see the world differently, because opening doors is what we do, and good can't wait. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
Did art conservation help you in any way to be a better investor? And should a lot of good investors learn how to be an art conservator as well, or not?
I think in conservation and art history and liberal arts, I think differently than a lot of people that have just done finance. And also, I think I mentioned one of the things is to do conservation, you have to really do a lot of work, pre-work, before you actually do a treatment. And so a lot of that pre-work is very similar to what I do in due diligence for investments. Lots of testing, lots of thinking about what could go wrong, lots of research. When I was an art historian, that was in the old days before the internet, but you'd sit in the stacks and you'd pull one thing in a bibliography on this and you'd sort of like a mosaic theory, put all these things together. I feel like I do that in my due diligence.
BSO Now is your online home for weekly Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts that go behind the scenes, plus acclaimed archival concerts. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsor, Bank of America.
So we are mere moments away from the end of the first quarter for European equities. It's been a positive week. It's been a positive quarter. I don't think it's been a positive month, though, which is interesting in terms of what we are seeing here. So the Stoxx 600 up by 0.7%. We're now trading at 458, spot 29, coming into the end of the day here in Europe, circa 30 minutes to go. One area that we are certainly seeing some excitement today is amongst the airline stocks. We've got a couple of banks out with some big upgrades today. You've certainly got Barclays painting a very positive picture of a number of airlines, IAG, Lufthansa, and Air France. Air France, one of the biggest beneficiaries off the back of that. Basically, the line is that we are going into a very strong summer, and it is likely that we are going to see airlines continuing to benefit from that, and that continuing benefit is not currently priced. Seems to be the narrative that is coming out. So Air France is up today, IAG's up today, Lufthansa is tracking up as well today. So the airline sector certainly having a good day. Euro dollar less so. So we're down by around 0.4%. Basically, we had two big pieces of inflation out today, one from the United States and one from Europe. And in some ways, both were a little bit of a miss, but it does seem as if the dollar has come out on top in terms of this trade. So we're 108.61. People are talking about sort of a move through 110 into 115. Anyway, we've got much to talk about. Max Kettner is going to join us from HSBC in the next hour. Looking forward to that. This is Bloomberg.
Just because you used Workday to transform your business doesn't make you a rock star.
Is crucially important, and I think we've moved from this attitude from it's an indulgence, a waste of time, almost an illness that needs a cure.
For something as universally important to human life as sleep, mysteries surrounding its necessity and utility have only just been recently uncovered.
Some of our biggest discoveries were in the 1970s or 1980s, and so it makes it a really exciting field because it seems as though we're uncovering new insights each and every day.
Some scientists are going further to find out how sleep and what happens there can be harnessed to further expand our understanding.
It's easy to memorize things. That makes you smart if you can spit back a lot of facts. But if you want to be wise, if you really want wisdom, you got to know when and how and why to use that information. And that's what your brain figures out while you're sleeping.
Bloomberg news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Friday, the 31st of March, the final day of the week, final day of the month, final day of the quarter. European equities a bid. They've had a pretty good quarter. Does that persist into the next quarter, or do the economic headwinds start to gather pace and start to drag down those equities? We're going to talk much about this over the next hour. The countdown to the close starts right now.
The countdown is on in Europe. This is Bloomberg Markets European Close with Guy Johnson and Alex Steele.
So, Stock 600 up by 0.8% today, coming into the end of the quarter on a positive note. Had a pretty positive week. Not had a great month, but definitely a positive quarter. It's been a great quarter for equities. You've seen tech doing very well on both sides of the Atlantic. Luxury's not had a bad time either. Let's talk about some of some of the stocks that have moved this quarter. Rolls-Royce is the best performing stock this quarter on the Stock 600. Ironically, today it's down by 0.6%, which is also what Direct Line is, down by around 0.5%. It's one of the worst performing stocks this quarter. I bring Direct Line up because I should really be showing you Credit Suisse, which is definitely the most beaten up stock, but we all know what happened there. Anyway, Alex, basically you've seen a huge spread in terms of stock market performance. One theme that has definitely run through European markets has been banks have really turned tail, tech has done well, but travel and travel related stocks, Rolls-Royce, have done fantastically.
Yep, and does that actually continue? Here it's been a story of tech outperformance for the quarter. You got the S&P up 0.6% today. Okay, fine, and it's above the 50-day moving average. It's going to be hard to get a signal, though, I think, once we settle out as we head into the second quarter. The Nasdaq 100, though, up 0.7, had a really good March. You had the stock names like NVIDIA, Meta, Tesla, Advanced Micro Devices. I am cherry picking, but those are some of the really solid outperformers for the quarter. That's a tech story. Is tech defensive? Is tech growthy defensive? Can you have all that? Is that a place where you want to hide out? Bloomberg Dollar Index just up by 0.1%. This is very much a story of Goldilocks inflation, right? You get overall prices a little bit softer. You have spending a little bit softer. We haven't talked about my spending habits. I told you I wasn't spending. And the 2-year yield also seeing a little bit of a damp down in terms of the selling that we saw in higher yields. Nothing to write home about, but it does feel like it doesn't change the outlook for the Fed when it comes to inflation potentially. And you're seeing that reflected in the market moves today, Guy.
Can I just point out that I think we get Italian retail sales for the relevant period out next week.
It's true, next Saturday.
Watching that data very, very carefully to see what is happening there and the impact that Alex Steele's shopping habits have had. Let's talk about what's been happening with inflation over here. Because a bit like what we're seeing over in the United States, we've got two big prints on either side of the Atlantic today. We are seeing the headline number come down, and that is significant, but it's mechanical. This is the unwind of the energy story that we all anticipated, and we are seeing headline numbers come down very sharply. The problem with it is that underlying that story is a core problem that the ECB, I think, is going to struggle to deal with. So Eurozone headline inflation, February to March, 8.5 to 6.9. Look at Spain, 6 to 3.1. You're seeing the impact of the energy story. But take a look at what is happening, for instance, with core inflation in the Eurozone. It goes to 7.5, 7.4 to 7.5. It's moving in a different direction, Alex. And that's the challenge, and that is clearly the message that we are getting from the ECB, that is where the focus is going to be. We could easily end up in a situation a sort of elongated period of time where headline inflation actually is significantly significantly lower than core inflation. How does the ECB deal with that? It's got a communication problem that it's certainly going to have to navigate.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a good setup for the ECB when it comes to having a hike in economic growth as well. So let's get to it. Joining us now to discuss is Bloomberg's ECB reporter Jana Randau, joining us in Zurich, as well as Bloomberg's macro strategist Simon White in London. Jana, let's start with you. We heard ECB speakers today, Villeroy, for example, giving an interview talking about the fact that they've almost completed their rate hiking journey, but the idea is that they're going to stay there and it's going to be sticky in terms of their rate and their terminal rate. What do you make of that paired with the core inflation numbers that we've seen today?
I mean, what we're seeing is clearly an inflation rate on the core side, which is much too high for comfort for the European Central Bank, and policymakers haven't been silent in pointing that out. And Villeroy was just the latest today, the comments out after the inflation print, but also over the course of the week, we've heard from a lot of people saying that the ECB is not done, they need to act. And in fact, the market environment gives them a little bit more comfort now. Things have calmed down a bit. We have seen some tightening of financing conditions, which is maybe partially the reason why those expectations of 4 and 4.5% of a terminal rate we had before the turmoil now doesn't seem to to be much of a reality anymore, or a prospect, I should say. But they are clear that they're not done yet. They need to go further, and that's probably what's behind those comments.
Okay, Simon, let's talk about that. The market's got, when I checked, it was 3.6, I think, terminal rate price, 3.5, let's call it that. Is that number low? It certainly was significantly higher quite recently. Is the market going to have to price higher? And if so, what are the implications of that for other markets?
So, it's really interesting. So this is all from the back of the Fed. Obviously, the Fed kind of repriced, and then the ECB kind of followed suit now. 3.5, I think, probably is a little bit too low. But if you look at the shape of the curve, so right now the US curve, the very short-term interest rate curve, is kind of very negatively sloping. Yep. So the curve is kind of like forcing the Fed in a way, because even if the Fed were to hike again, it doesn't really make a huge amount of difference. It's not really transmitted because the curve is already very negatively sloped. The ECB's curve is beginning to look like that shape. So there's two things here. Either the ECB has to sort of get a move on, right, and start hiking quickly, or they just throw the towel in and say, do you know what, we're not going to be able to hike as much as we want. Obviously, there's risks associated with that. Where they are, like real rates are still negative in Europe. They're about to go positive in US if you look at inflation fixing swaps versus the spot Fed rate. ECB, you're not going to get to that level till like August or September. And that's if they hiked another 100 basis points and took us to like 4. Mm-hmm. So they're kind of in a bit of a bind. They kind of need to do more, but if they don't get a move on, they might lose the track.
So they have to do more, but if they don't speed it up, they're going to lose it. So is there a policy differential that markets are starting to play between the Fed and the ECB, or is it just a delayed policy response situation from the ECB?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they started later, so they're like further behind the curve. It looks like they might have slightly stickier inflation in the US, complicating their problems. But a lot of the optimism that we've recently seen in Europe, and that kind of really, if you like, refueled the hawkishness, a lot of it was based on interpretations of what was going to happen to Europe was so bad, and they got better. But that doesn't mean the situation's good. You have a lot of soft data that improved, but the hard data is still not great. The monetary data is terrible in Europe, right? Yeah. If you look at real M1 growth, which is normally a very reliable indicator in 6 months down the line of what growth's going to be like, it's terrible. And the banking situation in Europe is going to make that worse as well. It's a different dynamics to the US. So I think things could rapidly get worse, or not rapidly, but in the next 3 to 6 months in Europe, and that would suddenly change the dynamic. On top of that, the Fed is already easing off, and that really, as we know, has a big influence on what other central banks do.
Well, okay, Jana, let's talk about that. It's interesting that the US is 120 over Germany. That's tightening up bonds and treasuries. Jana, psychologically, will it be okay for the ECB to be hiking when the Fed is cutting? If we end up in that scenario, would it be prepared, do you think, to go through with hikes when we're seeing a very different narrative on the other side of the Atlantic?
I think the ECB ultimately will have to do what's right for the Eurozone, and they've time and again said that. And I think a big part of the motivation is that they have disappointed on delivering on their target in the past, and they really don't want to be seen as the people who look elsewhere when the problem is right in front of them. So as long as the inflation problem in the Eurozone is real and there is not a prospect that it will come down, I mean, of course, a slowdown in the US economy, a slowdown of inflation in the US will ultimately also reach, filter through to the Eurozone and to Europe more broadly. So if that's a reliable, a realistic scenario, and the ECB trusts in that, then of course it has some options and can sell that, can explain why it is slowing down in its policy tightening and its path. But as long as that's not a prospect, as long as inflation is high and core inflation in fact keeps climbing, then I just don't think they have much of a choice.
Guys, thanks for the hustle on a Friday afternoon. We really appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Jana Randau in Zurich and Simon White here in London. Coming up, Max Kettner, multi-asset strategist at HSBC, joining us to answer our question of the day. Does US tech beat European luxury in Q2? Those have been the two really big trades in Q1. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
At Standard Chartered Bank, you can achieve infrastructure results that bridge what is with what can be. We help you see the world differently, because opening doors is what we do, and good can't wait. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
Of the large Chinese technology companies, let's say Alibaba, Baidu, Tencent, they have gigantic market values and they're very prominent in China, not as prominent outside of China as obviously in China, and certainly not that prominent in the United States. TikTok, by contrast, is not in China, but it's gigantic outside of China, the United States and everywhere. What did TikTok do that enabled a Chinese-based company, parent company at least, to do so well outside of China?
We think it's challenging to build a global company in general, but the best ones we have seen so far are ones that take very consistent global learnings and adapt them to the local countries that they are operating in. So you need to be global and local at the same time.
You've got to explain this one to me. What does it mean when the White House says we're watching markets carefully?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've been in and seen it.
Lots of Bloombergs. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
The Fed coverage you're looking for. Monday, an exclusive interview with St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard.
The benefits of getting inflation under control quickly are vast.
For all your Fed coverage, keep it tuned to Bloomberg.
Our main view was to go with more value rather than growth, but now what we have seen is growth is overtaking value because of the concerns. But when you look into the sell-off that we've experienced over the last couple of weeks, the impact is not as much in the broader index than, for example, what we experienced in the tech sell-off back in last year, because of the percentage of, for example, financial sector within the broader index is significantly lesser.
Sinebosok Unlu, Deutsche Bank's EMEA CIO, joining us earlier on Bloomberg Television. Let's talk about our question of the day, which feeds off this one. What does better in the next quarter? US tech, which has absolutely smashed it this quarter, or European luxury, which I think on a PE basis is now twice as expensive as the rest of the European market? Where do I look for the trade in the next quarter? Am I buying the dip? Am I waiting for these assets to roll over? Max Kettner, multi-asset strategist at HSBC, joins us now. Max, buying the dip has really worked in the last quarter. You've seen tech come roaring back in the United States. Luxury has continued to absolutely smash it here in Europe. What do you like in the next quarter? Is it the same thing or is it something different? Do those two trends continue, and which one would you favor?
I'd probably favor the luxury over the tech, because for tech to really continue to outperform, US tech in particular, let's remember that has been a very concentrated trade as well in the last couple of weeks. It's really been driven by a handful of names. So it does remind us perhaps of the times that we were experiencing in 2020 and 2021. So for that trade to continue, we probably need an even steeper decline in yields, right? We need some sort of hard landings, a really, really a strong preference of growth over value. Then I would say that doesn't really make much sense, right? I think our leading indicators, both bottom up and top down, are actually pointing to the upside. They are telling us things are becoming a little bit better, right? So more on the luxury side, more really where you can benefit from China reopening, benefit from still pretty vast excess savings from consumers.
So Max, that puts in direct opposition to Citi that had a note out. So I want to get your take on it, saying that U.S. stocks perform more defensively than other markets. We think investors' attention will increasingly shift from risks of higher rates to risks of recession. This should catalyze a change in market leadership, with defensives and high-quality sectors and regions continuing to outperform. What do you see that's different from that then?
Yeah, I think where probably we differ is particularly in terms of the timing. Actually, when we look at, our top-down leading indicators, they're all turning up right now. Our bottom-up earnings indicators, they are looking a little bit better now. When we look at near-term earnings expectations, so for the Q1 reporting season, they're utterly depressed. They got downgraded aggressively over the last 3-4 months, particularly for the cyclical sectors. Materials in the S&P is down something like 25% in terms of the Q1 earnings expectations. Consumer discretionary is down more than 20%. So I would say from here on, I would really disagree with that view around growth, around defensiveness. I do think that Q2 is actually going to be more the Goldilocks scenario, where you have headline inflation, particularly in the US, really quite aggressively down, albeit temporarily, but at the same time growth looking up, and that actually does benefit a bit more the cyclicals, not the defensives and the growth.
Okay, so basically I'm buying what got beaten up in Q1 in Q2. Is that the trade?
Yeah, I think so. I think what you want to have probably now is, a bit more cyclical exposure, a bit more value exposure. So we still favor the Eurozone, emerging markets, right? We do like emerging market debt, for example. So we really like more the cyclical part of the market now, after particularly the last 3-4 weeks, where investors were playing and were positioning for that recession, perhaps for some sort of systemic accident to come through. And we're really not convinced that is going to happen. We do really believe that ultimately those fundamentals that we're seeing right now, look at the flash PMIs, right, out of the Eurozone, the US, look at consumer confidence, all those sorts of things. Yep.
But to that point, that doesn't encompass the banking crises that we've seen. And I can appreciate that maybe Europe's is a bit different, but that doesn't encompass the potential tightening credit conditions and how people feel about that. How do you think that's going to play?
Yeah, but when we look at the flash PMIs, for example, those survey periods, they were falling into that period of, those survey periods into when we had the banking turmoil. We had the IFO index, for example, out of Germany, that was still pretty resilient, right? Early indications, from, let's say, initial jobless claims, for example, are also actually pretty resilient. Now, in terms of the lending standards, we've looked at this last month in our monthly publications. You actually do see that those lending standards did break, the correlation between lending standards and actual charge-off rates did break up a little bit in the last 12-15 years after the financial crisis. So it might not come as badly as feared. And in particular, the lead-lag relationship between those lending standards, those credit standards, and actual actual loan growth, it's very, very long. It takes around 6 to 7 quarters until that feeds through into growth. So coming back to what I said earlier, it's really about the timing. It is too early now to position for those fears. It might just be something for the end of 2023 or perhaps only for 2024, not for the next 3 to 6 months.
Max, are we no longer worried about the war in Ukraine? Is that no longer a factor for investors at the moment? Are we not focusing on what is happening in France right now and the potential for quite a difficult summer for the French economy? How do you fold those kind of more geopolitical risks into the narrative that you're giving us?
Yeah, I think in terms of the geopolitical risk, of course, you know, the war in Russia, or the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, that is still a challenge, particularly with regard to energy prices. But when we look at energy prices, the biggest challenge that we've got right now is actually not the geopolitical side of things. The biggest challenge is that when we look at the paper market, right, we look at open interest of crude oil or nat gas or heating oil, when we look at the open interest of those futures markets, it's utterly low. So what that means is that, you know, very small shifts in the narrative, in the news flow, can actually make big swings in the prices. That doesn't necessarily have to do anything with the geopolitics. It has to do more with the market microstructure, where I do actually see more risk on the commodity side right now, rather than on the geopolitical side. Now, I agree with you, the summer could be very difficult. I do think that after Q2, sort of July, August, when we had the disinflationary effects coming through in the US, and when growth expectations, both top down and bottom up, are going to be much, much more challenging in the second half. I do believe that sort of July and August is probably the time where you want to start de-risking again.
All right, so Goldilocks now, summer, get defensive, it's going to freak out a little bit, and the back half won't be great. Okay, that sums it up really nicely, Max. I appreciate it. It's great to get your perspective at the end of the quarter. Max Kettner, a multi-asset strategist over at HSBC. This is Bloomberg.
At Standard Chartered Bank, you can achieve infrastructure results that bridge what is with what can be. We help you see the world differently, because opening doors is what we do, and good can't wait. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Good morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, China Open.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
And welcome to Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg.
I think that it's hard to put your head around any narrative. Let's just be honest. We've had sort of a shift in, are we in some sort of stagflation fears moment? People were talking about that all day yesterday.
For the Bloomberg Business Flash, a look at some of the biggest business stories in the news right now. I'm Lisa Mateo. In the UK, home prices fell at the sharpest annual pace since 2009. According to the Nationwide Building Society, the average cost of a home fell 3.1% in March from a year ago to $318,000. Rising interest rates increased the costs of borrowing. In Canada, the government has approved one of the biggest corporate takeovers in the country's history. Rogers Communications' $14.8 billion takeover of rival Shaw Communications has cleared all other legal battles. Rogers had to promise to create 3,000 new jobs in Western Canada and invest more than $4 billion to expand 5G coverage and services. And satellite launch company Virgin Orbit is ending operations indefinitely. It's succumbing to growing cash crunch pressures that have paralyzed startups. Virgin Orbit is cutting 675 jobs. That's about 85% of its workforce. The company is tied to British billionaire Richard Branson. It had a high-profile launch failure in January. And that's the latest Business Flash. Guy.
Lisa, thank you very much indeed. So we're coming into the end of the quarter. Minutes to go until the end of the quarter for Europe. Let's talk about the 52-week highs we're seeing today, because actually I think they're quite instructive as to how the quarter has gone. Rheinmetall, the big German armaments company, up by 1% today, another 52-week high hit. Retail has had a really cracking quarter. Marks & Spencer, emblematic of that. It's up another 0.5% today, another 52-week high. And then, of course, we come to the luxury narrative. Luxury on a PE basis is trading, I think, at twice the multiple that the rest of the market is trading at. MSCI Europe. So L'Oreal up 1.5% today. MC, LVMH up 2.13%. The luxury sector, 52-week high, 52-week high, 52-week high. It has been an incredible performance this quarter. Let's talk about some of the stocks that we've been focusing on today, because this is interesting. Two really big upgrades to the airline sector. Barclays upgrading a whole bunch of airlines. I've picked out IAG. That stock up by 1.92%. See strong travel this summer. That narrative is running through some of the notes we've seen out today. It's got an overweight. It's got a 170. We're trading at 151 right now. You've got also Deutsche out with a note again across a whole range of airlines today. I picked on Air France. Sees operating profit for the sector up over 20%. The market doesn't have that in the price right now. Air France upgraded to a buy, 2.3. We're at 1.7. It's a very positive narrative. But Alex, I'm going to throw a couple of things into this. First of all, France is now telling airlines that they need to cut 20% of capacity Tuesday at Orly because of strikes. If this strike story carries on throughout the summer,
아이 좋아. 아이 좋아. 이렇게 됐어.
the capacity is not going to be there. That's going to be one serious concern. And another factor that's just kind of helping them at the moment is what is happening with oil prices come down significantly. Is consumer demand going to be there? Are low oil prices going to continue? Are we going to see bottlenecks as a result of strikes? I think three big questions that the airlines need to answer this summer.
So I'm obviously
에이 좋아라.
in a few months, so I'm definitely watching that indeed, and would definitely cancel and stay in the U.S. if that's the case. However, how the banking crisis here in the U.S.
입저치기도 애매하고.
I also think will be really interesting. The idea is that credit is going to tighten, it's going to hurt small businesses, they're going to lay off people, and then people aren't going to spend. But what if there's not a through line for that? What if everyone feels okay that it's going to affect different pockets of the economy, different regional pockets of the economy, but not the economy or people overall and people's pocketbooks? In which case, I would agree that that would be a more bullish take than for travel and the airlines. I don't know if we know that answer yet. I don't know when we're going to know it.
Nope, I don't think we know it either. But anecdotal evidence would suggest that planes are still full, people are still spending on services, less on goods, and that's been the switch that we anticipated. And I think the airlines are still at the center of that narrative. People still want to travel, and that's certainly why we see the big upgrades coming through from Deutsche and Barclays today. As I say, we're coming through to the end of the quarter. I'll give you some details on what has happened over the quarter in just a moment. The close is
입절.
This is Bloomberg.
입절치고 좀.
Standard Chartered Bank, you can achieve infrastructure results that bridge what is with what can be. We help you see the world differently, because opening doors is what we do, and good can't wait.
그래도 오늘 많이 못 벌었어.
Here for good.
오늘 못 벌었어. 이게 오늘 가만히 여기서부터 있었으면은 꽤 버는데 왜 내가 중간에 왔다 갔다 했는지 둠칫둠칫 했는지를 보면은 여기서 데이터 나오는 것 때문에 둠칫둠칫 했죠. 그 다음에 여기 와서 그 다음부터는 계속 먹고 갔는데 그래 자위를 해야 돼. 잘했어.
I don't think we can replicate Tesla. Tesla is a unique
because when they found it, and then the personality behind it, the product is beautiful, technological.
어서오세요, ATK님.
So in many areas, Tesla is Tesla.
이거 블랙베리는 디테일하게 안 보고 그냥 일봉으로만 보고 있는데 일봉으로 그냥 쭉 쏟아가지고 이거는 뭐 지금 많이 샀으면 얼마나 좋았을까 하는 생각 정도로 잘 나가요. 테슬라는 202가 넘어갔죠. 보통 저 잘 안 하는데 그냥 오늘 마진 다 땡겼어 테슬라에.
Lots happening on Wall Street.
I'm quite encouraged. The center is holding.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
커피님 계세요? 제가 마진을 다 땡기니까 어제 우리 YK님 말씀하신 대로 예, 바로 치고 마이너스로 나옵니다.
Now's not a great time to be speculative. It's time for a pivot. We're talking about a significant hit to our standard of living.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, live tonight with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Bloomberg has the Fed coverage you're looking for. Monday, an exclusive interview with St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard.
The benefits of getting inflation under control quickly are vast.
For all your Fed coverage, keep it tuned to Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg.
So here we go. It is the end of the quarter, and we are finishing on a relative high note. Look at this, a sea of green across Europe. We're having a positive session. We've got a positive week, I think. I think the month's probably not quite such a positive picture, but the quarter certainly is. So let me just show you. Let's get some details as to what has happened this quarter. First, the big picture. That wasn't what I was expecting, but we can go there. These are some of the negative stocks. Credit Suisse. Nope. Here we go. We're there. This is what I wanted to see. So now we're going to talk about it. Stock 600.
아까 CNBC에 보니까 댄나일스는 벌써 숏을 다 정리를 했다 그러더라고요. 3월 20 며칠 날? 3월 14일인가?
Actually, to be honest, over the last few months, we've actually been in quite a tight range here in Europe. Just whisper that. But over the quarter, we are up by 6.8%. And we did see some of the trends continuing out of the previous quarter. Luxury doing well. That was on the China reopening story. But it's certainly been turbocharged this quarter.
근데 요즘에 저는 진짜 익절 타임에 아주 그냥 끝내주네. 오늘도 익절, 지금도 익절 딱 들어와서 하니까 그다음부터 이렇게 쳐지네요. 이게 이제 익절을 이렇게 익절 타이밍을 잘 맞추면 매수 타임도 잘 맞춰야 되는데 매수 타임은 약간 오차가 있는 것 같아요. 좋을 때 너무 흥분하지 말고 하나 정리를 잘 해줘야겠죠.
Take a look at what has happened, for instance, with Aroundtown. But it has been a cracking quarter for Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce finishing quietly, but nevertheless.
스트레들도 정리를 하고.
60%. That's absolutely unbelievable. New management team coming in, and the airlines, they want engines, and critically, they want high-margin spare parts. The chip sector's done well as well. There you go. That has really driven the European tech story. And you've also had the defense sector doing very well. I mentioned what we saw with Rheinmetall. It has continued to perform strongly. Saab is another company up by 53. So basically, you've done well in the aerospace industry. You've done well in the tech business. Luxury's performed pretty strongly as well, and defense has done very well as well. So that's been where we've seen the real strength.
코인베이스 캐시 시큐어 풋한 것도 정리해주고.
Obviously, we now know the resolution to that, but that stock being absolutely battered. The insurance sector's been under pressure, and then you've got what has been happening in the real estate sector. Around town is a classic case
벅션은 좀 튈 것 같은 생각을 하고 했는데
nearly 40%.
매력 없어.
So it has been an incredible quarter, some real
그냥
wins,
정리.
some real differentiation from a sort of bottom-up point of view as to the performance that we are seeing. China's played a big part in it, and we're going to focus on China on Monday. Let's talk about next week. Monday, you've got Ursula von der Leyen and you've got Emmanuel Macron, the French president, visiting
매력이
China.
있을 수도 있지.
We got a taste of what is going to be said from that speech yesterday by Ursula von der Leyen. Credit Suisse's AGM is on Tuesday. That could be
둠칫 몸짓을 하면서 또 올라올 것이냐.
even more interesting. You've also got Italian retail
괜찮은데.
sales on Tuesday. I bring this up.
이거는 작은 푸시.
I bring this up because I'm expecting them to be strong, Alex Steele. I think we are going to see some very solid numbers on the Italian retail front. Thursday we get back to French protests and then markets are closed on Friday.
작은
For Good Friday, I'm
포지션.
going to be eating hot cross buns, maybe with a little bit of butter on them.
Can't put butter on hospital
아,
buns.
진짜 이제는 내연기관차 못 하겠어요.
I went to Italy and bought the things.
어제 서비스를 애니멀 체크업을 하고 왔는데 자동차도 애니멀 체크업 해야 되나 독일식으로 하고 왔는데 오늘 아침에 보니까 기름이 새 있어. 엔진 오일 가른 밑에서. 짜증나. 이 전기 자동차의 매력은 그런 것 같아. 새고 뭐 흐르고 그러는 게 없어. 그냥 귀찮아 죽겠어.
To the data. Core sticky, headline dropping. How does that resolve?
I mean, we've seen this really uncomfortable mix for a couple of months now, both in Europe and in the US.
옵션 만기일 있는 것들 잘 보시고 정리를 하세요. 오늘 아침에.
We're seeing this banking sector turmoil, and the indicators are pointing in opposite directions. Headline inflation we saw had an effect on markets today when it came out. The fact that headline fell, but fell really significantly by the largest margin we've seen kind of in recent history, really, to the lowest level since this inflationary spiral began. That's big, and it had an impact on stock prices already. But really, the important thing is core, and we think essentially the ECB is going to continue to move forward cautiously with its rate increases, probably at a smaller
그런 것 같아요.
50 basis points.
블랙베리를 봐도 그렇고 아까 뭐 누가 올라가? 아이온큐? 그런 거 올라가는 거 보면은 그런 말도 안 되는 거 올라가는 거 보면은 시장 과열이죠. 그런 거에 비해서는 지금 지수가 많이 안 올라요.
Do you think it's going to have an issue where it wants to carry on hiking because of core, but headlines come down, and
아 정말 난 내연기관 자동차 싫고
people are going to be grasping with? How does it communicate?
윈도우즈 시스템 싫다.
Not to the financial markets, but to the wider population. And is there going to be
1.8%. 러셀은 1.8%네요.
To walk, and one of the many reasons why central bankers' jobs are less enviable than they usually are, which is not very enviable for the next couple of months. And I think probably we're seeing that already factoring into messaging. Just last week, Powell in the US, and now recently in the ECB, we've seen central bankers talking about the fact that core inflation is the real problem, if you will. I think that message is going to have to come across.
테슬라는 안 빠질 것 같아 가격이 오늘. 이거는 그냥 느낌이에요. 느낌적 느낌. 왜냐면 이제 딜리버리 발표가 안 나왔잖아요. 이제 딜리버리 발표가 나오면은 그때 좀 움직이겠죠.
This messaging for central banks is not a simple task, but they'll have to focus on that. And I think we're seeing, at least for the moment, that kind of hawkish language come down, but I wouldn't say we're anywhere near dovish language. They'll have to keep that balance in check.
So, based on that, why is $0 not above 110? That just it continues to not make sense to me in terms of what it's pricing. Either we're looking at more risks for the euro in terms of, say, still an energy crisis and closer proximity to the war, or the heavy lifting is going to have to come from a more dovish Fed. I can't work it out.
전기차 타는 분들 후회하신다는 거는 그분들은 그냥 새로운 테크놀로지에 적응을 못 하시는 거죠. 자동차 맨날 기름 질질 흐르고 기름 갈아줘야 되고 쪼이고 닦고 그거 안 하는 게 얼마나 편한데요.
Another 225 basis point increase.
아주 그냥 지긋지긋해요. 내연기관 자동차.
All assuming, of course, that inflation kind of continues.
맨날 오일 체인지 하러 가야 되고 오일 체인지 해놓으면은 질질질질 흐르고 잘못하면 파이프 터지고
That's noticeably higher than the
그런
ECB
것들 있잖아요.
turnover rate by the time we end this tightening cycle, probably in the next couple of meetings at most.
후회한다는 분들은 아마 어댑트를 잘 못하신 것 같아요.
High inflation in the US as well as in the ECB, but we're also seeing inflation falling faster in terms of headline numbers for the ECB and the Eurozone more broadly because energy prices are having much more of an impact. A lot of the inflation that we're seeing in Europe is imported through higher energy prices, and that's not necessarily the case in the US, where a lot of the inflation is being driven by strong consumer demand, rising wages, and therefore increasing demand and prices for services. And it's a little bit of a different picture in Europe. So I think we're still seeing those modest upward pressures continuing for US interest rates and the dollar as well.
Kaylin, great to catch up. Have a good weekend. Thank you very much indeed for the input. Kaylin Birch joining us from the EIU. Thank you very much. We are done. That's it. Quarter's over. A little tick down actually during the auction process. And some interesting notes coming out. These are the final numbers, by the way. Some interesting notes coming out from Goldman Sachs, GS, raising
충전 시간 긴 거 그거는 집에 패스트 차지 있으면 되는 건데 그러니까 그거가 레디가 안 돼. 그러니까 마인드예요. 마인드. 저는 취향이고 마인드예요. 근데 롱텀 이렇게 하여튼 뭐 저는 딜러 왔다 갔다 하는 게 제일 시간이 귀찮으니까. 그러니까 사람마다 다르겠죠. 저는 그래요.
from Burkhard Keys, the CFO of Lloyd's of London, one of the world's largest insurance firms. That conversation next. This is Bloomberg.
DHL is sending a consistent message with its investments. The company spent 123 million euros to upgrade its logistics center.
테슬라를 안 타시나 보네. 테슬라 타면은 충전소 찾아다닐 그럴 필요가 없는데. 다들 테슬라인데 테슬라 충전소 사는 게 힘들다고? 저는 진짜로 그거는 적응을 못 하시는 것 같네. 양식집에 가서 김치찌개 찾으시는 그런 분인 것 같은데 느낌에. Anyway, 그거는 their own problem. 그냥 개취입니다. 개취, 개별 취향. 옛날에 저 애플 나왔을 땐 그랬죠. 애플 주식을 사서 애플 주식으로 벌어서 아이폰을 샀죠. 근데 테슬라는 너무 비싸가지고 그게 안 돼.
people that have just done finance. And also, I think I mentioned one of the things is to do conservation, you have to really do a lot of work, pre-work, before you actually do a treatment. And so a lot of that pre-work is very similar to what I do in due diligence for investments. You know, lots of testing, lots of thinking about
이제 블랙베리가 팔렸네요.
lots of research. You know, when I was
블랙베리가 팔렸어요.
internet, but you'd sit in the stacks and you'd pull one thing in a bibliography on this and you'd sort of like a mosaic theory, put all these things together. I feel like I do that in my due diligence.
100주 사가지고 56불 벌었네. 수익률 몇 %? 이거는 장난한 건데 정말 딱 장난한 만큼 나왔네. 딱 점심값 나왔네.
Swings. We're talking like 20 basis points on a day-to-day basis. In fact, at some point, 16 basis points seemed normal and not a big deal. This has posed a ton of risk in what's supposed to be a risk-free asset. We saw the asset mismatch when it came to banks. It's been really painful when it comes to certain hedge funds and portfolio managers. So let's get the take from the insurance side. Lloyd's of London's CFO joins us now, Burkhart Keys. Lloyd's of London is the world's largest insurance exchange and reinsurance company as well. Burkhart, great to get your perspective. Thank you for joining us.
Morning,
wonderful
Alex.
to have you on set. You look at the first quarter, you look at those moves in the bond market, you're the CFO. What goes through your mind?
Well, we are not a bank, we're insurance, and we have very long liabilities, and we need to match our assets and liabilities. And when you expect rising rates, you need to have a short duration because then the liability
또 올라가는데? 또 올라가는데?
on the asset side, and that's how we do it.
야, 이거는 지금 볼륨이 빠지고 유럽 시장이 끝났죠. 유럽 시장이 끝났어.
Do you expect this volatility to continue, Burkhart?
I think I do, because I think as a matter of fact, there's a lot of global uncertainty around politics, and I think that is just the environment which we operate in.
역시 조미님은 아주 그냥 부잣집 막내 아들, 재벌집 막내 아들 냄새가 나. 2015년에 테슬라를 샀다. X5를 샀겠죠, 그러면? 아니, X5가 아니라 X나 S를 샀겠죠. 간지나 간지.
I mean, it feels like there's definitely going to be some vulnerable guys out there. How do you look at the landscape?
Look, I only speak for P&C insurance because the book is much shorter. If you have a life insurance book or pension funds, they have such a long liability. That's more challenging for them than for us. But for us, with a 4-year duration, you can manage that well. Yeah, you have hits in the P&L, but they are just temporary in nature, and you earn it back when you pull to par. So that's really not a problem for P&C insurers.
Burkhart, are we going into a more risky world? We're finishing this quarter, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the year, and I'm trying to wonder how you guys see the world evolving over the next few quarters. Are we going to see much more financial volatility? Are we going to see increasing geopolitical risk? It seems the screws are being tightened between Europe and China, China and the United States. We've got a land war that continues in Europe. Are we moving into a more risky world, and what does that mean for Lloyd's?
Yeah, I think we do. We do move in a more risky world. It is this political risk, this geopolitical risk heightening, which is simply there. Maybe we have seen the beginning of the end of the old globalization, and that will result in more risk. And in today's environment,
단차 심하면 어때요? 차만 좋으면 되지. 그 단차 보고 있으려면은 그런 거 따지는 사람들은 못하죠. 그러니까 취향이라니까. 내가 만들어야지. 저도 완벽주의자라 뭐 삐뚤어진 거 있으면은 다 고쳐야 돼요. 근데 그건 다른 사람 손에 못 맡겨요. 내가 해야지. 그러려면 내가 차를 만들어야지. 내가 못 만들 바에는 그냥 테이크 해야죠.
Dot the I's and cross the T's. The language in contracts is incredibly important. As we go into this more risky world, do you think we're going to have to see more products effectively being broken out from traditional insurance policies so that you can manage individual risk, cyber risk, whatever it is? I know you guys are thinking about how you manage cyber risk from a state point of view right now, but we are seeing more conflict risk. We are seeing more risk evolving. Does that mean that we are, if companies are thinking about how they take out insurance, are they going to have to do it on a more segmented basis, do you think?
I think, again, you are right here as well. You need to differentiate what risk you take, because the risk can be really, really large, and our notion on excluding and including cyber war risk.
60불에 천주 흥분해서 듣다가 55불에 매도. 뭐를? 무슨 종목? 무슨 종목? 제가 뭐
The other point is the wording has to become more clearer for all market participants, that this is clear from the beginning and that everybody understands, yeah,
옛날에
covered and what isn't covered, because otherwise we create
미싱했나 보는 겁니다.
business interruption cases in Europe, and that's not in the interest of the insured or the insurers.
Going back to how you look at the investment allocation side of things, how do you look at the landscape evolving when it comes to like commercial real estate or alternative investments, the leverage that's been taken on in private equity?
오늘 공격적으로 공격을 할 만한 게
The most important thing for insurance companies is fungibility of the assets. So you can't have really a lot of allocation to non-fungible, to non-liquid assets. We have some of them. So in the moment we have roughly 10% allocation of our 96 billion to alternative assets and equities. And I think given the volatility in the moment, that is about right. And you must have a large stack of corporate
프리미엄을 많이 먹을 수 있는 거를 해야겠구만.
government bonds, just to have the security in your investment book, because this is not our money, this is the money of the policyholder, and we must protect this money of the policyholders.
This might be an unfair question, but AT1s, how do you see that market?
Well, AT1s, we're not invested in that. I think we just have, I think 13 million AT1s around our 96 billion. That is an investment type which we normally don't buy because it is difficult to price. It gives you a little bit of higher yield, but much more volatility, and that could be an alternative assets, but I would never approve a large allocation to AT1s. Yeah, that's more for family office, for freestanding assets.
Right. Great stuff. We could talk to you for a long time on both sides. How do you insure and how do you invest? We'll get you back for sure. Burkhard Kies, Lloyd's of London CFO. Thank you very much for joining me here on set. Some breaking news for you. You have ECB's Christine Lagarde is speaking in Florence, Italy right now in a Q&A with some students. And here are some of the headlines. She's saying that the rate hike push is actually beginning to work, but the core inflation is still significantly too high, and we must return inflation to 2% target, and there's still ground to cover on rates. This comes as headline inflation falls in Europe, but you have core remaining sticky and increasing. This is Bloomberg.
Join all our forces. There are 20 euro area members. We could probably set up something that would operate at the National Central Bank, that would select at those levels, and then move it up to the European Central Bank level. And I think we should explore that, and I'm very happy to tell you.
Including a further delay including kind of the power
야, 또 간다. 간다.
Attitude from it's an indulgence, a waste of time, almost an illness that needs a cure.
For something as
이걸 따라가야 되느냐 말아야 되느냐 이제 갈등인데 RSI가 높지 않아.
Some of our biggest discoveries were in the 1970s or 1980s.
그렇죠?
So it makes it a really exciting field.
RSI가 생각보다 높지 않아요.
New insights each and every day.
Some scientists are going further to find out how sleep and what happens there can be harnessed to further.
또 이러다가 또 고점에 먹혀버릴 수도 있지만.
That makes you smart if you can spit back a lot of facts. But if you want to be wise, if you really want wisdom, you got to know when and how and why to use that information. And that's what your brain figures out while you're sleeping.
Exclusive interviews with the most influential
How are you?
finance. First available on the Bloomberg Terminal, then on Bloomberg. Television and Bloomberg.com. Front Row, the best seats in the house for business's greatest minds.
Extending this week's rally. We're around the highs of the session, actually, for the S&P. Bloomberg's Natalia Knežević is tracking those moves. Natalia?
So there is a lot of optimism today after PC came lower than expected. Stocks are up. Bond yields are not moving that much. Bloomberg Dollar Index is also higher. It's really interesting because some people are saying this is probably end of the quarter rebalancing and maybe some short-term buying. Crude is also up. WTI is at $75.35 a barrel. So this optimism suggests that speculators can probably enter long positions, but we will have data from CFTC later today. Flipping up the board, one of the biggest stories, of course, today is a criminal case against former President Donald Trump. So-called Trump-related stocks are up. One of the most obvious examples is Digital World acquisition. It is up by 6%. This is a SPAC which is merging with Trump Media. Another one is Rumble, but to be fair, the company also provided better than expected results yesterday. Flipping up the board, it's the end of the quarter. We all know that tech stocks did really well today, and which is not the case for financials. A white line on this chart is the S&P 500 financials index, and the worst performer is, of course, regional banks. They did really bad this quarter. And in terms of technology stocks, it's not the case for all tech stocks. Big tech did really well because they have a better financial cushion, and small tech companies, they have really lots of problems because they don't have enough liquidity.
Natalia, very nice. Thank you very much indeed. Natalia was mentioning what is happening with those Trump-related stocks. Let's talk about the case that is being brought against the former president. We think he's going to be arraigned early next week. We've got a grand jury basically determining there's enough evidence to proceed with a criminal case against him. Basically, they're linking two cases together, directing hush money payments to a porn star, obviously at the center of this. Joining us now, Bloomberg's Simone Foxman. Simone, walk me through the
한국 가면은
over the next few days.
선물 트레이드하기가 좋을 것 같아. 시간 움직이는 거.
Scheduled for 2:15 p.m. on Tuesday. If that hearing may indeed be the arraignment of Donald Trump,
그래서 입절을 해야 되느냐, 기다려야 되느냐.
Just behind me are a series of office buildings. One is where that grand jury was meeting and delivered that indictment. But if we do see this happen on Tuesday, first we'll probably see Donald Trump fly up from Florida. Then we'd see him maybe come into this building. It's like
입절.
he'll go through a
입절 라인 잡았어요.
or go in through the main entrance behind me. There, his
아,
mugshot will be
진짜로
taken, his fingerprints will be taken.
새우젓만큼 조금씩 잡아지는데 생각보다 오늘 지수가 움직이는 폭이 크지 않아요. 지수가 오늘 컨디션이 안 좋은 것 같아. 보폭이 좁아.
Ron DeSantis has said that he would not help
지수의
facilitate
보폭이 좁아요.
but it doesn't necessarily look like that will be needed at this point because Trump's lawyers say that he does intend to surrender in front of the court. So that would avoid some of
내가
those
팔면
headaches.
또 올라가네 오늘은.
Look, you have to understand that Trump may want these images as well to kind of show himself being a bit of a martyr here, walking in on a very public perp walk, using that to his political advantage. But of course, we'll see how that plays out, perhaps as soon as early next week.
확실하게 올라가 버리는데.
Bloomberg's Simone Foxman reporting on the ground. Well, we made it to the end of the quarter. That wraps it up for Guy and me. Coming up on Bloomberg Technology, Donald Purdy, Huawei Technologies CEO, will be joining Ed Ludlow. We take a look at the markets. Nasdaq 100 really outperforming now, up by 0.9%. Certain stocks, though, leading the way. The unprofitable guys, definitely not. Just take a look at what's happening with Virgin Orbit. Yields pretty much going nowhere, and you also have the dollar going nowhere as well. It feels like steady as she goes until we get some positioning and some guidance for the second quarter. This is Bloomberg.
At Standard Chartered Bank, you can achieve infrastructure results that bridge what is with what can be. We help you see the world differently because opening doors is what we do, and good can't wait. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
개소리가 나면 올라간다는 그런 설도 있던데.
So you've built a successful company, but you might not want to run it for the next 10, 15, 20 years, or do you? And if you didn't, would you want to go into government? If the president called you to serve our country, would you go into government, or would you start another company?
I love what I do. And I feel like I have this luxury with 23andMe that it keeps evolving. You know, we started out just as a consumer company. We're thick in research. We got into drug discovery in 2015, and now we're getting to the delivery of care. So I've been really lucky with 23andMe that it's been endlessly interesting. And I'm surrounded by incredibly talented, brilliant individuals where I learn from them. And what I always advise people to do is you should take jobs where you're learning. And if you stop learning in a job, then you should quit. And frankly, when people leave 23andMe, I say, if you're not learning anymore, you should move on. So I'm 100% committed to 23andMe. That said, my other passion is other direct-to-consumer. I want to build out a true consumer-empowered healthcare world, one that is outside of the existing system. And there's no greater force than government.
인간적으로 엔비디아는 너무 오르는 거 아니에요?
From the heart of where innovation, money, and power collide in Silicon Valley and beyond, this is Bloomberg Technology with Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow.
Ludlow in San Francisco. Caroline Hyde off this week. This is Bloomberg Technology. Coming up, we'll bring you the latest headlines on the Trump indictment and break down the broader social media implications. We'll speak also to the head of Accenture's technology group for their outlook on generative AI as industry heavyweights
엔비디아 290 보겠다.
in developing the disruptive technology. Plus, Huawei posting its first profit.
개가 짖으니까 주가가 올라가겠구만.
Forced the China tech giant to invest in R&D. We discuss with Huawei Chief Security Officer Andy Purdy. Let's bring you these markets. When it comes to the technology sector, we're in the last day of what's been a constructive quarter. You look at the Nasdaq 100, we're up by a percentage point, ending this quarter higher. Best quarter back since the second quarter of 2020, second best quarter of the decade. Similar performance in the semiconductors. You look at the SOX, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, 0.4% higher.
엔비디아
Again, the
260.
best quarter for that index going back to June of 2020. Yields kind of pulling back a little bit, 3.5% on the 10-year, risk on, generally speaking, and Bitcoin is certainly a part of that story. The main headlines are around former President Trump and his indictment, how that's playing out in the tech sector and in the equity markets. These are special purpose acquisition companies, or SPACs. Digital World up 6.5%. This is the SPAC that's due to take Truth Social public. The idea here that the market's talking about is that the indictment of former President Trump puts a spotlight on more conservative social media platforms. Those more conservative social media platforms, including Rumble, for example, a video platform, are seeing money flow into them in the equity markets this Friday. Let's get the specifics of what's happening from Laura Davison out in Washington, D.C. Laura, where do we stand with the indictment of former President Trump?
Well, he could be arraigned as soon as Tuesday of next week. This is something that people have been waiting for ever since Trump said recently that he could be arrested. But this announcement yesterday really took everyone by surprise, including Trump's own lawyers, who weren't really expecting this to come and expecting an arraignment next week. But this is going to look very similar to any other type of arraignment that would happen in New York. Trump is going to have to get fingerprinted, have his mugshot taken, have to sit in the basement of the courthouse in Manhattan.
Laura, have we heard from former President Trump on any of these platforms?
Yes, he's been on Truth Social, really, going, full force, as he is known for, his really bombastic language. In some cases, some have suggested that he's almost seemingly trying to start a riot, saying that we protest in the streets. There's increased security in Manhattan. This could really potentially be a problem for Trump. It would not be unprecedented for judges to say that he can't go to social media platforms to try to incite violence or anything else.
Bloomberg's Laura Davison out of DC. Thank you. Let's stick with the conversation and more on Trump's influence throughout social media accounts. Jennifer Greigel, Syracuse University Assistant Professor of Communications. We started this program talking about investors buying in to stocks related to more conservative social media platforms. What's your interpretation of that reaction?
Well, if we can look to history for a second, Trump wouldn't be the first ex-president to face a trial. We had Roosevelt actually here in Syracuse and back in the day, early 1900s, and it drew an intense media spectacle. Okay, so I don't know if people are focusing on these, fringe platforms. I think they're missing the point that people aren't just going to be talking about this and following this on social media. There will be interest.
너무 좋아.
Read the news. So
너무 좋아.
Bring a
좋아.
like you would see with O.J. Simpson and things like that, right? So I think Trump knows how to manipulate the media too.
메타는 어떻게 된 거야? 메타는
if it reaches that point.
메타는 오늘 자꾸 징징대게 되지. 메타는 이렇게 올라가. 메타는 235까지 간다는 얘기잖아 지금 분위기가. 미치겠네, 진짜 미치겠네.
It used to be the place more where the news cycle, played out, but I still think that the platform has fundamentally changed since Musk took it over. You still don't have the same type of user base there that you used to see. A lot of academics and journalists, sure, some people are out there still, but not like you used to. So people may follow more of the details, almost like a reality TV show there, but I don't think the same types of influential media folks are on Twitter like they used to be.
얘도 미치겠네. 108까지 가겠어.
in social media right now? How strong are those conservative specific platforms?
I think we need to look at it more collectively as those who are in power. I know there's a lot of attention on, what is Trump trying to cause a riot, but he's also an ex-president. I think we need to focus a lot more on the sitting president, on those in Congress, and again, that crosses political parties, right? And looking at the influence that they're exerting now, it's not just like, is their voice being amplified more on this platform or that, but look at what's happening with TikTok, okay, and the ability to influence and potentially shutter that app here in the United States. That is monumental, and we are really not talking about that enough. So that's influence, and it cuts across, conservative to right, left. It's a collaborative effort as I see it right now between the White House and Congress. So I'd be focused more on that if I was looking at investments.
Jennifer, have the risks to social media and use of social media changed since Trump left office?
Yeah, I think, again, nothing has really changed when it comes to how presidents are using social. If anything, maybe they're exerting more influence on regulation and the ability to maybe shutter apps, as I mentioned before. But we have to keep in mind that censorship will look different here in the United States. And also just the increasing use of government social media. I just think that we need to really address that as a country, not just here in the United States, but around the world. So for me, as a public, we really want these platforms platforms and our media environment to function and be safe regardless of who's in power. and I really don't think that that risk has gone away under Biden or potentially future presidents, regardless of their party. So maybe some people are comfortable with, kind of Democrats steering some of the policy around social media right now, but we have to remember that they may not always be in power. So you really want your social media platforms, your media environment to be a healthy one that is just good for the public, good for discourse, good for democracy. And I still see that right here today.
Professor Jennifer Geigel of Syracuse, thank you for your time. Now, sticking with social media, TikTok isn't the only social media company under ByteDance that's gone viral. US downloads of Lemon8 are surging. It's a content-sharing platform similar to TikTok, but focusing on longer-form lifestyle videos. Think of it as a mix of Instagram and Pinterest. But information about the
아이고야 입절을 했는데
it is owned by ByteDance, and Lemon8's ties with the Chinese company may expose it to similar scrutiny
징글징글합니다.
in the United States. Coming up, how generative AI could usher in a bold new future for business, merging physical and digital worlds. That's according to Accenture's new Technology Vision 2023 report. Accenture Technology Group Chief Paul Daugherty joins us next. Right now, final day of the month, final day of the quarter. The story here is technology having a constructive 3 months in 2023 so far. The Nasdaq 100, best quarter back since the second quarter of June 2020. Outperformance in semiconductors, a lot of momentum tied to the narrative around rates. This is Bloomberg.
이제 다 온 것 같은 느낌이 드는데
Game on.
한 번 정도 더 올라갈 수도 있을 것 같고 올라갈 소재가 없죠. 지금 9시부터 10시까지는 진중히 기다려볼 필요가 있을 것 같아요. 이게 주말 되면 바빠. 아니, 금요일 되면 바빠. 옵션 정리하려고. 이것도 올라가는 분위기인데 그림이. 아니야. 속지마. 지금 RSI는 제자리, 주가는 따로 올라가고 여기서부터 꺾임이 시작될 수도 있어. 속지마. 테슬라를 추격 매수를 해야 돼.
I think there are
피부까지 가보죠.
what we're asking for. I think the idea that the CEOs of Microsoft and Google and DeepMind are going to read this and say, "Oh, sorry, yeah, you're right. We completely messed up, and we'll definitely stop right now." I don't think that's going to happen, but I hope that it at least begins a serious conversation about what would be necessary to develop systems that we can have confidence in. And there's two parts to that, right? Could we develop ways of testing
테슬라
systems
강해.
that we already have so that we can show that they do not
꼭
present
18살 청년 같아. 테슬라는 확실히 주식을 나이로 얘기하면 18살 청년 같고 엔비디아는 약간 꾼이야 이거는.
I would also say that legislators, the European Union, for example, are close to passing the AI Act, which would require these kinds of steps.
아니요, 기분 안 좋아요.
Law, so that you could not put systems on the market.
기분 안 좋아.
unless you could satisfy
주가가 많이 안 올라가.
they were safe.
어카운트가 왜 많이 안 올라가는지 모르겠어요,
Russell,
진짜로.
Berkeley computer science professor, an AI expert, and he was one of the signatories of the petition calling for a halt to AI development. And that's where I want to go, more about generative AI and the kinds of opportunities that it opens up in the world of technology. Paul Doherty, Accenture's technology group chief executive, author of 2 books on the impact of AI and machine learning, particularly on jobs and work, human machine
어젯밤 꿈속에
radically human, how new technology
뭐가 있었는데 하여튼 뭐 주식 꿈을 꿨어 어제도. 요즘에 엄청 신경 쓰나 봐.
Professor Russell had to say the findings of your report about the outlook for AI contrast with what the industry is calling for right now.
Yeah, I know Stuart well. It was great to hear his comments. We do some work together, and I have a deep respect for Stuart and his views. And look, I think the open letter on AI was I think called important attention to a real which is getting serious dialogue around the implications of AI and really responsible AI. I would say that if an organization or a company is implementing AI and you don't have a responsible AI policy and approach, it's simply irresponsible. So I think this
아직도 9시 40분밖에 안 됐네.
technology is having, guarding against bias, ensuring accuracy, looking at intellectual property, and all these issues are really important. But I don't think a pause is the step we need. I think what we need is more transparency and dialogue, and more companies to take steps that we've been working on for 4 or 5 years, which is actually having training, policies, compliance programs, and the like in our company and in companies that we work with to make sure organizations are taking the right steps with artificial intelligence.
You're plugged into hundreds, if not thousands, of tech companies globally. Is a 6-month pause feasible? Can anyone actually make that happen?
No, I don't think it's the right, the pause is the right way to think about this. There's tremendous innovation and progress happening, and I think there's approaches, many approaches in place to look at how we use the technology.
원이나
So I think the right thing
산다는 걸
to
팔아.
do is to keep the experimentation, keep the innovation going, but increase the dialogue around the guardrails that we need to put in place on some of the topics that I mentioned earlier. So that's the approach we advocate. We're working, with many organizations around the world, including some of the ones you mentioned, on putting the right guardrails in place as we move forward. But we think the innovation and experimentation actually helps contribute to that dialogue.
The conclusion of your report and your survey is that AI is going to spark a pretty large wave of innovation, right? Next generation technologies. How, though? How does that manifest itself?
AI really unleashes a kind of a next level of capability for organizations. That's the way to think about it. And we had a launch of our annual vision report yesterday. On the launch, we everything from a 125-year-old company to a 25-year-old AI startup founder about the implications that it has on business. 98% of executives in the research that we've done talk about the fact that they're going to invest in.
뭐 오늘 짐에 대해서 뭐 좋은 아리클이 나왔었던 것 같아요. 누군가가 올려주셨는데 커피님이 올려주셨나?
New levels of creative capability powered by the foundation models that you hear about. It's new ways for work to be done, new ways to empower people, and essentially, in essence, give workers superpowers to do new things and work, and expanded things with co-pilot type of capability powered by generative AI. And I think it really creates a great opportunity for individuals to use technology in a different way.
마이크로소프트는
Businesses to look at how they, how they make these big advances and how they compete, differentiate, and grow.
Paul, let's get someone else's view on where we are in the AI cycle. This is what the Stability AI CEO had to say in the last 24 hours. This is bigger than 5G or self-driving cars. We've had others on the show that say what's happening in artificial intelligence is akin from the shift to mobile, for example. You are a technologist. Do you agree with any of those statements?
Yeah, what I've said is that I believe what we're seeing now with foundation models and large language models is one of the three biggest innovations I've seen in my multi-decade career working in technology. The first was when I used one of the first browsers and saw the potential and power of the internet. The second was when I saw the first
그래,
iPhone.
내가 할 수 있는 방법은 이만큼.
Bringing that kind of access and technology to billions of people around the world.
아, 머리에
When I dove in
힘이 막
with
칙칙칙
foundation
빠지네.
models and large language models and the transformer technology, and saw the creative power that it had and the power to allow humans, workers, people to interact with technology at a whole new level.
Yes.
I think it is that type of breakthrough.
Paul, Accenture, your own company, is laying off 19,000 staff across technology, mass layoffs. What is your assessment of the reasons why layoffs are happening?
Well, we announced, really record growth in our business. We had record sales in the results that we just announced. 35, as at one point, 35 deals of over $100 million or more around technology, driven by a lot of what's happening with companies needing to reinvent faster by applying technology. We
It's the
see
best I can do.
continued robust and strong demand for technology. What we announced was really something we do every year in terms of looking at how we're positioned with talent for the growth that we have going forward. And the only difference this time is we took a proactive step to get fit for what we see coming. But this is kind of the realm of what we do every year. And we think the market going forward, especially with some of these new advances in technology and companies needing this technology to operate more resiliently in the complicated world that they operate in, is going to continue to drive that demand.
All right, Paul Doherty, Accenture's Technology Group Chief Executive. Thank you. Now, coming up, Uber going more and more green, how it's intensifying its efforts to electrify the vehicles on its network. NASDAQ 100, we've said it. Best quarter going back to the second quarter of 2020. Actually, the second best quarter of the decade for this tech-heavy index. Interesting story on Bloomberg about how insiders, though, are some of the sellers of technology shares. Certainly worth checking out. This is Bloomberg.
이게 만약에 내일이 금요일이라면 참 내일이 주말이 낀다는 게 참 애매하네. 설마 오늘 이렇게 올려놓고 주말에 이상한 일이 벌어지진 않겠죠. 하도 안 좋은 거에 익숙해 있어가지고 일단은 테슬라가 상당히 강하다 오늘. 강한 것은 아름다운겨. 강한 것은 아름다운겨. 이게 또 이런 과거의 그런 흐름을 보면은 만우절 때는 많이 올라갔어요.
Either it's large SUV or sports sedan, we believe we have a very, very appealing family look that our customers is really attracted to. They like to have user-friendly features inside the cabin that has a technology feel. It's very smart. It enables them to really utilize the vehicle that's different.
프리 일렉션 이어에 4월에 3.6%가 올라갔어. 나스닥이.
As the economic picture does. To be okay, is getting ready to make.
(4월에는) 가장 퍼포먼스가 좋았던 프리 일렉션 이어 다우가
Talking tech, Alibaba and JD.com have begun preparations for a trio of the year's biggest Chinese debuts.
S&P도 마찬가지고.
Firm Cainiao has kicked off discussions with banks for what may become the first of several IPOs by units of the e-commerce giant.
나스닥도 마찬가지고.
Two JD subsidiaries filed for first-time
그렇죠?
share sales in Hong Kong.
버텨야지 뭐.
Three listings could raise
지금 흐름에서는.
$5 billion between them, according to sources. And Bloomberg reporting that Tesla is looking to build a battery plant in the US, which would likely be a controversial arrangement with China's dominant electric vehicle battery maker. Tesla discussed plans involving the company CATL with White House officials over the past few days. Sources told myself and colleagues Gabby Coppola and Jen Jacobs that this has been going on for a couple of months now. Now, speaking of EVs, Uber also has some news as Earth Month fast approaches. Today, BP Pulse and Uber announced a new global mobility initiative. The idea, get the drivers in to the stations to charge their vehicles. Joining us on the program now, Adam Gromis, Uber's global head of sustainability policy. Interesting play. Everyone wants to drive electric. Everyone wants to ride electric. Is this for the drivers, or ultimately is this for the riders?
Yes, good morning. First, Uber wants to lead the rideshare industry to an all-electric, zero-emission future. How are we going to do that? We made a pledge to reach 100% of rides in EVs and micromobility by 2030 in the US, Canada, and Europe, and everywhere we operate globally by 2040. How do we do that? Working with drivers, helping them make the switch, working with consumers, make it easy, push a button, get a clean ride, and finally, transparency, because we need accountability and we know that we don't just earn it. This play is all about helping drivers, meeting drivers where they're at. When we talk to drivers, they say their top two concerns are the EV cost and EV charging. That's why this deal is so important. We're making deals like this with energy companies around the world. This deal with BP Pulse helps make it so that we can reach more drivers where they are, and many drivers today are at the pump.
So on that point, a lot of drivers watch this. What's holding you back from
글쎄요, 저는 아닐 것 같은데.
Cost of EVs, 50% of respondents. Lack of charging, 43%. In San Francisco, it's pretty easy.
일단 뚜껑 열릴 때는 같이 열어서 좀 즐기고 너무 과열됐을 때 그때 좀 주의하면 될 것 같은데. 지금은 뭐 이런 걸로 봤을 때는 아직 뉴트럴 정도니까 아직 그렇게 경계할 타이밍은 아니지 않을까?
Just this week, we expanded Comfort Electric. Comfort Electric is a push a button, get an EV, and not just an EV, you can get a premium EV, a Tesla, a Pulsar.
지금 저도 테슬라 컬 옵션 네이키드로 가지고 있는데 다음 주 만기거든요. 이거를 스프레드로 전환을 시킬까 말까 고민 중이에요. 지금 고민이라기보다도 보고 있어요. 수익이 들어왔을 수익이 그러니까 100%가 아니라 뭐죠? 그렇죠. 100% 지금 현재로 수익이 100%로 들어오면은 테슬라 업사이드 컬을 팔아버리면은 딱 프로핏이 락이 되니까. 지금 테슬라 요 트렌드가 깨졌거든요. 아니 깬 게 아니라 요 저항선을 뚫고 지금 올라왔어요. 그러면은 225 업사이드 컬을 이따가 팔을 거예요. 만약에 지금 오늘 계속 테슬라가 상승으로 계속 온다 그러면은
to get into EVs. So we made a commitment to $800 million to make it available to drivers by 2025 to help hundreds of thousands make the switch. In the US, that takes the form of a $1 per trip incentive from Uber. This agreement with BP creates a global framework where we can create local bespoke offerings that meet drivers where they're at and tailor to the local market conditions.
All right, Adam Gromis, Uber Global Head of Sustainability Policy here in San Francisco. Thank you. Now, coming up, Huawei's CSO Andy Purdy joins us to talk about the company's earnings, its business outlook, despite those smartphone chip sanctions and much more.
R2를 뚫었다. 이제는 뚜껑이 열렸기 때문에 이것도 계속 그냥 저항 없이 가기 때문에 참 신기한 상황이 되어버렸어요. 이런 일이 올지를.
And
And together,
여기도
we'll
뚫었고
discover sustainable supply chains. You may
지금
never
땅 여기
imagine
뚫었고
for tomorrow's
여기 다
consumer.
왔고
We
이제
help
갭
consumers
채우고
differently, because opening doors is what we do. And good cooperation.
아이고
We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
S&P 500
엔비디아 급등했네 갑자기 또. 아직도 엔비디아 커 스프레드를 가지고 있어요. 저는 오늘 아니 다음 주 만기구나. 13249 오케이 여기를 프로핏 타겟으로 만들어야겠다. 13249 거기가 오늘의 나스닥 고점.
Did art conservation help you in any way?
지금은 주식 사세요.
Should a lot of good investors
컬옵션 사지 말고.
learn how to be an art conservator?
만약에 단타 아니라면 단타라면 괜찮은데 컬옵션을 샀다가 쭉 빠져버리면은 다 손실이잖아요. 근데 주식으로 가지고 있을 때는 컬옵션이 얼마예요? 예를 들어 가지고 컬옵션이 예를 들어 가지고요 한 700불이다. 그러면 700불이 가루가 될 수가 있잖아요. 저도 항상 이제 네이키드 옵션을 저는 조금 주의하라고 많이 강조를 하잖아요. 지나가고 생각하면은 야 그럼 내가 테슬라 4주를 사놓으면 될 텐데 그러면 그거 빠져도 그냥 또 다시 올라가면 그거는 남아 있는 건데 그런 생각이 많이 들어요. 그게 1000불이냐? 그게 쌓이면 10,000불, 10만 불이 돼버려요. 그러면은 10만 불어치 테슬라 주를 샀으면은 그냥 차를 샀죠. 근데 옵션 네이키드 옵션 자꾸 발목 건드리다가 그렇게 돼버린다고요. 그래서 네이키드 옵션 가지고 할 때는 정말로 빠르게 그냥 스탁 리플레이스먼트로 트레이드 하는 거 아니라면 잘 한번 심사숙고를 해보세요. TQQQ 어디요? 저항.
Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts that go behind the scenes, plus acclaimed archival concerts. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsor, Bank of America.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
Great question. Great question. Great question. That's a question I get all night.
Bloomberg.
28.24.
Great questions.
28.24 이거는 뭐 소수점도 아주 중요하죠. 28.24, 28.66 그 사이가 될 것 같아요. 네. 1.2% 진짜 지수가 1% 넘게 오르는 그런 장은 솔직히 뭐라 그래야 되나 흔치 않아요. 이제 진짜 불장으로 오면 지금은 진짜로 좋은 뜻에서 베어마켓의 마지막 단계이기 때문에 쇼커버라는 게 있기 때문에 이렇게 올라오는 거예요. 이제 정상적으로 장이 이렇게 담아지잖아요. 숙성이 되잖아요. 그러면은 그냥 하루에 많이 오르는 날 0.6% 뭐 그렇게 오를 수도 있어요. 그러니까 그럴 때는 이제 선물 트레이드 할 때 돈 많이 못 벌어요. 그럴 때는 이제 많이 벌려면은 오히려 이제 스윙의 개념으로 좀 심어둬야죠. 한 이틀, 3일 방향성 맞춰가지고 중간에 사팔사팔하지 않고 아니면은 볼륨을 더 많이 하든지.
Finding new kinds of technological capabilities that can be enabled by 5G and other technologies so that when you look at ports and mining and healthcare and manufacturing, it's clear that these R&D investments are going to help strengthen operations, create greater funding, greater efficiency, and it's going to drive increases in gross domestic product.
안 쓰던 마진을 확 땡겨 쓴 게 오늘 또 신의 한 수인데.
major problems in science, such as Shannon's limit, the amount of error-free data that can pass through a channel, because we have to start getting ready
팔아야 돼,
for
이거는.
5G and the amount of uplink and
좀
downlink
있다가.
capabilities that's going to be necessary. It's going to be a gigantic problem that the hard truth of science may limit the benefits of unless we can overcome some of those hurdles.
What's happening in mainland China is Huawei
지수 입절.
5G for companies that are in China. How's that going? And
Some.
can you replicate what you're doing in that field outside of China in other jurisdictions?
Well, I just got back from the Mobile World Congress, one of the
아쉽다.
largest
조금 더 먹어야 되는데.
Barcelona in late February, early March. So I had an opportunity to talk to a lot of customers, a lot of partners, representatives, a number of governments around the world, talking about and sharing lessons learned about what are the use cases for these technologies. Where can carriers
솔직히 이게 고점에서만 눌리지 않는다는
from these new technologies to
개런티만 있으면 솔직히 중간에 삽발삽발할 필요 없는데.
and bring new capabilities for monetization to carriers.
근데 뭐 세상을 알 수가 없어요. 지금 오늘 옵션 만기일이라 또 우리 쭈니님이 내가 그렇게 말했잖아요. 그런 것처럼 또 후반에 꺾이면은 나중에 눈물 나거든요. 근데 지금 흐름으로 봤을 때는 상승세가 강하긴 해요. 보면은 피봇을 넘고선 지금 아주 탄탄하게 넘어가고 있는 분위기이기 때문에 여기서 딱 물리기 좋은. 이게 이동평균선도 보면은 주가가 그렇게 괴리돼 가지고 가지도 않고 타이트하게.
How does that impact management structure? How Huawei is run? What's her grip on this technology company right now?
Well, it's an interesting situation, and it's highlighted again. But I've been with Huawei.
아니야, 커버드 컬 나 같으면 안 풀어요. 테슬라는 올라가면 내려와요 또. 만기일날 롤을 하든지 아니면 만기일 가까워가지고 풋을 팔아 놓든지 그런 식으로 해가지고 전략을 세우면 돼요. 미리 커버컬 미리 건들지 말아요. 그래봐야 나중에 손해만 생겨요.
Andy, there's a lot of focus right now on Huawei's activities within the chip space, semiconductors, a lot, especially on the software and
아니야, 쭈닝님은 이제 먹이를 찾아 헤매는 하이나처럼 지금 막 급등주 찾아다닐 거예요.
Well, frankly, we're kind of at a position of new normal. We're not looking back on those things that we can't do. We know that certain aspects of the uncertainty.
쭈니님 트레이드하는 스타일이 그런 냄새가 나요. 일단 막 급등주를 막 지금 찾고 계실 것 같아. 그래서 그거 트레이드하고 계실 것 같아.
Efforts around the world to make up for the sanctions. I'm a little concerned about the potential impact on American jobs of the American semiconductor industry if they're not allowed to sell and they continue to not be allowed to sell.
야, 나 오늘 익절 잘한다 진짜. 익절하고 나면 꺾이고, 익절하고 나면 꺾이고.
For the United States and some of the things we aren't doing to improve our competitiveness.
We saw China respond, retaliate overnight, launching a cybersecurity review of Micron. It's a specific case.
근데 모든 사람들이 저처럼 다 안 하니까. 모든 사람들이 리스크를 많이 테이크하고 하잖아요. 그러니까 참 당연한 거죠. 딱 쭈니님이 아주 뭐 유니크한 스타일이라는 건 아니고 대부분 그렇게 하잖아요. 근데 저는 성격상 그런 거를 못해요. 그냥 성격이에요. 검증되지 않은 거는 건들고 싶지가 않은 그런 성향이라 가지고.
Huawei's USA Chief Security Officer Andy Purdy, we're always grateful for your time and for answering the tough questions. Thank you. Let's stick with the world of chips, with Japan saying it will expand restrictions on exports of 23 types of leading-edge chip-making technology. Tokyo's move follows months of lobbying by the US to get Japan to come on board in tightening shipments of semiconductor tools to China. Japan and the Netherlands had agreed in principle to join the US.
식단 맛있게 하셨어요? 못 드셨어요? 저도 아침 먹어야 되는데 좀 빨리 먹고선 후반전을 뛸까? 그쵸? 먹고 나서 후반전을 뛰는 게 나을 것 같아. 지금 이런 식으로 계속 쉬지 않고 올라가지는 않을 거예요. 그쵸?
and year to date.
쉬지 않고 올라가진 않을 거야.
In the banking sector,
그런 것도 좀 이상해.
This is the impact of SVB's collapse among regional banks and other financials year to date.
논쟁 아닌데?
Frankly, in the technology sector.
맞아요.
This is Bloomberg.
이제 이게 약간 이 30분 봉으로 보니까 약간 이렇게 눌려주는 것 같은 느낌이 들죠. 요 시간이 밥 먹을 시간인 것 같아 저도. 아, 뭘 먹지? 아, 일단 냉장고를 열어봐야겠네요.
name a couple of your babies. I don't know if I'm asking you to choose amongst your children, but you know, some of the most recognizable buildings by you, of course, the Millennium Bridge, London City Hall, the Reichstag, and the Great Court British Museum. What was your favorite project to do?
야, 이게 또 치고 올라가는 느낌이네. 야, 대단하다 오늘. 그냥 진중히 들고 있어야 되나? 그런 생각도 드네요, 자꾸. 대단하다, 대단하다. 2시간 차트는 이렇고 15분 차트. 여러분들은 어떠세요? 지금 고점 친 것 같지 않아요? 일단은 저는 약간 그런 느낌이 계속 드는데 고점 치고 약간 시장이 좋다면은 풀백하고 다시 올라가겠죠. 이게 좀 15분 봉으로 봤을 때 이동평균선이랑 좀 거리가 많이 멀어졌어요. 그렇죠. 이제 얘네들 돌아오기 전에 저도 밥 먹고 돌아와야겠네요. 그래야지 얘네들이 또 어떤 전략을 세울지 몰라 막판에. 약간 밥 먹고 돌아올게요.
She called him a dangerous man in 2021, and now she is really pointing the blame at the Fed.
We're expecting that she'd be here in Brussels today. This is a meeting that happens regularly, but obviously today it will be all about the banks.
Bloomberg, your global business authority.
The digitalization and decarbonization is eating up an ever larger share of GNP. And if you want to invest in growth, that's where you want to be.
The dollar value going into climate-related venture plateauing between 2021 and 2022, driven entirely by the decrease in the growth rounds.
In Europe, it's largely sort of isolated to the UK, where SVB was important. But I think it's interesting to see that there's been an explosion in venture debt, particularly last year.
Though I do expect to see a change in underwriting policies around what profile of companies can get debt and on what terms relative to what we were seeing in the past.
For us, we're looking at how can we support our startups so that they don't have to continuously get into that kind of hedonistic Silicon Valley treadmill of raising more and more corporate equity.
I think founders have woken up to the reality that taking on more money at higher terms doesn't necessarily play to their benefit in the long run.
just some of the venture capital guests throughout the week on the program. Let's get a wrap of all things VC and deals, bringing Bloomberg's Katie Ruth. You forget, it seems a lifetime ago, it was this week that First Citizens stepped in and took some of SVB. This is what some of the venture community wanted.
Yes, so they found a home for Silicon Valley Bank. It's in North Carolina, so pretty far from Silicon Valley,
right.
But at least, Silicon Valley Bank will live on. I've talked to some VCs who are cautiously optimistic about this. They don't know what the strategy will be for Silicon Valley Bank under First Citizens. They're hoping that, it'll be more of the same. They liked Silicon Valley Bank before. The bank had good venture debt terms, and they're hoping that will continue.
The other big story is Alibaba spinning off units. In Abu Dhabi, there are IPOs. Are tech IPOs back?
I don't know if they're back, but it's good to see a little bit of activity here. I mean, obviously last year was super quiet on the IPO front, but Alibaba is, splitting into 6 different businesses so that they can focus on their core business and bring value to shareholders as separate units. And so the logistics unit, which handles delivery, could go public before the end of the year in Hong Kong. I don't know that we're about to see a flurry of IPOs in the near term in the U.S., but certainly, we are seeing some spin-offs. The big tech IPO of last year was Intel spinning off Mobileye.
Katie, stay with us. Joining us now for a bit more on the venture side, Adam Fleski, Portage CEO, Portage Capital Solutions, delivering flexible equity capital and strategic resources to help public and private later stage fintech and financial services business. Adam, it's been a hell of a week, to be honest with you, but just give me your broad strokes reaction to the saving of SVB in part.
Well, let me start with saying that the market was really tight even before this event. There was really 2 factors at play. One was, the broader private markets were starting to see challenges given the setback in public markets and the privates catching up to the valuation compressions that were happening there. And therefore, private companies were really avoiding coming to market. And that was compounded by the fact that GPs themselves were starting to get concerned about raising capital and their next funds, and were slowing down their pacing. So the market was becoming very tight and actually relatively quiet. And many of these companies were using their venture debt facilities to extend their runways so that they could avoid potentially coming into a market where scarcity was high. And this has just obviously exacerbated those factors. And now we've got a situation where, a lot of companies are going to be in a tighter window. We call it the fundraising gauntlet of the fall, because they have potentially less flexibility than they thought they did.
Adam, it's good that you're with us, because you can run that gauntlet. I can't. I'm not a venture capitalist. We're talking a lot about last day of the quarter. NASDAQ 100's going nuts. Semiconductor index going nuts. When you're trying to benchmark your private company portfolio companies against what you're seeing in public markets, why are those 2 competing ideas right now?
Well, one, the public markets and multiples fell a lot faster and harder than the private markets. The private markets are really just catching up. I think, at the later stage, we're starting to see a flattening between the premium, the private premium. As you go further down the maturity curve into earlier stage, the public and private markets always have a little bit of a different equilibrium. But I would say at the later stage, we're starting to see a little bit more balance between the 2.
Adam, I want to ask you a little bit about structured
equity. 쭈니님 진짜 바쁘시다. 위로 갔다 아래로 갔다 위로 갔다 아래로 갔다.
Some of the
바쁘셔.
highly valued companies would rather save face and take new money at difficult terms rather than doing a down round?
Look, it's not just a question for the management team. It's a question for all stakeholders. The management team is just one component. Their investor base is another. Obviously, it's a debate that these stakeholders have to have. I think a structured equity solution like that we have on the offer does offer flexibility on valuation versus potentially a preferred security with some seniority and governance right. And everyone just has to weigh what are the different levers that construct the best outcome for both the company itself and the investor. And I think a structured equity solution just has more flexibility. If all you can do as an investor is offer a preferred security or a common security, then you're going to be much more sensitive to the valuation.
So are you guys busy right now? Are you finding that a lot of companies are about to raise more money?
It's unbelievably busy. In the last 4 months, we've entered into over 200 NDAs at this point. Our selection, we just closed our first deal, so one deal versus 200 companies that we've dug into is a small conversion rate. We expect that type of ratio to continue. So it's a really interesting opportunity and great time to deploy capital. And I think some people may think it's adversarial between stakeholders and us as capital and seeking a solution. It's quite different. I think everyone understands the market. If the company performs, we're all aligned, and the downside protections we seek won't be necessary, and it's a win-win for everyone. So it's a very positive and quite frankly right now an energy.
생각보다 고점에서 잘 버텨주고 있네요. 지금 지수도 그렇고 테슬라도 그렇고 엔비디아도 그렇고 생각보다 잘 버텨요. 강해 오늘. 지금 이 빨간 선 쳐놓은 게 제가 이제 하이 오브 데이라고 표시해 놓은 건데 이제 여기서부터 약간 꺾일 가능성은 있어 보이긴 하는데
Mostly banking, insurance, and wealth management. There's opportunities in all of those verticals. I would
이제
say
거기서부터 얼마만큼 내려가서 얼마만큼 지켜주면서 반등할 수 있느냐가 진짜 오늘 장의 흐름을. 오늘 뭔가 수익을 낼 수 있는데 제대로 수익을 못 낸 것 같아서 너무 아쉬워. 어디서 주춤주춤했는지 내가 이해가 안 가네. 이게 거의 100포인트인데 근데 3분의 2 반밖에 못 벌었어. 운전하고 왔다 갔다 하느라고 그랬나? 또 올라간다. 이거 유혹이야.
At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the US vacancies data. Oil rate pound forecast 590, the price 593.
야 이거 애매한데. 그럼 BB는 그거 됐어요. 자동 입절 됐어요. 트레일링 스탑 해가지고. 이게 하이 오브 데이가 아닌가? 축하까지야. 감사합니다. 100주 샀는데 뭐 벌었겠어요. 50불 벌었나? 58불 벌었나 그랬어. 그냥 애들 간식이랑 사줘야지 오늘. 그 돈 가지고. 어제 포켓 먹고 싶다 그러던데.
It's a really exciting field because it seems as though we're uncovering new insights each and every day.
Some scientists are going further to find out how sleep and what happens there can be harnessed to further.
요즘에 나는 느끼는 게 그거야. 땅 파가지고는 50% 안 나와요. 주식창 앞에 앉아 있어야지. 선물이라도 하고 있어야지 50불 나오지. 맞아요. 근데 사실 이게 전기값 돌아가는 것까지 따지면은 그것도 생각해봐야 될 것 같아 이제는. 옛날 컴퓨터는 전력 소모도 작았잖아요. 근데 요즘 컴퓨터는 이게 전력 소모도 엄청 크더라고요.
Should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Good morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Welcome
아, 추세가 듬칫듬칫하네.
This is Bloomberg Technology. And welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg.
솔라 패널에서는 우리는 전기 자동차가 집에 3대를 가지고 전기를 너무 많이 써가지고 거기서 프로핏 안 생겨요. 그리고 프로핏 생기려면은 내가 가지고 있어야죠. 100% 다. 미스하면 안 되고.
Spy thriller. The nearly 2-hour film is almost certainly the best ever made about international copyright negotiations. The smartphone maker ramping up
전기 자동차 2개, 하나는 플러그인 하이브리드.
for theaters and streaming, keeping most of its focus on
X5는 플러그인 하이브리드예요.
Speaking of games, by the way, Dungeons and Dragons new owner has
근데 뭐 그거는 플러그인 해봐야 뭐 13마일밖에 못 버티는 거구나.
on the game that's staging a comeback.
On the eve of its 50th birthday, Dungeons and Dragons has never been more popular.
다 싸구려 차 세대예요. 비싼 척세.
Role-playing games is currently enjoying a cultural renaissance. Thanks in part to its prominent depiction in Netflix's hit series Stranger Things, D&D has minted a new generation of dice-slinging fans. D&D themed podcasts, Twitch shows, and D&D influencers on YouTube and TikTok. While few games have enjoyed the kind of multi-generational influences D&D, the corresponding business has often struggled over the years to live up to its potential, leaving in its wake not great fortunes, but instead a long legacy of infighting, litigation, and squandered opportunities.
Tonight we begin with a story about make-believe adventure and real-life violence, and what some critics fear is a connection between the two in a game called Dungeons and Dragons.
Throughout the 1980s, evangelical Christian groups frequently accused D&D, with its spells of magic, ornate bestiaries, and horned deities, as being a plaything of the devil, making it difficult for the game's owners to turn it into a family-friendly mainstream brand. Now Hasbro, the giant toy company that owns D&D, is hoping that the business side of the game can finally catch up with its cultural prowess. Over the next year, Hasbro will be unleashing some major D&D brand extensions, aiming to rake in more money from D&D's swelling fan base. The streaming service Paramount Plus is currently developing a live-action D&D series. In August, Baldur's Gate 3, the latest sequel in a popular series of video games based on D&D, is scheduled to go on sale. And sometime next year, Hasbro is expected to release One D&D, the next iteration of the classic game, this time with a whole new suite of digital enhancements. Most importantly, on March 31st, Hasbro's E1 Studio and Paramount will be releasing Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves, a big-budget, CGI-laden Hollywood spectacle. For the D&D movie to succeed, it not only has to produce big numbers numbers this spring, but also spawn the kind of long-living entertainment franchise that Hasbro has enjoyed with Transformers. Since 2007, the 6 Transformer films based on its Warrior car toys have generated close to $5 billion in theater ticket sales. Hasbro hopes that this time around, D&D fans will embrace the movie and everything else coming down the pipeline. If they do, after 50 years, D&D may finally live up to its business potential.
Thanks to Bloomberg's Felix Gillette for that report. I know for you Dungeon Masters and Halflings out there, it's a big Friday night you've got ahead at the movie theatre. That does it for this edition of Bloomberg Technology. Catch us in an hour. I'm going to be doing a Twitter Spaces on all things AI. It has been an astonishing week for the world of artificial intelligence, and our very own Rachel Metz is going to be up with me. Lots to recap in the show, so check out the podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Apple, Spotify, iHeart, and of course on all the Bloomberg platforms. It is the last day of March. It is the last day of the quarter. Technology absolutely jumping first 3 months of this year. So much more to go. This is Bloomberg.
Most of the large Chinese technology companies, let's say Alibaba, Baidu, Tencent, they have gigantic market values and they're very prominent in China, not as prominent outside of China as obviously in China, and certainly not that prominent in the United States. TikTok, by contrast, is not in China, but it's gigantic outside of China, the United States, and everywhere. What did TikTok do that enabled a Chinese-based company, parent company at least, to do so well outside of China?
We think it's challenging to build a global company in general, but the best ones we have seen so far are ones that take very consistent global learnings and adapt them to the local countries that they are operating in. So you need to be global and local at the same time.
You've got to explain this one to me. What does it mean when the White House says we're watching markets carefully?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've been in and seen it.
Lots of Bloombergs. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
Bloomberg has the Fed coverage you're looking for. Monday, an exclusive interview with St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard.
The benefits of getting inflation under control quickly are vast.
For all your Fed coverage, keep it tuned to Bloomberg.
I think that it's hard to put your head around any narrative. Let's just be honest. We've had sort of a shift in, are we in some sort of stagflation fears moment? People were talking about that all day yesterday.
난 또 마이크 꺼놓고 열심히 얘기했어요. 다행이다. 쓸데없는 얘기 했는데. 신의 뜻이었습니다. 어디까지 얘기했는지 모르겠지만.
From New York City, for our viewers worldwide, I'm Katie Greifeld. Bloomberg Real Yield starts right now. inflation continues to cool down, but Fed speakers say they're staying the course as bond issuance comes back in a big way. We begin with the big issue, a bumpy landing ahead.
Personal consumption expenditures core today.
We don't have a clear vision of what's going ahead of us.
It all comes down to the labor market.
The Fed's ability to tolerate unemployment.
The Fed is not thinking pause right now.
Inflation is obviously well above their objective.
They're hawkish on inflation.
If they pause, what does the market do in response to that?
The market's pricing in, give or take 100 basis points, of rate cuts by the end of the year.
This is a very sticky, tricky environment here.
We're about to get the full impact.
A moderate recession?
Recession is inevitable.
Joining us now, Colin Martin of Charles Schwab, Kelsey Barrow of JP Morgan, and Vishy Tirupatur of Morgan Stanley. And Vishy, I want to start with you. Is it that black and white? Is a recession truly inevitable at this point?
I think it's not as black and white. I think the probability of recession has certainly risen, but it is very difficult to say pinpoint and say a recession is happening imminently. It might. We don't have a good sense of how the tighter financial conditions and the tighter lending credit conditions that will come out of what we expect to come out, how quickly and how they will play out. I think it is safe to say that the prospects for growth have certainly dimmed further. The deceleration of growth that we have been seeing, it probably continues the pace of that deceleration picks up, and the chances of a hard landing have certainly risen. The timing of which is yet unclear.
Well, actually, on that point, we caught up with Matthew Lazzetti of Deutsche Bank earlier today on Bloomberg Surveillance, and he said that tighter credit could lead to a landing that some won't anticipate. Let's take a listen.
We do think that credit conditions are going to tighten. The way that we've tried to quantify it suggests it could be anywhere from 0.5% on growth to certainly more than 1%. But at this point, it's difficult to gauge. If that does tighten, I think it certainly means hard landing is more likely than even we were anticipating.
And Colin, it's a bit of an impossible question, but if you had to quantify it, how much is what we're seeing in the banking sector worth in terms of Fed tightening?
We think it's worth something. So I don't know if I'm going to give you an exact number, but we do think that it can replace part of the Fed rate hikes, as Fed Chair Powell alluded to. This is probably the number one thing we're looking at. It's something that everyone's talking about. Obviously, you just showed.
제가 어디까지 얘기했는지 모르지만 하여튼 고맙습니다 얘기했어요. 고맙습니다 못 들으신 것 같아서 그 얘기했고. 지금 이렇게 이제 꺾이네요. 하이 오브 데이가 맞았어. 스피부터 거기에 들어가지 않은 게 정말 잘한 거죠. 이제 둘 중에 하나예요. 자신 있으신 분들은 자신 있는 분들은 하락 배팅 따라가는 거고, 아니면 기다렸다가 저점 치고 올라올 때 다시 한번 먹는 거죠. 무슨 생각을 하냐면은 지금 아침을 좀 준비해 와가지고 모든 이런 파동에 다 대응할 필요는 없다 싶어요. 그래서 큰 파동에서 한 번만 먹으면 되기 때문에.
Katie, it's amazing how much a month changes things. And at the time we were arguing for 25. We were telling them, or our view was that those cumulative and lagged impacts of monetary policy were going to start to bite. And as the other guests mentioned, the Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey was pointing to recession before the last, the dust up with SVB and Signature Bank and Credit Suisse and UBS. So from here, we really only expect further tightening of credit conditions. One of the things that we've been digging into is looking at the loan growth in the post-pandemic recovery. It's been disproportionately driven by the small and regional banks. So if those small and regional banks start pulling back slack on their lending, we don't expect the large banks to pick up that slack. And so ultimately, it is going to result in slower growth and lower inflation, and it is going to allow the Fed to pause. So if I look at the core PCE data today, this in fact is the first month of the tightening cycle where the Fed funds rate is above the rate of core PCE inflation. So I know everyone is focused on core inflation being sticky high right now, but we're seeing both our bottom up and our top down indicators really pointing to a deceleration in inflation coming over the next few months.
Kelsey, it's a good point that the Fed did get at least one win this morning when we got those PCE numbers coming in a little bit softer than expected. But of course, we know that the consistent message from the Fed has been that they need to do more work. And we heard from Boston Fed President, Susan Collins. She caught up with Mike McKee this morning saying that the recent data has not swayed her outlook.
My assessment at the last meeting, just last week, with the summary of economic projections did suggest an additional rate hike and then pausing and holding over the year. But I need to assess all of the data that's going to come in between now and when our next meeting is in early May. The new data that I've seen just in the past week has not materially changed how I'm thinking about things.
So Vishy, definitely sticking to the script there, but what does more work to do mean for this Fed? Does that mean simply hiking rates more or just not cutting?
I think she herself said that there's data to be coming, and they'll be watching the data. We have all of April data to come in, and I think our own expectation is they will hike another 25 basis points. That's our base case expectation, and then pause at that level. That's what our economists are saying at this point. But we are keenly aware of if we have depending on how the data pans out between now and May 3rd, we are keeping our minds open.
All right, an open mind. I like to hear it. But if we look at what the bond market is pricing in, Colin, I see more than 50 basis points of cuts priced in at this moment. Again, the Fed has made very clear from the top down that cuts are not in their base case. But what would need to happen in the economy for those cuts that are priced in to actually become a reality?
I think we'd need to see the banking concerns likely, not necessarily spread, but just stay out there for a bit. They've kind of taken a backseat given all the Fed speak lately, given this morning's slightly better than expected inflation report. We'd likely need to see them remain a concern. We'd likely need to see inflation continue to slow, and then probably more economic data just tilting towards the negative side. I mean, right now, the markets still aren't buying what the Fed is selling. Like you alluded to before, most officials are kind of towing the same line and saying we expect more work to be done, but the markets are only pricing in a 50% chance of a hike at the next meeting. A lot can change in the next 4 to 5 weeks. So we're going to be looking at that a lot. As the other panelists said, there's a lot of data that's going to continue to come out. For those cuts to be a reality, to become a reality, we'll need to see a significant turn for the worse in economic data and a continue in the disinflationary trend.
Colin, what's your base case?
For the Fed coming up, we do expect them to hike at the May meeting. We don't necessarily agree with that because we think the cumulative impact of all the Fed tightening, as well as the tighter bank credit standards, we think that is enough, but we are listening to officials. They're telling us what they intend to do. They're telling us that the banking system seems sound right now and that they are committed to fighting inflation. So they didn't ask for our opinion. We do think they'll hike in May, but we think it'll be a hike and then hold to kind of see how it plays out after that.
And Kelsey, it's the last trading day of the month finally, and it's worth reflecting on what an insane month of volatility it's been. If you look at 2-year Treasury yields, we were above 5% at one point. Now we're hovering around 4% or so. You go out the curve, you look at 10-year yields. We were above 4% earlier this month. Now we're hovering around 3.50. When you think about the charts, the dramatic moves that we've seen, have we overshot to the downside when it comes to yields?
So maybe in the short term, we may have overshot. I mean, there's been a lot of rate volatility, as you mentioned, but we do think in the longer term, the direction for yields is going to be to continue to move lower from here. So we actually view a 2-year yield above 4% ultimately to be probably a pretty good buy. You know, will yields move up maybe another 25 basis points on a retracement? Yes, that's absolutely possible. But the way that we're thinking about investing right now is to be extending duration of our portfolios. We get this comment a lot that cash at 5% is really attractive. Well, if you think cash at 5% is attractive, you should also think that the 2-year yield above 4% is attractive, because 5% annualized rate, you only get that
제가 만드는 스크립이 뭐 완벽한 건 아니지만 그래도 시그널로는 사용할 수가 있어요. 아까 여기 뭐 떴었죠. 그리고 여기 신호가 이렇게 나오죠. 그게 이제 150일동 평균선 위쪽에서 움직일 때 매수 시그널이라고 보는 거예요. 저희가 그렇게 세팅을 해놓은 거거든요. 그러니까 뭐 이게 100% 맞는 건 아니지만 그래도 이 인디케이터를 따로따로 봐가지고 통합이 안 되시는 분들은 그러게 보면은 그때가 들어가도 될 것 같은 타이밍이구나. 들어가는 타이밍이 아니라 들어가도 될 것 같은 타이밍. 그렇게 이해하시면 돼요.
We need to see some stability before we feel comfortable enough recommending duration. We are not quite there yet.
And the thing that I always get tripped up on in this conversation, basically whether or not it makes sense to go out the curve here to extend duration, is why would I? Like we've just been talking about, you can get very, very high yields at the front end of the curve. Colin, when you're talking to clients about the case for duration or where along the curve you want to be, where do you fall?
I'd echo most of the points that Kelsey made. It's the number one question we get, and what we focus on the most is reinvestment risk. And most of our clients don't want to hear that. It's something we've been talking about for a while now, and I think it's an even more difficult pill to swallow when you see the 10-year yield at just 3.5%, knowing that you could have got 4% or more just a few months ago. But we think the risk is that at some point the Fed will cut rates. We don't think it's going to happen necessarily soon. The Fed has told us that they want to hike and hold, but at some point that rate is likely to come down. So considering a 5-year, a 7-year, a 10-year, whatever makes the most sense for you as an investor, we'd move a little bit further out and invest and lock in that yield with certainty rather than being at the whim of what the Federal Reserve needs to do down the road. So that's been our case for a while. Again, it's a difficult pill to swallow, but we'd rather lock in a 3.5% to 4% yield for the next 5 to 10 years rather than risk being at, say 2% or maybe even lower at some point in the next year or so when the Fed does need to cut.
Colin Martin, Kelsey Barrow, and Vishy Tirupatore, everyone is sticking with us. And up next, it's the auction block. As bank uncertainty settles down just a little bit, firms drive back to the bond market to sell debt before earnings season. This is Real Yield on Bloomberg.
What do you see on the horizon? Uncertainty or opportunity? Whatever you see, at PGIM, we can help you rise to the challenges of today, when active investing and disciplined risk management are needed most. Drawing on deep expertise across the world's public and private markets in pursuit of long-term returns. PGIM, our investments shape tomorrow, today.
We can replicate Tesla. Tesla is a unique because when they founded and then the personality behind it, the product is beautiful, technologically very, very strong. So in many areas, Tesla is Tesla, but XPeng is XPeng. We want to focus on what we think is important for our customers. Our customer like beautifully designed vehicles, either it's large SUV or sports sedan. We believe we have a very, very appealing family look that our customers is really attracted to. They like to have user-friendly features inside the cabin that has a technology feel. It's very smart. It enables them to really utilize a vehicle that's different.
Wall Street.
I'm quite encouraged. The center is holding.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insights
A lot of these areas still have very, very good valuations.
from businesses most influential and instrumental.
It's knocking it out of the ballpark.
Now's not a great time to be speculative. It's time for a pivot.
We're talking about a significant hit to our standard of living.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, live tonight with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
I'm Katie Greifeld. This is Bloomberg Real Yield. Time now for the auction block, where we finally saw a ramp up in bond sales after they stalled amid the banking uncertainty. Europe saw 33 billion euros worth of issuance this week. The U.S. also had a rush of borrowers to end the quarter, but both regions still fell well short of projections for March. Looking at the quarter overall, that stall in mid-month put a damper on global corporate and financial sales, sending them both to the lowest level since 2019. Meanwhile, the freeze in the U.S. junk bond market is showing signs of thawing, with a packaging company marking the first deal since early March. Meanwhile, Amanda Lynham of BlackRock says that the sharks are circling in the credit market.
We're already seeing some signs under the surface of levels of distress picking up in the credit market. So if you leave the default rate aside, which is fairly backward looking, but instead look at real-time valuations, what we're seeing is that the share of bonds in both the U.S. and European high-yield fixed income markets trading at distressed levels, or above 1,000 basis points, has picked up to levels that we haven't seen in the U.S. since the summer of 2020. So the market is signaling that there is some concern.
Still with us, we have Colin Martin of Charles Schwab, Kelsey Barrow of JP Morgan, and Vishy Terapator of Morgan Stanley. And Kelsey, sure, if you look under the surface, there are signs of stress in the corporate bond market. But if you look at overall investment grade and blue chip spreads, I don't see anything close to panic levels. IG currently around 140. You look at high yield, it's 470 basis points. Does that make sense?
Well, it may make sense for the short term. The Fed and the FDIC have taken bold steps to provide liquidity to the financial market, to the banking system, and that has allowed investors to be able to pause and take a breath. And actually, this is a great opportunity for us in our portfolios for what we call spring cleaning. So essentially, we are stress testing all of our portfolios, all of our securities, all of our corporates, all of our securitized credit against adverse scenarios. And we're cleansing the ones that don't stand up to the test. And this relative period of strength is going to give us the opportunity to do that.
Spring cleaning, it's a useful exercise in really all areas of life. And when you're, dusting off the portfolio, when you're taking out some of those less good-looking credits, do they tend to fall in any specific sector, or how are you evaluating these?
So we do think that there are a variety of areas that we're focused on right now. We are focused on core, high-quality fixed income. Within the investment grade, the stress has been very concentrated in the regional banking sector, but there are a variety of high-quality industrial and non-cyclical names that have prepared their balance sheets appropriately for upcoming strength. Outside of the investment grade market, another bucket within our core high-quality fixed income portfolio alongside treasuries and investment grade would be agency mortgage-backed securities. So these are fully guaranteed by the government. They tend to trade with a little bit more volatility when there is excess rate volatility, but at the same time, they give you an extra 70 to 100 to 150 basis points of yield pickup depending on where on the coupon stack. And that's another area that we're adding to the portfolios to build that high-quality core portfolio to weather potential storms.
And Vishy, come on into the conversation. When you're looking across the corporate credit market at this moment, where are you seeing opportunity and what areas are you avoiding?
Actually, I quite agree with what Kelsey said. Our recommendation remains looking for high-quality fixed income, high-quality investment grade, perhaps away from some of the regional financials, regional banking sector, where there is probably going to be more supply to come. Our expectation is that banks, particularly regional banks, will play defense, and defense is the new form of offense for these banks. And coming as part of that defense would be, shore up more liquidity, more tap the wholesale funding markets. So perhaps more supply to come. We've seen this. So there's potentially in some of those parts we'll see more supply pressures. Maybe that's what we were suggesting is looking at away from them, in high quality industrials, overall investment grade market, and very much supportive of the agency MBS. We think the agency MBS market is one market where it's significantly additive to the overall returns, and that's something we are very constructive on.
Well, guys, to this point on what we're talking about when it comes to banks and regional banks, I mean, never let a good crisis go to waste. That is a true statement in journalism and in portfolio management. You do have some investors trying to sort through the rubble here, and we have a quote from Sam Wilson. He is a portfolio manager at Voya. He said to Bloomberg News that if you are willing to buy into the fear, there is definitely an opportunity. There is still room for spreads to heal when it comes to some of this bank debt. And Colin, when you're evaluating the risk return of some of these bank bonds, what do you see? Is the reward greater than the risk?
I don't think so right now, although I'll hedge that a little bit. If we look at the financial market specifically, we think most large financial institutions with investment grade ratings are in okay shape, and the Fed facilities that are in place now should help shore up liquidity concerns. And when you take all that into consideration, we're generally okay with them. We tend to take kind of a big picture look at the corporate bond market. We allow our clients to then decide what's in their best interest to invest. My comments are going to echo the other two guests. I don't have too much in terms of an alternative view here, but we're really excited about investment grade corporate bonds right now. We were talking earlier before the break about extending duration and maybe some clients and investors pushing back on moving further out in the curve or being disappointed with the drop in yields. If you look at investment grade rated corporate bonds, on average, you can get 5% or more almost all across the curve.
Right.
We think that's really attractive depending on interest rate risk and without taking too much credit risk. So we think if you're an investor looking for higher yields, they're still here.
All right, Colin, Kelsey, Vishy, everyone is sticking with us. This is Bloomberg Real Yield.
주식은 심리잖아요. 느낌이 지금 이제 심리가 베어에서 블루 이렇게 바뀌는 전환점에 있는데, 내가 기관이라면은 좀 더 거품을 넣을 것 같아요. 지금 유동성을 더 넣어가지고, 그러니까 지금 섣불리 일봉 추세로 봐도 그렇고 지금 오늘 단기 추세로도 봐도 여기서 풀을 꺾을 것 같진 않아요. 여기서 꺾어버리면은 사람들이 다시 겁을 먹거든. 근데 겁을 먹으면은 충분히 땡겨 먹을 수 있는 그런 찬스를 놓치기 때문에 일단 오늘은 좀 횡보 내지는 약간 끝발에 약간 해서 기분을 더 이렇게 분위기를 끌어주지 않을까 싶은 생각이 심리적으로 보면 그렇게 할 것 같은 느낌이 들어요. 지금 보면 여기서도 추세가 전환되고선 30분봉으로 오면 쭉 올라가다가 약간 디플렉트 되고 여기서 완전히 한번 눌린 거죠. 그러면 크게 보면 여기서 한번 눌린 거란 말이에요. 그 다음에 올라간 거기 때문에 여기서는 좀 세게 가주지 않을까, 심리적으로 봤을 때. 그런 저의 그냥 생각이 있습니다.
Lots of research, when I was an art historian, that was in the old days before the internet, but you'd sit in the stacks and
그리고 잡 리포트는 잘 안 나올 가능성이 높죠. 이제는 그 빅테크에서 레이오프한 게 상당히 크기 때문에, 빅테크라기보다도 큰 기업들에서 레이오프한 데들이 많기 때문에 그게 이제 실질적으로 보이기 시작할 거예요.
I'm Katie Greifeld. This is Bloomberg Real Yield. Time now for for the final spread. The week ahead, coming up, St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard sits down with Bloomberg's Mike McKee on Monday. And then Tuesday brings even more Fed speak, plus Credit Suisse's annual general meeting post-UBS takeover. Thursday brings another round of U.S. jobless claims before the main event on Friday, of course. That's the March jobs report. Before we get there, though, it's time now for the rapid-fire round. 3 questions, 3 quick answers. Vishy, I want to start with you. Do 10-year Treasury yields touch 3% or 4% first?
3%.
Kelsey?
3%.
Colin?
3%.
Vishy, does the Fed hike in May?
Yes.
Kelsey?
No.
Colin?
Yes.
All right, guys, final question. Vishy, does quantitative tightening last through the end?
지금 S&P를 보면은 얘는 아직 전고점까지가 꽤 거리가 남아 있어요. 4,182. 그리고 지금 요 갭 때문에 저항이 하나 만들어지는 것 같고 오늘 좀 뚫어준다 그러면은 분위기상으로 이제 흘러가겠죠. 4,100. 오늘 한번 4,100을 꿈을 꿔봅시다.
Currently they're at 350. That number is like a magnet, but again, remember earlier this month we were above 4%. Again, feels like a long time ago. We know that banking crisis left a mark. A quick check on the S&P 500 right now, up 0.9%. Stocks continue to rally. From New York, that does it from us. We will see you in 2 weeks after a break. This was Bloomberg.
얘는 뭘까? 여기서 꺾어지면은 UFO를 그릴 것 같은데.
What about cryptocurrencies? Are you a believer in cryptocurrencies?
No, I'm not a believer in cryptocurrencies, and I would say that cryptocurrencies are a bubble. And I would describe cryptocurrencies as a limited supply.
중국주가 약해. 중국 시장 자체가 이때 올라온 이후에 모멘텀이 없는 것 같아.
But to the extent the demand falls, then the price will go down. There's no intrinsic value to any of the cryptocurrencies except that there's a limited amount.
Well, based on what you've just said, why would you not put a big short of some type on cryptocurrencies? Or maybe you have, but do you think that's a good short?
Well, when we look for these subprime, the reason why we shorted the subprime in size because it was asymmetrical. You're shorting a bond at par that has a limited duration that trades at a 1% spread of treasury, so you can't lose more than the spread in the duration. Yet if it defaults, you can make the par amount. In crypto, there's unlimited downside. So even though I could be right over the long term, in the short term, as the case of Bitcoin, went from 5,000 to 45,000. I would be wiped out on the short side. So it's just too volatile to short.
Front Row, exclusive interviews with the most influential figures in finance. First available on the Bloomberg Terminal, then on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg.com. Front Row, the best seats in the house for business's greatest minds.
Welcome to the BNN Bloomberg and Bloomberg audiences. I'm John Hyland with the First Word News. Donald Trump will be arraigned in the criminal case against him on Tuesday. Bloomberg has learned the former president will plead not guilty at the New York State Supreme Courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Law enforcement officials are meeting today to discuss security measures to be taken at and around the courthouse. On Thursday, a grand jury determined there was enough evidence to proceed with the case against Trump. He's accused of directing hush money payments to an adult film star during his 2016 campaign. Trump says the case is a, quote, witch hunt. The Justice Department has sued Norfolk Southern over that train crash and chemical spill that forced the evacuation of a small town in Ohio. The suit seeks to ensure that the railroad pays the full cost of the environmental cleanup. It says chemicals polluted local waterways and then flowed downstream after the crash in February. No response yet from Norfolk Southern. Pope Francis continues to make strides as he fights a lung infection. The Vatican says the 86-year-old is expected to leave the hospital Saturday after some final tests. He's been hospitalized in Rome since Wednesday after he had difficulty breathing. Global news, 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Originals, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm John Hyland. This is Bloomberg.
I'm John Ehrlichman. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets.
And I'm Alex Steele in for Kriti Gupta. All right, let's get to it. We finally made it through the first quarter, end of the week, and end of the month. Here's what we're looking at here. The S&P is up by 0.8%. We are extended now above that 50-day moving average, kind of breaking above that level for the first time in quite a bit. Do we sustain that, or is this just maybe short covering, end of quarter rebalancing, maybe more of the latter? But we'll have to see. Institutional investors have been coming into the market, and retail has been coming out, so watch that. Leading the way is definitely the NASDAQ 100, up by 1%. Definitely led the way in the first quarter. Is it a growth thing? Is it a safety thing? And is it a growth and safety thing? We'll talk about that in just a moment. I just want a quick check in here on the bond market. The dollar index around the highs of the session as well, and the 2-year yield down about 3 basis points. But man, talk about a whippy quarter for the bond market, John.
You're not kidding, Alex. And just in terms of some of the sector stories that have played out over the last few weeks, but are also playing out today, you talked about technology. A name like Tesla is higher right now by about 5%. Heading into the weekend, we'll be watching out for some key deliveries data from the EV maker. Micron, though, is moving in the other direction, and it's interesting, in a week where the company's outlook encouraged investors, the reality of tensions with China are taking a bite out of the stock today to the tune of 3.5%, just based on China's fresh review on Micron. In financials, I'd say it's mixed. Certainly, you have seen a willingness on the part of investors to buy into some of those hard-hit regionals, but you've still got a name like Comerica that's down right now. And Alex, here in Canada, we're continuing to watch a major telecom deal. After 2 years, Rogers and Shaw Communications finally got the thumbs up for their roughly $20 billion transaction from the federal government. So we'll continue to track the market reaction to that.
All right, well, the latest market reaction to the U.S. inflation data, right? We also got reaction from Boston Fed President Susan Collins, an exclusive interview with Michael McKee.
I had expected early in March that I might think we would need to do more work, and the banking stresses and what I think is at least a possible response of banks in terms of their own liquidity needs has influenced that. And so it's certainly one of the important things to factor. I continue to see, given the resilience in our economy, that there's a pathway that we can bring inflation down without a significant downturn.
All right, and speaking of Mike McKee, he joins us now live from D.C. Mike, putting that interview, great one by the way, in context with the fact that the market today seems to be
이제 중요한 기로점에 와 있는 것 같아요. 150 주기 평균선이랑 한번 만나고 더블 발음을 만드는 건지 아니면은 페이크를 하고 또 떨어질 수도 있고. 근데 지금으로 봤을 때는 고점들이 쳐지지는 않는 것 같아서 시장은 좀 잘 버텨주는 그런 추세를 보이는 것 같기도 한데
in the same way that Fed officials are, but Fed officials only have to make a decision once on May 3rd. So we'll see by that time what kind of builds up. It does appear the Fed is making progress on inflation, but they still have a ways to go. The PCE index numbers out this morning, show us that what we're seeing is is a steady but slow decline. And you've got headline PCE inflation at 5% and core at 4.6%, both of those more than twice as high as the Fed's target. So as Susan Collins said, we're going to keep going. We're going to raise rates probably one more time, and then we're going to leave them there to at least through the end of the year.
Yeah, and I should point out that the inflation data is very different to what we saw in Europe, for example, where headline inflation took a huge dip down because of energy, and then you had core actually moving higher, and that divergence that we're seeing. Mike, do you think it's possible that we're going to get central bank divergence here with the Fed and the ECB? I mean, that's going to be a crazy market-moving event if that happens.
Well, it depends on what you define divergence as. The Fed is going to stop raising rates, and the ECB is not, because they've still got an inflation problem. But the ECB is at 3% now, and the Fed is at 5%. So there is already a dichotomy, between the two. And I think that it's going to, it isn't really going to be a divergence so much as the Fed pausing and the ECB catching up. Now, we do have to give the ECB credit. They started from 50 basis points below zero. So they've gone up by 3.5 while we've gone up by 5, but there's still some more room for them to go.
No, 100%. Also, Mike, if you find my T-shirt, send it over. I'm kind of missing it. I don't think John has one either, so we'll wait. All right, Mike. Thanks a lot. Michael McKee joining us. Let's get more on how today's economic data affects the markets. It was a crazy quarter. Max Glockman, Senior Vice President over at Franklin Templeton Investment Solutions. The prompter's so far, it's hard for me to read it. Hey, Max, it was definitely a buy the dip for the first quarter in the equity market, particularly when it comes to March. Is buy the dip going to work next quarter?
I don't think it will. I think gravity exists, and I think as we start seeing margin pressures further sound the alarm, there's going to be more of an understanding of where we are. And, I mean, we're hearing a lot of stories about folks who are bearish, and the reality is when you have NASDAQ closing Q1 at 20%, it's hard to square that with the market action. I think some of that froth is gonna come off.
커피님 가게 가셔야 되는 시간인 것 같아요. 감사합니다. 주말에 돈 많이 버세요. 바쁘시겠지만.
On the inflation front, because again, the market today feeling encouraged about the inflation data. We just had Mike McKee talking about his interview with Susan Collins, and her message was the Fed has to stay the course on inflation. Do you feel like we are going to see more signs of inflation easing?
I think we'll see more headline come off, and I believe we're past peak inflation, but it is a very different journey from going from 9 to 5 than from 5 to 3. And note, I'm not even talking about going down to 2, because I do think the R-star for the Fed is actually going to come up a bit, but getting it down to a level where they're comfortable pausing is going to take a lot more work, and I think the current Fed funds futures are just absolutely mispricing what is going to be the reality of the Fed's resolve.
So, Max,
지금 전기 자동차 배터리를 외부에, 그러니까 노스 아메리카에서 나오는 게 아니래도 해당이 된다고 얘기를 했네요. 뭐 2024년까지는 뭐 40%, 2025년까지는 60% 뭐 이런 식으로 좀 룰이 정해졌나 봐요. 그래서 테슬라의 뭐 텍스 인센티브를 못 받는다 그런 우려는 일단은 없어지나 봐요.
That's important because bank stocks are value stocks, but they're also cyclical stocks. And I think that's where investors can be a bit more mindful in terms of getting defensive and staying the course when we do have what I believe is going to be a recession manifesting itself later this year.
Max, Alex asked you about that buy the dip quarter, but is there a possibility that on the earnings front, things actually hold up relatively well as we roll through the year? I mean, certainly we got a lesson last year where there were large concerns, but the earnings story arguably played out a little bit differently. And I only ask that because if we are waiting for that economic leg lower, is it not possible that earnings could stay reasonably solid for now, and that might actually make a case for some of the stocks that actually were the better performers in the first quarter?
Look, I think there's a possibility of that. I think anyone who comes out and pounds the table saying their forecast is 100% right is probably going to be wrong. But again, when I look at even today's data, right, we saw consumer spending start edging down, consumer income start edging down. That's going to impact companies that have been able to pass the buck directly to their consumers and therefore keep their margins somewhat elevated. I think that is going to encounter more and more friction. So that should start coming through in earnings. I believe it'll definitely start coming through in guidance. And then it's a matter of perception. One thing about this market is it is very much hearing what it wants to hear. And I think when that changes is when we could see the leg down. And that can be fairly sudden.
When you say cash, kind of as that nice safety trade, is that somewhere in the bond market? Is that like straight up sitting in a money market fund? How do you think about cash?
I think investors should make that decision, depending on their particular condition. But for us, we would say short end T-bills and money markets would be, a good definition of cash right now, where you're getting that yield and you're also holding, assets that have a lot of safety behind them.
Yeah.
나중에 기회가 있어가지고 보게 되면 참 재밌겠다.
Into money market funds.
누군지도 모르고 캐릭터를 나름대로 정해놓고선 있다가 딱 실제로 봤을 때 그 캐릭터랑 안 맞을 수도 있고.
Trump indictment is giving the SPAC linked to the former president a big lift. Go figure. It is our stock of the hour next. This is Bloomberg.
테슬라가 1000불 찍어줘야 되는데 1000불이면은 339불 아니 333불 그날이 그날인데 내 생각에는 꿈에 팔뚝만 나온 거 아니야? 팔만 막 계속 이렇게 본 적이 없잖아.
DPDHL is sending a consistent message with its investments. The company spent 123 million euros to upgrade its logistics center at the Cologne Bonn airport, designing it around key strategic goals.
What I love about this building is it actually shows
이제 꿈에서 막 주식 차트 보면서 나 만났다 그러는 거 아니에요? 맨날 차트만 보여가지고. 아하.
very sustainable building with solar panels on the roof and everything, and digitalization, and well, you can obviously see that it is quite automated.
How did the team pitch this investment to you initially, and how hard was it as a sell for them? How quickly did you turn around and say, yes, this is worth the 123 million euros?
Of course, you always have to make sure that you have the right capacity for the growth in the network. And at that time, they came and said, hey, we will really see a strong growth in e-commerce.
아하, 느낌이 안 좋아졌어.
We need more sorting capacity. We need this building. And of course,
그래서 못 받아줄 것 같아.
it really have to cost 123 million euros and so on. But fortunately, they convinced us.
그래서 크게 나갔어.
COVID and the volume surge, we urgently needed the capacity.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. Ask a question.
어쩐다 여기서 여기서 어쩐다.
Bloomberg Markets. I'm Alex Steele with John Ehrlichman. All right, John, our stock of the hour. The criminal case against former President Trump is now boosting the blank check firm, taking his media company public. You got traders betting the news of his indictment will drive traffic to conservative outlets. And it wasn't just what's happening today. You can also see this SPAC, which is Digital World Acquisition Corp, kind of had a nice jump also back in November of 2022 when he announced his candidacy for president.
은근히 재밌지 않고 그냥 재미있어요. 은근히 아니라 그냥 진짜 재밌어요.
On Truth Social is that recipe for more engagement that I think some were curious about, and the idea that maybe even this indictment becomes a rallying cry, building the prospects for even more engagement on the platform.
Yes, it also just shows that we're not kind of out of that retail flow jam yet that like helped with Bed Bath & Beyond or the GameStop, and it just feels a little bit frothier along those points as well.
Well, and yeah, and we should, remind people that in getting to the finish line of getting this deal done with Trump's business has been quite a long slog, and some of that has been reflected in the stock performance of DWAC coming into today.
All right, so let's get more on it. You're looking at that stock up by about 5%. The Trump indictment is front and center when it comes to the political landscape. And joining us now on the ground, Manhattan DA's office, is Bloomberg's Simone Foxman. Simone, first off, give us the mood, give us what you're noticing on the ground.
Honestly, it's been pretty quiet here outside of the hordes, dozens of journalists that are on the ground with every expectation of each headline. But I think what we're going to see is that the mood is going to get a lot more animated over the coming days. We do expect to see Trump arraigned on Tuesday. That's the latest reporting, CNN reporting that Trump will fly to New York City on Monday. And then the question mark becomes, how exactly does this look? Does Trump try to appeal to his base by walking in the very front door you see behind me, by doing a perp walk, by taking a mugshot, popularizing it, by doing his fingerprints and then going to the arraignment? Again, we expect that on Tuesday, or do we see something a little bit more subtle?
이제 약간 바닥 따지기가 거의 다 바닥 따지기까지는 아니고 약간 풀백을 이제 해준 것 같은데.
There could be, more than 24 charges that have been filed here, but we don't know what they are. And what's going to be really important is exactly what they are, because hush money payments by themselves would not necessarily be illegal. The falsification of business records carries maybe a misdemeanor charge, but then if that falsification of business records is used to cover up or further another crime, that's where we get into the potential felony charges. At the moment, we're kind of speculating on what exactly is going to come down from the court. We just don't know right yet, and we're going to be waiting for any sign of that.
All right, Bloomberg Simone Foxman, thank you very much for that update. And by the way, coming up, Bloomberg's opinion columnist Tim O'Brien and author of Trump Nation, The Art of Being the Donald, will be joining us on the political ramifications of that indictment.
야, 점점 안 좋아진다. 점점 조금씩 흘러내리네.
Is crucially important, and I think we've moved from this attitude from it's an indulgence, a waste of time, almost an illness.
Something as universally important to human life as sleep. Mysteries surrounding its necessity and utility have only just been recently uncovered.
Some of our biggest discoveries were in the 1970s or 1980s, and so it makes it a really exciting field because it seems as though we're uncovering new insights each and every day.
Some scientists are going further to find out how sleep and what happens there can be harnessed to further expand our understanding.
It's easy
to memorize things. That makes you smart if you can spit back a lot of facts. But if you want to be wise, if you really want wisdom, you got to know when and how and why to use that information. And that's what your brain figures out.
여기까지만 딱 풀백하고 후반장을 맞이하면 좋을 것 같은데 여기보다 더 빠지면은 탈출해야죠 이제.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm John Ehrlichman with Alex Steele. Though President Biden will not comment on former President Trump's indictment, our next guest does have a few thoughts. Bloomberg Opinion Senior Executive Editor Tim O'Brien.
블랙 먼데이만 기다리시. 지금 세상이 바뀌었어요, 약간. 약간 세상이 바뀌었어요. 어떻게? 테슬라 지금 배러리 뉴스가 나와가지고 또 한번 탄력받는 것 같아요.
We were talking before the break about some of these key questions remaining on what specific charges the former president will be facing. What's the number one thing you'll be watching for in the indictment?
Well, I think what we don't know is what I'm looking for. You know, there's been reporting that there's more than 30 counts.
이건 저기 빨간 거 하나는 누구지? 퀸비즈에서?
Well beyond the charges that we've all assumed are already in there pertaining to
혼자 빨간 거.
business
얘는
records
누구일까?
and campaign finance violations, which frankly, up to this point to me, has felt like pretty weak tea.
MU.
From a prosecutorial standpoint. Undoubtedly, there's going to be meat around those issues.
테슬라 5%.
To the extent that Bragg has gone well beyond that and assembled more pieces of evidence and a deeper fact pattern than we already know, that's only going to be answered by the indictment getting unsealed. And until we see that, I think it's a bit of a guessing game.
Hey Tim, I'm curious to then get your take on what we will learn the most, either by fellow Republicans, by his supporters, by how Democrats handle it, how other areas of the law handle it. Like, what's going to be a bigger takeaway that we can extrapolate here?
Well, I mean, I think the entire Trump era has been an attack on civic norms and on institutions and on our faith and expertise and our trust in one another. So to me, the biggest takeaway is how we as average American citizens respond to all of this. These institutions are flawed. They move along creakily at times. But I think by and large, they are there to ensure the broad parameters of a civic society. And that has been under assault, I think, obviously since January 6th, and it continues, I think, in a lot of the calls for violence that Trump invokes. I don't think he's going to pay a political consequence for that. He has a very deep hold on about 30% of the Republican electorate that is going to make him a force to be.
사실 지금 이 시간이 제일 지루한 시간이에요, 그렇죠? 이제 전반전에서 중반전에서 후반전으로 넘어가는 시간.
So the party has to figure out how it gets traction in a general election while it's saddled with him in a primary, or at least his force informs other candidates during the primary.
또 그런 것까지 분기말 윈도우 드레싱까지 생각하면은 진짜 아찔한데 마지막 시간이.
Substantial investigations inside the Justice Department that could wind up preventing him from running for office again.
그렇게 되면 진짜 아찔한데.
Now, digging a little deeper to the issue of actually proving a committed felony, because Tim, this is something you've explored in past pieces as well. Can you just walk us through how that works, what you'll be watching for?
Well, you know, the standard in a criminal case is very high. You have to prove intent. You have to prove that the defendant actively knew that he or she was committing a crime, ignored the law, and committed the crime anyway. That's not the standard in a civil suit. Donald Trump has a robust civil investigation facing him with the New York State Attorney General that may end up with a big fine that could put him out of business permanently in the state of New York.
오늘은 만약에 목두님께서 시간과 뭐 여유가 있으시다 그러면은 목두님이 옛날 얘기해 주셔도 재밌겠다. 라디오 쇼에서.
That Trump was an architect of bookkeeping fraud at the Trump organization, that he knew it was wrong, and that he did it.
고민님 노래 조금만 하고.
Evidence of that is irrefutable in the mind of a jury. Now, that's why Bragg put this through a grand jury to begin with. He has already road tested this, so it's unlikely he would come to court, at least on the charges we know he's bringing, without having a high belief that the evidence he has right now is sound.
Before I let you go, Tim, I'm wondering how you look at this opening the door for more action against Hunter Biden, kind of retaliation there.
I mean, I have absolutely no idea. I think that, Jared Kushner occupied the White House with massive financial conflicts of interest that went well beyond Hunter Biden.
이 말 리발라이싱이면 지금 우리 좀 이따가 다 세대입니다.
To get investors into his funds.
그럴 가능성도 있고.
If Hunter Biden comes into play and you end up with this, I think, relentless attack on
그러니까 플로우를 좀 보고 있어야겠다 지금.
I think that's just par for the course now.
플래시
We
뉴스.
really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Definitely must read on the terminal there. Bloomberg Opinion Senior Executive Editor Tim O'Brien. Thank you very much. All right, John, we're headed into the end of the quarter. I'm looking at quarter to date. Dow Jones flat, but the S&P for the quarter is still eking out a gain here of 6%, but the Nasdaq up 16%. John, it's really been a handful of tech guys. I'm talking Nvidia, AMD, Meta that have really led the way higher here.
Well, and obviously that theme of artificial intelligence.
LBS 솔직히 요즘에 LBS도 엄청 좋은데. LBS, MU,
economic uncertainty, Alex, but also whether or not
PBR.
bigger tech names can manage through the storm better than others.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me this week. It was real fun to chat with you, John. Take care. John Ehrlichman, and I'm Alex Steele. Critty will be back on Monday. This is Bloomberg.
근데 4월은 솔직히 그 스케줄을 보면은
Modernize IT with storage that evolves with you. With built-in AI, you can easily monitor your ecosystem and gain intelligent insights. And with the ability
일단은 첫 주에 졸트 나오고 그다음에 고용 지표 나오고 그 첫 주에 졸트랑 고용 지표가 나오고 둘째 주에 CPI가 나와요. 그리고 그거 끝나고 실적 발표가 시작이 돼요. 그렇기 때문에 4월에는 실적 발표 때문이라도 주가가 좀 유동성이 많을 것 같아요. 그러니까 내려가는 변동성이 아니라 올라가는 그런 흐름이 좀 더 많을 것 같아요. 나 이 찌릿한 전기 소리 너무 좋아. 누가 귀뚜라미라고 하던 그 소리, 그건 전기 이렇게 전기가 흐르는 소리 같은 그 소리 너무 좋아. 변태인가봐 아무리 생각해도. 뭐 그러면 500원 드릴게요. 수림님 제가 그러면은 스타벅스 기프트 카드 하나 날려드릴게요. 10불짜리. 월요일날 내리면. 은행주들 실적은 오히려 큰 애들은 괜찮을 것 같아. 큰 애들만 괜찮으면 돼요.
She opposed Powell's
clearly pointing the blame at the Fed.
Expecting that should be here in Brussels today. This is a meeting that happens regularly, but obviously
난 여기서 지금 익절을 해야 될지 좀 더 킵해야 될지를 고민하고 있어요. 이게 욕심인지 아니면 진짜로 흐름을 읽는 건지는 모르겠는데 여기를 뚫을 것 같아요. 오늘 하이 오브 데이를 뚫을 것 같아요. 지금 하이 오브 데이에다가 걸어놓긴 했는데 뭐 주말에 시진핑이랑 그러니까 이게 북한은 주말에 쓸데없는 짓을 안 하잖아요. 왜냐면은 김정은이 기쁨조랑 주말에 시간을 보내야 되기 때문에. 그러니까 시진핑이랑 바이든도 뭔가 여가 생활을 할 거를 우리가 만들어줘야 될 것 같아요. 푸틴도 그렇고. 주말에 소일거리를 우리가 좀 만들어줘야 됩니다. 딴 생각 안 하게. 아하하. 아하. 찌릿찌릿한 이 느낌. 그 누구는 귀뚜라미라 그랬지만 나는 전기 소리예요, 전기 소리. 찌릿찌릿 전기파. 이제 후반전에 들어왔습니다. 후반전 초반에 달리는 거죠.
Tech was on top again, and it was just a handful of names, and increasingly that's what we're seeing in this bull market. It's just.
요 제가 만들어 놓은 시그널이 이게 이 인디케이터 3개 합쳐놔가지고 만든 거기 때문에 대략 워킹해요. 대략. 오케이, 하이 오브 데이. 하이 오브 데이에서 밀릴까요? 갈까요? 갈까요? 밀릴까요?
But you know what? Let's price in rate cuts anyway.
Why not?
And we should mention as well that there is an NBA star who's launching an ETF. This is very much your world.
It is theoretically very much my world. It even more so is Eric Balchunas' world.
오,
Bloomberg Intelligence's
찢었다.
ETF analyst. He's going to sit down with this basketballer. I don't know much about basketball, so I'm expecting to learn a lot.
Yeah, and it has to do with ESG, and of course, it has to do with the
찢었다.
as well. So we'll get to all of that momentarily, but for now, let's stick with the rate outlook because Boston Fed President Susan Collins spoke exclusively with Bloomberg.
이거요, 나스닥 선물. 나스닥 선물이기 때문에요. 나스닥 100이에요. QQQ랑 차트가 똑같고 TQQQ랑도 차트가 비슷할 거예요.
And what I think is at least a possible response of banks in terms of their own liquidity needs has influenced that. And so it's certainly one of the important things to factor. I continue to see, given the resilience in our economy, that there's a pathway that we can bring inflation down without a significant downturn. Let's bring in Tiffany Wilding. She's Managing Director and North American Economist at PIMCO. And Tiffany, I think about the PCE data that came out.
롯데 양봉 밀릴까?
Was referencing the Fed's
밀릴까?
preferred gauge of inflation, especially when you strip out energy and food prices, and it's moving in the right direction. That is a
익절.
right direction. So are
익절, 자동 익절.
inflation valid?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the various indicators that we look at would suggest that
아직도 더 배고프다.
in inflation.
이렇게 한 3번은 더 해야 되는데.
We actually the numbers are a little bit easier for core CPI. So I'll use
띵크월 스윙 쓰시는 분은 어제 제가 해놓은 거 그거 임포트해서 쓰시면 요 시그널들이 다 나와요.
because it's reflective of
여기 L2라고 있는 거는 롱 엔트리. 그리고 요 그거 혹시 잘 안 보일까봐 화살표도 들어가게 만들었고 화살표는 근데 엔트리가 아니라 그냥 조건이 맞아졌을 때만 나오게 만들어놨고 엔트리 되는 거, 엑짓 되는 거 그런 것들 보이게 나왔어요.
result of this recent banking sector stress. That's also also doing the work for the Fed. So our view would be that they've done a lot of work.
또 여기서 들어가면은 고점에 들어가는 건데 항상 이렇게 익절하고 나서 아쉽죠. 익절하고 나서 튀면은 더 들어가고 싶은 느낌. 그렇죠? 딱 끝났으면 끝내야 되는데 끝났는데 또 하려고 그러면은 잘 안 되듯이. 계속 잘할 줄 알고 두 번, 세 번, 네 번 계속 성공할 수 있을 줄 알고 하는데 한 번 하고 끝내면 두 번째에서 항상 실망을 주죠. 또 내려오진 않을 것 같아요. 오늘 폭락은 없다. 여기서 현상 유지냐 아니면 지글지글 또 올라가느냐. 그거가 두 개예요. 나는 들어갔다.
So I do think there's going to be a little bit of a time gap between, when they're actually cutting rates and now. And Tiffany, of course, one of the most popular thought exercises on Wall Street at this moment is trying to quantify how much Fed tightening a banking crisis is worth. And when you put together all these factors, the expectations for banks potentially pulling.
오케이, 하이 오브 데이. 오늘 최고점 뚫었습니다.
There's a lot of uncertainty around, a lot of these models that are being created, but ultimately, we think it's very consistent with other work that we've done. We just looked at historically, when does the economy and economic performance really start to deteriorate around hiking cycles? And we looked over 70 years in 14 countries, and it suggested that about 6 to 8 quarters after a central bank starts hiking interest rates, you get a more material deterioration in economic activity. So although we didn't forecast what's going on right now, the specific idiosyncratic issues at some of these banks and the regional banking sector more broadly, the timing of it is really playing out in line with what we have historically experienced. So I would argue this is symptomatic of tight financial conditions. We knew it was coming.
이제 땡또이또이를 일단 나왔어.
We think a modest recession this year is more likely than not. Obviously, the probability of that and even maybe more severe outcomes is increased. We think the Fed probably will be cutting rates by the end of this year. And Tiffany, what data should we be watching right now? Of course, we're all very tuned
B만
into
나갔네.
the H8 data that comes out on Fridays as it relates to deposit. But when you're trying to sort of map the fallout from this banking crisis, really
바보 아니야 바보.
on how much stress there is in
이럴
the
거 왜
financial
진짜.
system, what measures are you really watching right now? Well, obviously you want to watch market-based indicators of stress. We're looking at the credit markets as well here. The Federal Reserve, on the Federal Reserve Board's website, there's an indicator of credit market stress, which has been very effective, by the way, at calling when economies are in recession. So we're obviously keeping an eye on that thing. But ultimately just understanding how consumers and business activity is responding to these tighter bank credit conditions, on the ground is obviously going to be very important. A lot of these, very small banks, that we think ultimately are probably still in trouble. They do have, decent sized footprints, maybe not in the largest cities, but we can, start to monitor regional activity. So that's what we're very much focused on as well, just to try to understand how big of an issue this could be. Tiffany, great to catch up with you. Great way to kick off this program. This is Tiffany Wilding. She is Managing Director and North American Economist over at PIMCO. And we are closing out the first quarter. And one of the big stories, of course, is tech outshining the rest. Shares leading gains to start the year. You look at the NASDAQ 100 up about 20%.
오늘 게스트는 우리 목두님 하셔야 된다니까요.
Michael Casper joining us now. And really, this is the story of the quarter. Is this not just resilience, but this strength?
라떼 전문가셔요.
How resilient is it and how sustainable is it?
It's pretty resilient, obviously. I mean, solid 3 months of performance, but the thing that we're really watching with tech is obviously the valuation. So if you rank it relative to the S&P 500 and versus its pre-pandemic average before easy monetary policy got injected into the system, it's 4.5 standard deviations above its norm, which is by far the highest of the 11 gig sectors, and in our opinion, at least a little bit unsustainable. At the same time, looking at it fundamentally, right, you've you've had pretty sharp downward earnings revisions following the 4Q earnings season. So you've got tech now in a longer and deeper earnings recession, longer in that 3Q.
커피나 만들어 오자. 내가 보고 있는다고 더 올라가는 건 아니죠. 커피 좀 만들어 올게요.
Not great for tech, and a lot of that is coming from the revenue growth side, which is a little bit different than some of the other sectors. Most sectors are digesting margin issues, especially its close counterpart communications, but the revenue issue is definitely something to keep an eye on going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I look at today's price action, and not only is the NASDAQ outperforming up 1.3%, but the Russell 2000 is as well. It's gaining 1.5%. How are you thinking about the small caps right now, especially if we're in an environment where people are saying we're at peak inflation and we can see the end of the rate hike cycle?
Yeah, so we're watching small caps as kind of a canary in the coal mine for equities at large, right? So small caps obviously have a large overweight to regional banks. It's about 10% of the index, just that one industry alone, compared to a much smaller weight, obviously, in the large cap index. But looking at the Russell 2000, it did register a positive MACD crossover a couple days ago. It's still below that 200-day moving average, which is going to act as a ceiling. We'd like to see the index get back above that level to instill some more confidence in this equity mini rally that we're having. But certainly, it's definitely the index to watch with its highest weighting in those banks that are at risk right now.
And Michael, before we let you go, I want to talk a little bit about energy, because for the past 2 years, energy has been the trusted outperformer. It seems like it's always been gaining, but you look across the past couple of months and we've seen energy actually drop for the first time in a while. What's your current thinking around the sector?
Yeah, so our sector scorecard, which we put out quarterly, dropped energy actually from the top third into the middle third, which would be equivalent to kind of a neutral rating if we were on the sell side. But what we're watching with energy, obviously, is that peaking inflation number. And inflation generally, in at least my mind, does generally support the cyclical trade, right? So energy, materials, industrials, it's driving their revenues higher. It's helping them kind of get a little bit of a tailwind there. But with peaking inflation, it's obviously a good component of that is oil prices, and that's causing energy to suffer a little bit here.
All right, Michael Kasper, really appreciate getting your take on the markets in the first quarter thus far. Michael Kasper of Bloomberg Intelligence. We've talked the economy, we've talked markets. Coming up, we're going to have the latest on the historic indictment against former President Donald Trump and how New York City is preparing for his expected arraignment in Lower Manhattan next week. Plus, speaking of New York, our mayor, Eric Adams, says he is sick and tired of people not returning to the office. We're going to tell you what he's doing to try to force more people to come back to work. And we'll talk with an NBA superstar about why he is teaming up with an asset manager, to launch an ETF. All that and more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
I don't think we can replicate Tesla. Tesla is a unique because when they founded and then the personality behind it, the product is beautiful, technologically very, very strong. So in many areas, Tesla is Tesla, but XPeng is XPeng. We want to focus on what we think is important for our customers. Our customer like beautifully designed vehicles, either it's large SUV or sports sedan. We believe we have a very, very appealing family look that our customers is really attracted to. They like to have user-friendly features inside the cabin that has a technology feel. It's very smart. It enables them to really utilize the vehicle that's different.
Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, finance, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority. Bloomberg has the Fed coverage you're looking for. Monday, an exclusive interview with St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard.
The benefits of getting inflation under control quickly are vast.
For all your Fed coverage, keep it tuned to Bloomberg.
People are rushing to judgment without the facts in front of them.
This gets looked at by the country at large as politicized justice with a weak case.
This is just the appetizer, the hors d'oeuvre. The bigger stuff is yet to come.
This plays into the victim card that he plays from the bottom of every deck.
Trump is brilliant at playing martyr. He loves the publicity, so he's gotten the mother load right now.
This causes more Trump fatigue in the country generally, and that helps DeSantis because that's part of DeSantis' pitch.
Trump has better chance of winning nomination.
The markets are going to have to contend with the fact that this guy could become president again.
I think he wins the nomination and loses the general election.
Donald Trump expected to be arraigned next week in an unprecedented legal case. He, of course, will be the first former U.S. president to be indicted after a Manhattan grand jury decided to proceed with the case against him for allegedly directing hush money payments to porn star Stormy Daniels during his 2016 campaign. So let's go now to Lower Manhattan and check in with Bloomberg's Simone Foxman. Simone, can you walk us through the timeline here?
A lot is expected to happen over the next couple of days. CNN reporting that Trump intends to fly up to New York on Monday. And then we understand from various reports that we are likely to see an arraignment take place on Tuesday. That would begin with Donald Trump walking in the building, either subtly through a side entrance or perhaps in a perp walk right through the front door. Then he would be fingerprinted, have his mugshot taken, and go upstairs for that arraignment. What we don't know, however, is what the charges are. Right now, the indictment is sealed. We understand that there are maybe several dozen charges here at play, and that's really what's going to be crucial to where this goes, because even hush money payments, they're not necessarily illegal. Falsification of business records, that's something that may perhaps be illegal, but is not necessarily a felony. What makes that a felony is whether or not you use that to cover up or conceal a crime, and that is where we would see, I guess, the juice of potentially this indictment, but as yet we don't know what the details are, and that's the news we're watching for in the days ahead.
Great overview there. Simone Foxman, thank you so much for joining us from Lower Manhattan. So let's get some more insight and bring in Dave Ehrenberg. He's a state attorney for Palm Beach County in Florida. He is also a former member of the Florida Senate, where he served as a Democrat. Dave, thank you so much for joining us. As Simone was telling us, we don't know the exact details of the charges. Tell us what you see from a legal standpoint.
Yeah, good to be with you, Scarlett. I think you're going to see a bunch of felonies. The question is whether they all relate to the hush money payments to Stormy Daniels or whether they'll be about other financial fraud, bank fraud, insurance fraud. I think the fact that Jennifer Weisselberg, the ex-daughter-in-law of CFO Alan Weisselberg, testified before the grand jury perhaps means that there's going to be more than we think there. Maybe some big financial fraud that we haven't accounted for yet, because she doesn't really know much about the whole Stormy Daniels payments. She would know through conversations with her family about some of the Trump Organization finances. So it's yet to be seen. We're all speculating, but I think we may be in for some surprises.
Also, one thing that isn't a surprise is that Michael Cohen is the prosecution's key witness. How problematic do you think that will be? Because he has been talking quite a bit.
Yeah, it doesn't help prosecutors that he's talking a lot, but he is the key witness. He's an imperfect witness. He's a convicted felon. He lied to Congress, and he has an axe to grind against Donald Trump. With that said, he appears credible. I mean, the prosecutors wouldn't put him on as the key witness unless they had corroboration. And the reason why he lied was to protect Donald Trump. So he has a good reason to explain that to the jury. And, you know, they tried to discredit him in front of the grand jury by saying that he took out this home home equity loan on his own. He just did it to pay off Stormy Daniels without letting Trump know. So he's lying that Trump was in cahoots. But are you really trying to tell me that you have a lawyer who takes out a home equity loan for $130,000 just out of the goodness of his heart, trying to protect his boss, didn't let his boss know? He must be the most magnanimous, selfless liar in history. So it doesn't make any sense. That's why I think Michael Cohen is credible.
So, Dave, these headlines broke last night after 5 p.m. and almost the immediate reaction, of course, from Trump's supporters was that this was politically motivated. But what's your read of the case?
Well, for prosecutors, we take an oath that we're going to follow the evidence and the law. We can't do politics. We have to tune out the political noise. And I think Alvin Bragg, who I went to college and law school with, I think he has shown that he's able to do just that. Remember, a year ago, he was under incredible pressure to indict Donald Trump for financial crimes. But he said no because he didn't believe the evidence was there. And now he does believe it's there. And keep in mind, for those who think this is just a political persecution by some Soros-backed prosecutor, remember, it was the Trump Department of Justice that labeled Donald Trump as individual number one, as a director and coordinator of the whole hush money financial scheme. That's not some liberal prosecutor. That's the Trump Justice Department. And these same crimes that involve hush money payments were what sent Michael Cohen to federal prison.
And Dave, as we heard from Simone just a few minutes ago, current reporting shows that the current plan is that former President Trump will fly up from Florida on Monday, arraignment expected on Tuesday. Is that your expectation as well, or are you anticipating any bumps along the way?
No, I think that's going to happen. You know, Ron DeSantis, our governor, said that he was not going to allow the extradition of Donald Trump. But Trump, I think, will waive the extradition because otherwise he gives DeSantis the ability to claim that he's the alpha dog, that he's the protector of Donald Trump. And Trump doesn't want to look weak. So I think he's going to get ahead of this. He's going to go up on his own with Secret Service, and he'll be treated like everyone else except for one bit. He's not going to be put in handcuffs unless he wants to be paraded in front of the camera, because that could stoke the grievances of his supporters and raise money. But otherwise, he's going to get fingerprinted, he'll get the mugshot, and then he'll get released on his own recognizance without any monetary bail, and then he'll return to South Florida here in Palm Beach to await trial. But I think he's also going to get indicted in Fulton County, Georgia, and by the Fed. So this is just the beginning for him.
Yeah, I was going to ask, because Manhattan's DA is not the only local jurisdiction that is looking into the former president. What's the mood like down there in Palm Beach, Florida, Dave?
It's relatively subdued. I think a lot of the real radical Trump supporters learned their lesson on January 6th. A lot of them were disappointed that Trump didn't pardon them after they were arrested. And so you will see some sporadic protests, maybe sporadic violence here and there, but nothing like we saw on January 6th. Right now, it's pretty quiet. It could be the calm before the storm, but right now you haven't seen any mass protests.
All right. Well, the true test will be on Tuesday when the arraignment is expected to happen. Dave, thank you so much. Dave Ehrenberg is state attorney for Palm Beach County in Florida. And Katie, as we head to the close, or towards the close, because we still have another hour and 40 minutes
Don't
left.
rush it, you know?
Don't rush
Let's
it.
really savor this.
It's going to be a blockbuster quarter for.
이거 하늘 치고 또 150일 선 또 치네요. 이게 뭐 골프공도 아니고 이렇게 올라갔다 내려와.
That was one of the best quarters of the past decade.
저는 자동 손절이 됐고 또 여기서 one more try 해? 한 번 더? 오늘 마지막 불꽃을 태워 여기서? 이건 몇 퍼센트에서 잘렸나? 1, 3, 2, 4, 7 그래서 1, 3, 2 뭐야? 1, 3, 2, 3 1, 3, 2 손에 안 본 것 같은데? 손에 봤네. 음. 10포인트, 15포인트 손에 봤구나. 목두님은 저기 아이패드인가 갤럭시 패드인가 쓰세요. 근데 끄시는 방법 아셨어요 저번 때. 제가 기억이 나요.
Did art conservation help you in any way to be a better investor? And should a lot of good investors learn how to be an art conservator as well, or not?
I think in conservation and art history and liberal arts, I think differently than a lot of people that have just done finance. And also, I think I mentioned one of the things is to do conservation, you have to really do a lot of work, pre-work, before you actually do a treatment. And so a lot of that pre-work is very similar to what I do in due diligence.
애매한 미치네 지금 시장이.
Lots of testing, lots of thinking about what could go wrong.
조금 더 벌으려고 트레이드를 하거나 그냥 안 하고 잃지도 벌지도 않든지 결단이 필요하겠어요. 여러분들 생각은 어떠십니까?
I feel like I do that in my due diligence.
BSO Now is your online home for weekly Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts that go behind the scenes, plus acclaimed archival concerts. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsor, Bank of America.
Bloomberg has the Fed coverage you're looking for. Monday, an exclusive interview with St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard.
The benefits of getting inflation under control quickly are vast.
For all your Fed coverage, keep it tuned to Bloomberg.
About 90 minutes to go until the end of the week, until the end of the quarter, and we're looking at an S&P 500 that's close to the highs of the session, up about 0.9% at the moment. You look at what's leading it there, it's big tech. It's also Tesla, up about 6%. That is your biggest contributor to the S&P 500 right now. But then you have the likes of Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, the list goes on. Nvidia as well. I mean, you can guess that Nvidia is higher. It's had a fantastic quarter. So that's the good news. Let's go ahead, look at some of the bad news. You can see that
여기서 못 판 게 아쉽네.
some pressure right now. We have Centene, CVS, etc. And you have Micron all the way over there. It's down about 3.7%.
커피를 만들러 가면서 또 딜러에다가 전화를 하면서 쓸데없는 걸 너무 많이 했어.
From Micron, we're going to continue to follow that story, but we have much more markets coverage coming up, so don't go anywhere. This is Bloomberg.
뭐 장 후에는 상관없고 지금 12시 5분에 윌리엄스 픽이 있네요. 어디서 하는지 몰라도 또 거기서 하나? 어제 했던 그 컨퍼런스 중에 하나인가?
to sell NYCB holdings in a 40-day period starting April.
Is crucially important, and I think we've moved from this attitude from it's an indulgence, a waste of time, almost an illness that needs a cure.
For something as universally important to human life as sleep, mysteries surrounding its necessity and utility have only just been recently uncovered.
Some of our biggest discoveries were in the 1970s or 1980s, and so it makes it a really exciting field because it seems as though we're uncovering new insights each and every day.
Some scientists are going further to find out how sleep and what happens there can be harnessed to further expand our understanding.
It's easy to memorize things. That makes you smart if you can spit back a lot of facts. But if you want to be wise, if you really want wisdom, you got to know when and how and why to use that information. And that's what your brain figures out while you're sleeping.
You've got to explain this one to me. What does it mean when the White House says we're watching markets carefully?
It means they have a Bloomberg
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've been in and seen it.
Lots of Bloombergs. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets The Close. We're just moments away from the close of commodities markets, and we're going to check in with Bloomberg's Natalia Knežević to walk us through it. A lot of green there, Natalia.
A lot of green on the screen. Let's start with crude oil. WTI is up by 1.7%. Yes, we got better than expected PCE data, but this is also a supply concern story. Just one of the recent examples, we have a shutdown of about 400,000 barrels of Iraqi crude because there is a dispute between Iraq and Kurdistan. Gas futures are up by 5.4%. The short-term story is, yes, we have this cooler than expected weather forecast for April and May, but also prices have become more affordable for global buyers, and we see that many Asian countries, one of the recent examples is the Philippines, which bought the first LNG cargo. So those countries in Asia, they have started buying more LNG. Soybeans, also one of the best performing commodity today, up by 2%. We got the U.S. Department of Agriculture report, which showed that farmers will plant less beans this year. And finally, sugar. Also, this is the best month for this commodity since 2021. And this is also a supply concern story because we have shortage in Europe and Asia. And of course, it impacts what is available for export. Back to you, Ice.
All right. Thank you so much, Natalia. Well, as we've been mentioning, there's been a key measure of inflation that's cooled in February. And that, combined with a lot of Fed speak, is helping lift equities today. So let's get more from our exclusive conversation with Boston Fed President Susan Collins, who spoke with Bloomberg earlier this morning.
Starting with the PCE inflation, that's about what was expected. And so that is some positive news. At the same time, let me say two things about that. One is the monthly data are really noisy. We've seen that. And so 1 month of move in a kind of more helpful direction is not something that really indicates a sustained change. And the other thing I'll say is that if you recognizing the elevated numbers we saw in December and January, this a bit lower number that we expected just means that the 3-month average is about what the 12-month average is. And so that's not a lot of progress. We still do have more work to do and more to see to know that inflation is really on a sustained downward path.
Well, you're on record as saying you favor at least one more move by the Fed. Does this sort of lock it in for May, that you do it because inflation is still at a high level and you don't pause for a month to see how things are going?
Well, actually, what I think I'm on record as saying is that I'm highly data dependent. And so my assessment at the last meeting, just last week, with the summary of economic projections did suggest an additional rate hike and then pausing and holding over the year. But I need to assess all of the data that's going to come in between now and when our next meeting is in early May. And, where I am at the moment, the new data that I've seen just in the past week has not materially changed how I'm thinking about things, but I certainly don't make a decision this far in advance about what I'm going to think is the right thing to do.
Well, the markets have looked at all the data, and they're pricing in 4 rate cuts this year. Are traders crazy?
What I would say is obviously there's a range of views about these things. I mean, look, inflation is just really too high. When we talk about price stability, to me what that means is a level of low, stable inflation where no one's thinking about inflation. Well, everybody is thinking about inflation, and that really does mean we have more work to do, and what history has told us is that you need to have conditions sufficiently tight and then really hold the course in order to know that you have, in a sustainable way, gotten inflation going back to what the target is.
Well, spending was down during, not down, but decelerated significantly during the month of February, according to this report. Do you worry about going too far and tipping the country into recession? That's the standard view of what the Fed does.
It is absolutely a balance, and I think it's important to recognize that there are uncertainties, there are risks, and in particular, we do need to balance the risk that we don't do enough, that we're not sustained, don't hold the course, and don't bring inflation down. And again, as I mentioned before, inflation is really costly to businesses and households, and so that's important. At the same time, you're absolutely right. I do monitor the data, looking at when we might see the economy turning, and some of the slower data I think is helpful in that context. That's what we would hope to see. At the same time, early days yet in terms of assessing whether we really have gone as far as we need to go.
Boston Fed President Susan Collins speaking exclusively with our Michael McKee. Now, from the economy to markets, index compiler MSCI this week said it is cutting the ESG ratings of more than 30,000 funds. It's part of a review, a mass review.
또 마이크 막아놓고 열심히 얘기하고 있었어.
Is because the threshold required to receive
오경님 안 오셨나 오늘은? 오경님은 그건데 오경님은 영어가 좀 더 편하신 것 같아요. 이 세까지는 아니지. 우리 윌리엄 목사님도. 세컨 제네레이션은 아니래도 1.5 정도는 되지 않을까?
This is exciting because as an ETF analyst, we've never seen a partnership like this between a professional athlete and an asset manager in sort of a co-ownership.
난 또 뭔 소리 하는 거야?
SRI is coming out. Giannis, I want to start with you. How did you team up with Calamos? What was the road to get here?
대충 읽고 아니지. 댓글 안 봐야지. 대충 읽고 대충 얘기하면 또 대충 읽고.
To invest in, and it was no brainer to join forces.
All right, and John, look, the ETF is SROI. It's an ESG ETF. It's actively managed. Tell us how it works. How are you going to decide what companies go in?
나는 마이크를 닫고 있는 게 가장 아이디어라는 상황인 것 같아요.
It was about the same time when I acquired a great team from Portland, Oregon.
오늘 마지막 트레이드를 할 것인가 말 것인가. 마지막 긁고 트레이드를 한다 40%. 그냥 오늘은 접자 60%. 지금 20명이 표를 해주셨는데 3분의 1 정도 계신데 이게 테슬라만 보고 있으면은 나스닥도 피어 올라갈 것 같은데. 일단 애플이 좀 고점에서 굴곡을 만드는 거구나. 업앤다운을 하고 있어. 마이크로소프트도 괜찮은데 애플이 굴곡을 만들고 있고.
They're smarter than me, way smarter than me, and I filtered all the business opportunities.
또 막판에 공방을 켜볼까요? 지금 사람들 다 근질근질하고 딴 동네 가 있는데 빨리 결집해 나와야지.
That's pretty much
much if I don't understand it, and if people cannot explain it to me in 50 seconds, 15 minutes, and 20 minutes, like Mr. John did, I'm not getting myself into it.
So, John, as you know, there's a lot of ESG ETFs, about 250 to be exact, right? It's a crowded marketplace. The flows were coming in heavy a few years ago. They've trickled off. MSCI has cut some ratings, as Scarlett said earlier. How are you going to market and position this ETF in what is a more difficult environment for ESG?
It's clearly, it's gotten some headwinds just as of late, and we're seeing that it's in the news a lot. But you have to understand how big this market is. As you probably know, ESG is huge, right? I mean, at the end of 2020, it was a $43 trillion market. They're predicting, actually Bloomberg is predicting.
지금 테슬라가 첫 번째가 아닌 것 같아. 한 세 번째인 것 같아. 그러니까 이제는 못 올라가는 것 같아. 힘이 없어.
Investable assets in the world will be in ESG. So this is not a fad. We're long-term investors. This is here to stay, and this is giving an opportunity for people to choose with people that could actually perform. Whether energy is up or down. That over the long run.
옆방 주소입니다.
Perform, not just be ESG. So it's going to be something that I think people will really, really like.
Okay, and Giannis, after the Silicon Valley Bank failure, a lot of people resurfaced an article that was written in Bloomberg a year ago, where it said that you had money in 50 different banks. I know that's not totally true. But they were saying that actually makes sense because
왜 흰고래 수염이라는 단어를 듣는데 왜 웃음이 나오지? 딴 생각이 난 진짜로 이게 음란막이 없는 거. 딴 생각이 들지 왜? 죽겠어. 아, 진짜로. 이 음란막이는 언제나 끝날까? 그러니까 아는 사람만 다 아는 것 같아. 아는 사람만 아는 스타일. 이 방은 닫고 옆으로 넘어갑니다. 옆방으로 문 열고 들어오세요.